America's first free browser. I need Elon's body dropping. I need TNT in Congress. I need Luigi in my roster. Getting janitorial, got no street sweeper. Big fan of dead leaders, VIP meet and greet them. Treat any money mo, how I treat my CEO like Birdie. But all I can see now is just the other day I was scrolling on my phone though, trying to cope with the notion that I'm culpable. Saw the trolley problem at the POTUS with a locomotive. Band together first, then focus on your locomotive. 756, really it's a low total, come get in the mix. Get you out of total pole, walking with a stick. Hits up from a stone's throw, since you love big tech. Got forward. Hit a 187 on a piggy if you want to make a difference. SpaceX ain't the only ones with a mission. My team got the rockets out and used to try to catch them all. Trying to decimate the deficit down to the very last decimal. Look, I don't know how to balance a budget, but I know how to take every last ounce of blood out of your stomach. I feel like Neo would play with me. I ain't the one. I said I am the sun. Blinded by rage, got fell on the side of my gun. Defiant, denying, defund. Fine with the timing, compliant. I'm not the pious. Go try me, I'm lighting them up. Say, give me the mic. I am live from the mud. What they may say, it's on the hook. What the kids say, it's on the truck. Burn the system down and start a fire. Walking down the streets and you invited. Fist up in the air and put it higher. We the people gotta stay united. Burn the system down.
That's right. That's right. So chat. Troon music. I've discovered it's a genre. I'm obsessed with it. There's all this Troon music coming in. By the way, I've been doing some more work on my overlay. So now the X feed pumps chat message into my thing. YouTube viewers are now being correctly counted. I believe that subscriptions and super chats from YouTube are going to be going directly into the overlay as before. Let's see. Ziggo 2. Did that one count? I think so. Maybe not. Did I already fuck up? I hope I didn't. Did Ziggo's message come in? Let's see if I'm a fucking retard. I don't see Ziggo's message. How could this be? Let me refresh it. Then live chat. Okay. Did I not do the thing correctly? I'm going to be very sad if I didn't do that. Let me just try to fix this real quick. And if this doesn't work, I'm just going to have to cope and seethe about how bad I am at everything, I guess. Okay, save that. Refresh YouTube. Live chat. Test. I see my message. Do I see Ziggo's message coming in? I do not. I guess I'm just functionally retarded, chat. Cool. That's my favorite thing. That's my favorite thing in the whole world is when I spend hours writing something and it works fine on Arch. And then when I go to test it live, it just doesn't work. However, the bullet thing does. If you super chat and your super chat actually gets piped into my system, you will notice that for every 50 cents you donate, it will add 1,556.62 grain onto my background. Now, I should clarify that this is merely allowing me to stockpile for self-defense purposes. Okay, don't get it twisted. Don't get it in your fucking head. I'm simply an enthusiast. Okay, I'm simply a member of the GOA, and I'm trying to show my support for America's proud gun heritage. Okay. So that it also has physics. I've heard from reliable sources that the gamers really like jiggle physics. So there are jiggle physics attached to my bullets. Okay. All right. Let's see what's up. I have a lot to talk about. A lot of it is political. We are on YouTube, so to handle this, I'm going to need somebody. I'm going to need Neil Maham. Somebody named it Neil Maham. I'm a fan of that. Neil Maham is going to help me navigate the increasingly complicated and convoluted set of community guidelines that exist on YouTube, so we can thank him for his service here. He'll be watching over my shoulder, tapping on it when it gets a little bit too spicy. And then after about an hour, or whenever I finish up my Save for YouTube rant segment, I will switch over. Cool. Okay. So let's start with, it is such a nice effect, chat. I really outdid myself this time. Let's start where we are at right now. So a while ago, there was actually a politically motivated attack on Brett Kavanaugh, who is a Supreme Court Justice for the United States, obviously. And he survived the plot against him. However, the person who had been plotting against him also had several other targets in mind. That were two other justices that were conservatives on the bench. And he was living as a transgender before his assassination, but now he has formally changed his name and is asking to be put into women's prisons and so on. So just so you know, this is not a recent thing. This is not a recent uptick. They've been trying to assassinate conservatives in every branch of the government for a while now, a good while. Next, this is updates on the Charlie Kirk situation. This is indirect, but this is kind of adjacent to it. The FTC. Now, I have to figure out, if you are like a person who's plugged into politics, I know there are some people who listen who are familiar with the DC. They drive on that godforsaken expressway that's like a belt. I think it's called a beltway even. It's the beltway around DC. They drive on that horrific road in and out of DC every day. If you're one of those people and you know a good way to keep tabs on the Federal Register, get into touch. You can even email me at my fancy nonprofit email address, moon@usips.org, moon@usips.org, and tell me how I can subscribe for specific updates to the Federal Register, because I only hear about these things in the last month of their accepting comments, and that's not good enough. I want to know as soon as they hit the ground so I can be the first to break it. DC traffic is horrific. It is simply horrific. Driving, there's that one road in particular that you drive through. I have driven past the Pentagon. I didn't even realize it until I was outside the Pentagon. But that specific beltway that goes through Arlington, past the Pentagon, and there's like a little tram that goes all the way up to Dulles Airport. That road is awful. just a nightmare to drive through. And it has a speed limit of like 35, but I've never seen anyone go less than 60 on it unless there's like bumper to bumper. So I don't know what's going on there. Anyways, so the Federal Register, which I don't have a way to subscribe to updates for, and if you have a way to do that, let me know, has asked for comments for FTC regulations concerning the doctors who are prescribing medicine for gender-affirming care to youths. So this is very specifically, keep in mind the full context of what they're asking for here. The Federal Trade Commission is asking for comments in regards to how doctors and hospitals are selling medicine and surgery specifically targeting people under the age of 18. And that means that they're looking at very specifically how these hospitals and doctors have been advertising puberty blockers, sexual reassignment, hormones, anything that could be classified as GAC, GAC, gender ACK, anything that can be described as that, which would be any kind of hormone or any kind of surgery, invasive or otherwise, any kind of therapy for gender-affirming care. Basically any woke tranny shit. Anything under that umbrella targeted towards minors, and very specifically under the purview of the Federal Trade Commission, which is not a parent organization of the USDA or FDA, advertising that they've used that is false, basically. So if they were using words like safe and effective and reversible, things like that, terminology that could be described as advertising, and it persuaded somebody under the age of 18 to take up gender-affirming care. That is the story specifically that the FTC is looking for comment on. And if you have a story that meets that very, very small purview, go ahead and submit a comment. The comment for this is under, what is it? FTC 2025-0264-0001. That's FTC 2025-0264-0001. You can read specifically what they're looking for by reading the request for comment, and you can see that this has already received 5.8 thousand comments, which is actually a lot for the Federal Register. Whenever these things go viral, I think they get overwhelmed by the number of comments they receive. And keep in mind, a lot of these comments are going to be supportive because you have all these bullshit nonprofits out there, and what they do is they collect comments on behalf of their members and submit that forward, saying that that it is safe and effective. So don't think that this is 5.8 comments for the good guys or whatever. This could all be huge, tens of thousands of comments from massive organizations. And Hardin told me actually that if you are any kind of union or trade organization leader in DC, you can get a pretty penny just submitting comments under your organization's name in opposition to motions like this that are requests for comment like this that have absolutely nothing to do with your thing. Like when I was looking at the OCC's request for comment in regards to payment processors, there were comments submitted on behalf of like the Beverage Association of America, like the head, like the one random council member of the Beverage Association of America representing Pepsi and Coke was submitting shit like how the OCC should not accept, not require payment processors to accept everybody as customers. And it's just like, so don't think that it's very specific. They bomb these organizations with fear mongering and they get paid to do it basically. So that's something that you can do if it's relevant to you. And I know a lot of people listen, many of whom have been affected or know people in their lives who have been affected. But these things do not happen in a bubble. It's not just people in California. I was at a gas station very recently, middle of fucking nowhere gas station. And I walked in, I really had to pee. So I had to ask, because it was a gas station that didn't have public restroom. I had to ask, can I use the bathroom? And the guy behind the counter looked like Styx Hexenhammer wearing a black choker. And on the employee work area, there were like these little Post-it notes hung up by tape. And they were all like cutesy uwu, like colorful rainbow glitter font with like little semicolon 3 faces on them. And it's just like, this shit is everywhere. It has impacted everybody everywhere in every state. And it doesn't matter if you're in a gas station in the middle of fucking nowhere, Alabama, or if you're in California, you're going to know people. So it's hurt middle America. Salt of the earth, hardworking Americans, people that you traditionally think to be insulated from the consequences of liberal policy. Thanks to the horrors of the internet, everybody gets to malinger under pornography addiction and the false promises of the false gods. Chat. All right, next. Post by our president, Donald John Trump, has said, I am pleased to inform our many USA patriots. That's me, chat. He's speaking literally directly to me. Many of our USA patriots that I am designating Antifa, a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster, as a major terrorist organization. I will be strongly recommending that those funding Antifa be thoroughly investigated in accordance with the highest legal standards and practices. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So Antifa, the anti-fascist organization, as they like to be called, which originated as a propaganda arm of the Communist Party of Germany in the 1930s, and then was made a state apparatus in Eastern Germany to enforce communist policy and party philosophy in East Germany, has been designated a terrorist organization. And supposedly, the Netherlands is following suit. The main victory here is that terrorist organizations are sanctioned by the United States, which means that if you are funding Antifa or organizations associated with Antifa, you can be prosecuted nightmarishly for that. So this cuts off money for those huge fake like protests that surge up, like an Antifa protest. And I guess maybe ADF can go to jail for terrorism now because he's got Antifa tattoos on his skin. That would be a funny end to ADF. Updates on the Charlie stuff, and I think this will be most of the first hour for the YouTube stuff. So first of all, when the Charlie stuff just happened and there was chaos and pandemonium and everyone was trying to figure out what the fuck happened, my understanding is that there was an old man, and one of the first things that came out in the aftermath of Charlie being shot, besides the footage of him being shot, was the footage of an old boomer man being arrested. And everyone thought that it was another white boomer killer. As it turns out, that was not the case. What had happened is, from what I remember, he had held up a sign saying, Charlie deserved it, changed my mind, or something memey like that. immediately after he was shot, which made them think that he was an accomplice. When they were interrogating him, he had to cop an confession because he realized that they were going through his phone as a result of a very comprehensive investigation to determine if he was related to the shooting. And so he simply told the sheriff's office that he had child pornography on his device and that they would find it. So, as it turns out, you can just arrest random liberal boomer men in a crowd, and they will have child pornography on their phone. So he is facing child pornography charges. Oh, did he backtrack that and say that that's not happening? Yeah. Typically, admitting that you have child pornography on your phone is a regrettable thing to say to police. Unfortunately, you'll have a much harder time backtracking that than admitting it. So that's how it goes. 1 second. Last thing I do, by the way, let me hide this so you guys can see my nice pile. The last thing I do before I start my stream is I put my desk up so I can stand and enjoy. Get that blood flowing to my brain. Okay. Okay, this is the charging document for Tyler Robinson. Let's just read what he's being charged with. He's being charged in Utah in the 4th Circuit, or the 4th Judicial District Court of Utah County, state of Utah. So this is just state charges. Aggravated murder, count 1. Count 2, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury. With enhancements for political expression and an enhancement for committing a offense in the presence of his child, but it was actually specifically both of his children. Both of his children saw him get shot. Count 3, obstruction of justice, because he ran, basically. Count 4, obstruction of justice, because he disposed of evidence. Count 5, tampering with a witness, because he messaged his roommate, which I'll talk about in a second, telling him not to cooperate with police. Count 6, tampering with a witness, I believe for doing the same with either somebody in his Discord or his father. And then count 7, violent offense committed in the presence of a child, again, for it was his child. And also it was enhanced because of political expression. I believe that the death penalty is being sought in this case. I don't know if it's in this document, but that's what I've heard. So that's his charges. They're going for murder, obviously. They caught him. They know about the tranny roommate. I will talk about that now. But before I get there, Provo. For some reason, isn't Provo one of the places you can visit in Fallout New Vegas? Can you go all the way up from Vegas to Provo, Utah? The attorney representing Tyler in his case right now is a guy called Greg Skordas. If that name sounds familiar to you, is because Greg Skordas was the attorney who represented Taylor Swift in a case between Russell Greer and Taylor Swift in Utah. And he also represented a little website called the Kiwi Farms in the case of Greer v. Moon. So he's only temporarily representing Tyler Robinson. He has not been he is court appointed until they get him a permanent assignment. Oh, I've also been notified that his roommate is a furry, but I will get to that. It's right here. Here we go. Here's our boy. So this is Tyler's roommate. There was right before they actually read what was on the casings, several liberal media outlets attempted to discredit or redact information regarding to what was written on the bullet casings, to dispel any sense that this was a trans-related violent offense. There was also some rumors that his roommate was trans, which they also tried to get in front of and discredit. However, it's true. His roommate was his lover. They were gay males in a relationship, and his roommate was pursuing GAC, but had not properly transitioned yet. So he was in the journey of discovering his gender identity. And I can only imagine that Mr. Trump and Mr. Kirk and President Trump throwing all these roadblocks in the way of her beautiful journey just enraged the masculine protective side of Tyler Robinson. He thought something has to be done about these hecking fascists. So I believe that's his motivation here. What is this? These are Steam reviews. Okay, you are a beautiful, strong child molester. Someone put this on your comments. That's the most recent comment. So, look, he even has the boy kisser avatar. Okay, and he's getting called a child molester by people that know him. Okay, cool, funny. He tried to. Oh, he also was he advocating DIY? What a small world. Persona history. So his usernames on Steam were encouraging people trans DIY. Dude, it's unreal. The boyfriend of the guy that killed Charlie Kirk is somebody active on his subreddit that was one of the main antithesis of Drop Kiwi Farms, who are after us because we exposed the fact that they were sourcing and distributing to children hormones made from unregulated shithole countries like Ukraine, with the hollow foil boy lover fucking boxes of HRT that you're supposed to inject into your body. That's what a small world. That's crazy. So he was active on that. That's just fucking nuts, man. He was a fan of Jordan Peterson becoming a troon. I guess he decided that he couldn't clean his penis, so he just chop it off. He's a fan of Lane. Oh my god. I've been getting recommended treatments for schizophrenia, BPD, and a brain tumor recently by social media advertisements. Trans DIY. In regards to getting hip growth. Holy shit. Why does it matter to you if a teenager decides they are transgender and goes through with the transition? Because apparently they shoot people. And when the courts asked the father not to speak about it, presumably so the kid wasn't bullied, he ignored them. So therefore he deserves to lose his child. Okay. So point is that his boyfriend was trans. There's no question about it. That's just reality. Groomed by Lucas Roberts. Oh, should I? You know what? I'll just skip that ahead. I have that somewhere. Let's see. Oh, I do. Let's just skip ahead since someone mentioned them. Since someone talked about the beast, I should read this Twitter message. Okay, Keffals 3 hours ago, just in time for my stream, says, on the advice of my psychiatrist, I am fully retired from live streaming and content creation. I'm still living in Ireland, have a local job, and am getting married to a woman, quote unquote, I love dearly before the year ends. My life is great, and it's because I'm prioritizing what matters. I may or may not post occasionally in the future, but I value my privacy and have no incentive to maintain any sort of social media presence. Just wanted to say I disappeared because I am focused on my life. So, Queen Keffals, after once upon a time having hundreds of thousands of fanatical worshippers who followed him on Twitch, gave him tons and tons of money just for giving the most pissy, shitty, tranny takes imaginable, then took up arms, a crusade, against what should be the easiest target in the entire world, which, if you don't remember, was because the Kiwi Farms took the defense of Stephen Bonnell Jr., the second, Destiny, and said that Destiny should not have been kicked off of Twitch because of this lunatic tranny's positions. Keffals got very mad at us. A heroic user wrote a post exposing the fact that Queen Keffals did tranny fetish fart dom pornography before becoming a Twitch streamer for children. Created a nice post about this, to which Keffals took even more offense, and using the entire collective of the tranny nepotistic system that exists, took a swing at the Kiwi Farms, and the internet was injured. Cloudflare buckled. Liz Fong Jones got involved and brought down the wrath of a Google employee and all the crazy stuff that a Google employee has access to. Seriously damaged the health of the internet forever, and completely failed to deplatform permanently a defenseless message board with an annual income of less than $10,000 total. And now, after taking 100,000 Canadian dollars from the people that trusted him the most and spending it all on drugs, left Canada for a country with a more functional healthcare system, which is the Northern Ireland, and now leeches off the UK's healthcare system, supported by the taxpayers in Northern Ireland, so they can whine to their therapist about how they can't function when they read messages about them and how they have psychomotor retardation. Enjoy your retirement, Queen Keffals. You've earned it, King. Back onto the news segment chat. Immediately after this drama with Charlie Kirk, in Utah even, there was a bomb threat that targeted a news reporting van, I think even reporting about the Charlie Kirk incident. 2 undetonated explosives were found, and I believe 2, well, how many people? Is it just 2? Okay, it is. It's just 2. 2 local Utah residents with the traditional Utah names of Adib Nasia and Adil. So Adil and Adil were, just 2 regular, pissed off Utah people attempted to explode a news van, as Utahns do. And one was apprehended. I don't know if they've apprehended the other. This one obviously has been drowned out in the news cycle. Let me just search real quick. Utah news van bomber arrest. 2 men arrested. Okay, they got both of them now. Adib Nasir and Adil Justice Ahim Nasir, 31. So 58. It sounds like a father and a son were each arrested, but I don't know. They only have like 2 names. So they both got arrested, chat. Good to know. This is a guy called ChudLogic. I don't know who ChudLogic is. This was requested that I watch and respond to this chat, so I will watch and respond. I don't know what to expect. ChudLogic is mad at rightoids complaining about his jabs towards Charlie Kirk's death. Quote, "People are on my back because I'm against destroying lives over liking jokes on social media. When Aaron Bushnell self-immolated, I made jokes about it and you guys laughed your heads off."
To start.
Why are we making fun? Because I'm fucking sick of the right.
Why does a British person have any say in anything ever? You don't matter. If you live in England, you literally don't matter. There is no way for you to get your country back. Your shit's fucked. There's no hope for you. I'm just letting you know right now, if you're in the UK, anywhere in the UK, you are completely and totally hopeless, and there is no resolution to your state of existence besides getting out of the UK. That's it. So your opinions don't matter. Your beliefs don't matter. Your hopes and dreams don't matter. You don't matter. You're British. You don't matter.
Moral police. I'm absolutely sick of your fucking gay, unprincipled fucking soying out. I'm absolutely sick of it, to be honest, and I don't care anymore. I'm about like 3 conservative complaints about this shit from just going fucking ballistic. Honestly, it's doing my head in, man. I won't. I'm going to retain my cool and not do something which I think would be tasteless and tactless, and I don't want to go that far with it. But honestly, the people that have been fucking on my back about having a take that you shouldn't call people and destroy their lives for liking a joke on social media, the people that have been complaining about the occasional irreverent jab here and there. It's so annoying, dude. It's like, if this was a black person that had died or something, or a trans person, you would be fully supportive of me saying whatever the fuck I wanted about it. If this was some lefty influencer. Dude, when that fucking retard burnt himself to death because he was a fucking schizo that thought it would save Palestine, I joked about that like crazy, and everyone was laughing their head off because it was funny. But now I can't say a single thing about a single irreverent comment of not even specified towards his death gets fucking. What are you doing, John? Why are you saying that? It's so obnoxious, bro. Yeah, it was different. It was different in that you didn't care about it. You didn't give a fuck about this guy torturing himself to death. Other people did. Some lefties did. Some lefties were outraged, and it got posted onto YouTube drama subreddit, and they were outraged about the fact that I dared to make jokes about it because they cared about that issue and that cause. So it's not like everyone was cool with it. Some people weren't, and you didn't care about the fact that people were fucking outraged about it because you thought that was retarded. But now it's your fucking golden goose, silver duck, whatever it is shit that you care about. All of a sudden, it's a problem. It's so transparent what's happening, and anyone can see it.
Okay. There is no, correct me if I'm wrong, there's no political assassination targeting Democrats or liberals or progressives or communists or whatever that I think people did huge victory laps of. I think that the one that gets touted a lot is there was in Minnesota, some guy went around and I think shot 4 state reps in like one day, something like that. I don't remember anyone grave dancing over that, to be quite honest with you. I could be wrong, but I don't remember that. The guy that's killed himself, he killed himself. The trannies that killed themselves, they killed themselves. So if someone makes fun of that, that's their fault. If you didn't want to get made fun of for killing yourself, don't kill yourself. Maybe that can be your motivation to live, knowing that people are going to make fun of you for killing yourself if you kill yourself. So that's my advice there. Don't kill yourself if you're afraid of getting made fun of for killing yourself. What was the other one? George Floyd, fentanyl overdose, nobody cares. You know, I saw there was a tweet that got 61,000 likes that was, someone posted like an AI picture of Charlie Kirk and it said, Charlie Kirk's been sober from fentanyl for 7 days now. And it's like, it doesn't make any sense. But to people, they thought it was hilarious. And it's like, but you don't understand. His toxicology report said that George Floyd had fentanyl in his system. That's why it's funny, because it's real. There's a grain of truth there. But to them, it's just funny because it's mean-spirited to call him a drug addict who died from fentanyl, and the bullet was just coincidental. They just don't get it. It's just being like ridiculing someone for getting murdered in front of their children is just the whole joke. So it's a bizarre point to make. It's a really stupid point to make. There's something I will agree with, and I'll get to that. I have a segment for it coming up. So obviously, with all of this heat coming down on the T community, the people of gender are having to reconcile their new position in life and are having to realize that, we have to be really careful about what we say because this is obviously a sensitive issue and people are dying. And, we have to be really careful about what we say and do because it could look bad on all of us, which is why Finster, one of my favorite pets of the last while, made this very considerate tweet where he says, ready to infiltrate women's spaces. Now, this was the day of Charlie Kirk getting shot, like something around there. So without missing a beat, Finster, famous Minecraft YouTuber turned transitioner because a Saudi homosexual paid him to do cross-dressing, decided this would be the appropriate time to post fetish material and talk about threatening women with a toy gun because he's Australian, he can't own a weapon, but he thought that'd be a great idea. He's since deleted this message, if not because I made fun of it, then because there were multiple replies that I got from people of gender with the toothpaste flags in their username saying, God, I hate Finster. He's not even a real tranny, and he's making me look bad. So that's funny. That's funny. He's he is, sorry, I always say he's Australian for some reason because his accent sounds Australian, but he lives in England. I'm not even sure. In my head, he's an Australian that lives in England, but every time I say this, people get mad at me, and I can never remember. He just sounds Australian to me. I don't know what it is. Cock it, I can't. I'm not in the position to be able to cock the weapon at this moment. I might get something ejected in my face. I can no longer play with them because they have all been fired. If I have an ND on stream, it's the end of me. So I will perhaps immediately I will be reported to every agency possible, and I will lose access to them. So I can no longer unless I buy one specifically for that purpose. It's not happening anymore. Next, Bethesda. With the good consideration you would expect from a major company, published this banger which is apparently a quote clip from its video game. So to entice you to play this piece of shit, they posted this.
Nice place. You don't care much about these fascists, do you?
I don't know what fucking game this is. I don't know why this guy's talking to a cat about fascism. But this was posted a couple days after the Charlie Kirk thing. It was deemed insensitive because calling people fascist or Nazis or whatever is why people are getting killed now. And they have since deleted this message. They did not post any statement about it, so they just kind of hushed it up. Yet you can pet the cat, and yet you can talk about fascism to the cat. Onion person, I don't remember who this guy is. He's like some kind of troon that's like vaguely associated with The Onion, I think. Yeah, he's a serious journalism at The Onion. He's very popular on the left because he's a tranny, and he talks about tranny shit. He's fled to Blue Sky recently because he's been chased off of Twitter. He also posted this on Blue Sky, which apparently is just like where people who are progressive make death threats against the right. He says, the right will continue to raise their fascistic ideology and lust for blood. The pendulum must swing back. It will happen. How do you sustain a society that makes it dangerous to be online or function in public? This cannot last. Great question. I've been asking that for the last, how long has it been, chat? 12 or so years. Me just kind of screaming into the void, you know. It's supposed to be America. Why am I not able to make money? Why can't I have a job? Why is this like immediately life ruining? Why is it safe for these people to swat my family? So on and so forth. Oh, nobody gives a shit because I think wrong? Okay. Well, now you see what happens as a result of this. I'm almost guarantee you, by the way, that this person supported Drop Kiwi Farms when it happened. South Park. Now, this is a segment that I divided the Charlie stuff up into a couple segments. And this segment I called the cancellation aftermath. South Park was supposed to air an episode on Wednesday, and they did not. Which sounds like, because if you're familiar with South Park, you know that to stay relevant, they keep a very tight schedule. Episodes are made in about a week, I want to say, during the season. And oftentimes their episodes are getting final cut within minutes of going live. Like it gets really close to the broadcast time slot for the episode where they're putting these out on some days. Because something happens, you know, and they're like, fuck it, let's rewrite the entire episode and recut it and stay relevant. I'll remind you that the episode that was slated to air after 9/11, which was called Osama bin Laden's farty pants or something. It was something like extremely stupid, but the whole idea was, okay, you killed 3,000 people, but we're not going to take you seriously. And I remember very distinctly, for whatever reason, that the Osama bin Laden has farty pants episode that came after 9/11 was a Nostalgia Critic's favorite episode of South Park of all time, because it was like this like absurd, stupid levity that was immediately after 9/11 at a time when everyone was like scared and super dour about stuff. So that, I'm telling you that because as somebody who is a fan, tentatively, I was a fan, I guess. I haven't watched any of their new stuff in the seasons after 20 because it got stupid. And every character just became the creators, like Mary Sue's, and I got sick of it. But back in the day, it was very, very funny. So I'm like an aficionado, I guess. They never cancel episodes. They never cancel seasons. If the network steps in and says you can't draw Muhammad, which happened one time, they just put a thing over it that says I can't show this because Fox News was afraid of Muslims killing them. So that's how it's always been. So after this, I think famously in the last couple episodes, there was a whole thing making fun of Charlie Kirk. And so they literally ran out of time and they had to stop the season mid-season. This is season number 27. They have never done this before. 27 seasons from George H.W. Bush all the way up to our current presidency. Matt Stone, Trey Parker have never failed to deliver an episode every week. There was one famous incident where the power went out in their studio and they couldn't get an episode out on time. And then they just aired it the next day or something when the power came back. But besides that, they never miss an episode. So that's how bad, like to put that into perspective, when it comes to the status quo as measured by the production of South Park episodes. Charlie Kirk getting shot has been more disruptive than 9/11. That's where my diatribe is going with this, is that as far as political discourse in the United States is concerned, Charlie Kirk's death has had a more profound impact on it than 9/11 did. So there you go. Very crazy. Next, I want to show the pile. The piles. I try to do the math so that it randomly distributes them in that parabolic shape that you're seeing. It's forming nicely, chat. It's forming nicely. Similarly to this, Jimmy Kimmel has been booted off of ABC. Sinclair Networks, which had the deal with Jimmy Kimmel's studio, has decided to suspend their relationship with him. I believe that they have a statement here that clarifies that. No. Oh, wait, no, this is it. It's just out of order. Sinclair, the nation's largest ABC affiliate group, objects to recent comments made by Mr. Kimmel concerning the assassination of Charlie Kirk. As discussed with the ABC earlier today, Sinclair decided to indefinitely preempt Jimmy Kimmel Live beginning tonight. Following these discussions, ABC has suspended production of Jimmy Kimmel Live. Mr. Kimmel's remarks, quote, were inappropriate and deeply insensitive at a critical moment for our country, said Vice Chairman Jason Smith. We believe broadcasters have a responsibility to educate and elevate respectful and constructive dialogue in our communities. We appreciate FCC Chairman Carr's remarks today, and this incident highlights the critical need for the FCC to take immediate regulatory action to address control held over local broadcasters by the big national networks. And in the stead of Jimmy Kimmel Live, they will be airing a memorial service for Charlie Kirk. I believe that they said, oh, here we go. Sinclair calls upon Kimmel to issue a direct apology to Kirk's family and to make a meaningful personal donation to the Kirk family and to Turning Point USA. So this is leading to speculation that Sinclair actually just wants to get rid of Jimmy Kimmel. They believe what they're saying is that his ratings are bad, nobody watches his show, and his production is running as a negative. So they're just trying to get rid of him. And to do this, they're using Charlie Kirk's death as a masquerade to force him to do something he will never do, so that he will just terminate the contract on his end while giving them legal justification to say that they did not breach contract, he did. That's what the nihilistic, pessimistic take on this is. The what's the, I don't know. Just like, yeah, nihilistic, I guess, is the word for this. Which I can believe. If you don't know what he said, what Kimmel's remarks were, is that, oh God, what was it? Oh, he tried to say that the shooter, Tyler Robinson, who we just discussed, was into trannies, was a fan of Nick Fuentes, and that this was right-on-right violence. So he was trying to promote a conspiracy theory that is provably, demonstrably, in every way, shape, and form, totally and utterly untrue, without limitation. And so, I mean, I feel that's justification for something like this, because you're having somebody who's talking to a bunch of people, and if people are going to have trust in your network, they can't be just completely full of shit, which in this case they are. So how can you possibly say that they're not justified in it? In this, they, by the way, mention FCC Brendan Carr. Brendan Carr is a current secretary. And, oh, is this out of order? Oh, here's the Brendan Carr remarks. So this is Brendan. I'll spare you the full of this. The summary is, the FCC chairman is threatening immediate action against Jimmy Kimmel, ABC, and Disney for deliberately misleading the public by claiming Charlie Kirk's assassin was a MAGA conservative. Chairman Brendan Carr calls Kimmel's malicious lies as truly sick and says they should result in Kimmel's immediate suspension and may lead to ABC losing its broadcast license. Which, by the way, in case you're wondering, there is precedent for. In the 1930s, President FDR suspended the broadcast of radio program Social Justice hosted by Father Charles Coughlin, an anti-war, pro-Germany, anti-FDR advocate. So FDR, in his infinite wisdom, said that they were going to take away his privilege to broadcast. Father Coughlin was the first major news, like FM radio, not FM, he in the 1930s, he was the first guy to do like the Bill O'Reilly thing or whatever on radio. The first like talk show pundit is what I'm trying to say. And they just yanked his license because he was saying things about not going to war with Germany that President FDR didn't like. So guess what? We do have precedent for yanking broadcast license whenever we fucking feel like it. You can thank FDR for that if you're upset about it. Carr confirms the agency has a strong case. I would agree. The precedent exists to hold Kimmel, ABC, and Disney accountable for spreading dangerous, politically motivated misinformation. This is a very, very serious issue right now for Disney. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to take action on Kimmel, or there are going to be additional work for the FCC ahead. They have a license granted by us at the FCC, and that comes with an obligation to operate in the public interest. There are calls for Kimmel to be fired. I think you could certainly see a path forward for suspension over this. Fox, like, doesn't Disney own Fox? So they could just yank Fox off the fucking air whenever they want. The FCC could make a strong argument that this sort of intentional effort to mislead the American people about a very core fundamental fact, a very important matter. Disney needs to see some change here. But the individual licensed stations that are taking their content, it's time for them to step up and say, garbage to the extent that's coming out down the pipe in the future isn't something we think serves the needs of our local communities. But this sort of status quo is obviously not acceptable where we are. So that is the head of the FCC saying, you know what, Fox, you know what, Disney, you know what, Sinclair, if you're going to broadcast fucking lies, we can just stop you from doing that. We can just end your business overnight. As a matter of fact, we have the power and the precedent to accomplish this, which is why Sinclair was specifically mentioned Brendan Carr in their message. And then the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee has issued, I believe, subpoenas or just requested testimony from executive officer, or invited the chief executive officers of Discord, Steam, Twitch, and Reddit to testify at a full committee hearing on October 8th. The hearing will examine the radicalization of online forum users, including instances of open incitement to commit politically motivated acts. How our boy Gabe Newell of Steam ended up on the naughty boy list, I don't know. I'm sure he can handle himself the best. The rest of them are in shambles. It will take one informed congressman to utterly and totally humiliate all three of Twitch. Who's the guy from Twitch? It's that Dan Clancy guy, right? Oh boy. Dude, they need to get Dan Saltman he is Jewish. There's got to be some way for Dan Saltman to get the ear of a congressman that's going to be at this hearing, right? And tell him all the naughty boy stuff that Dan Clancy's been up to and with the Twitch. He has to. There has to be a way. Dan Saltman and Gabe need to hook up and find a way to get the Congress to roast the fuck out of Twitch. It is Clancy, right? Dan Clancy. Yeah, Dan Clancy, and then Dan Saltzman is Destiny's guy that really, really fucking hates Hassan and Dan Clancy. So the Jews, man, they can kill Twitch right now. They can make a public spectacle of Twitch that's so great that you might see Amazon just cut them loose, just make them an independent company. And without Amazon generously supplying all their infrastructure for free at the cost of the American taxpayer, because our government rents so much shit from Amazon that we basically subsidize the destruction of all brick and mortar businesses in the entire country, because Amazon doesn't have to make a profit off their online storefront because their Amazon cloud services make so much incomprehensible fucking money from renting services to the American government that they can just fuck over everybody all the time. Without that support from Amazon, they would basically be insolvent overnight. And they could accomplish that if they just bully Twitch hard enough in Congress. What's the other one? Reddit. Reddit's pretty bad. I'm not clued in. They need to get the R drama people to talk about Reddit. Get that Reddit lies guy from X. Put him in Congress. He could roast them. Discord, though, I am familiar with. I would love to hear Discord's response about why all of the most recent shooters are tranny porn addicts that use Discord to groom kids and get molested. And also declared by Secretary Sean Duffy of the Department of Transportation, which, by the way, random aside, before I get into it, the US DOT has this really awesome logo, which looks exactly like the flag, I think, of Okinawa. Let me look this up. And I know this because of Europa Universalis, in case you're... No, Okinawa is a different flag. What is the flag? What's the name of the kingdom? Oh, Ryukyu. Yeah, this is it. I remember there's an achievement in EU4 where if you take over the entire world as Okinawa, this is your flag of Ryukyu. It has the same thing. And apparently it comes from a Okinawa legend about there being 3 mountains on the island chain. And it's always reminded me of that, the three mountains of Okinawa. Anyways, that's irrelevant. The department secretary, Sean Duffy, says, it does look like OBS, you're right. The logo of the DOT looks like OBS, that's right. It says, the National Truck Driver Appreciation Week is such an important time for the US DOT to talk to truckers about what they can do to support them. These men and women keep our store shelves stocked in America moving night and day, rain or shine. We thank them for their work. And what a better way for our government to thank our hardworking truckers out there. Shout outs to anybody in a semi listening to International Harvester or we're out and bound, loaded up and truck. What's that song? It's like Eastbound, I think. Eastbound, I think, is the name of that song. That's a good ass fucking song. Anyways, if you're one of those people listening to that, listening to the podcast, shout out to you. Happy Trucker Appreciation Week. What better way for our government to celebrate the truckers of the United States of America than by banning Indians? Or more concisely, what they have done is they have President Trump has issued an executive order instructing the United States Center for Immigration Services and the Department of Homeland Security, which is the parent organization for the USCIS, to add a $100,000 application fee. And it's unclear if this is per application or per year per application for every H-1B applicant. And also to increase the floor for the minimum amount of compensation for an H-1B worker from whatever it is now, I don't even know, to, I have heard, but I don't know if this is true, $150,000. So to get an H-1B visa, you have to be so worth it to the company that they're willing not only to burn $100,000 at least every 4 years, but at most every year, on the altar of the federal government. They have to also be willing to pay you $150,000. And this is on top of the kickbacks they give to the agencies that source this elite human capital to begin with. So we're about to see a lot less turbines and semi-trucks, and I just can't be happier, Chad. So if you're one of our boys out there in a truck, you're about to... Your local CB radio is about to be a lot more intelligible, I think, is the immediate outcome of this. And of course, this comes on the heel of recent news that to even renew your H-1B legally, you're going to have to go back to your country of origin. A lot of H-1B people were talking about how they used to go to Canada or Jamaica for a quick vacation, renew their H-1B at the Immigration Service Center there, and then make a short trip back to the United States. Now they will have to go all the way back, 18-hour-long flight back to India from San Francisco. I think 18 hours is the same from New York City as well. A very, very long economy class, 18-hour-long flight on Air India, surrounded by other Indians, to contemplate your future in the United States, just to make it all the way back. Which, by the way, you can't do if your H-1B is denied because your company doesn't want to spend $100,000 on you. Very good. Awesome. Let me check what I've got lined up next and double check. Okay. I did want to... I think that... Yeah. Okay. Do I want to cut it here? I think I might cut it here because I have to talk about Ilhan Omar, and I don't trust that what I'm going to say about Ilhan Omar is going to fly over the radar. So, here is your QR code if you are mobile and you would like to switch over to Kick. Kick is generally the highest user experience based on the feedback that I've received for people from YouTube. I am going to have to cut the YouTube people. If you super chatted on YouTube, I will read them at the end of the stream, but not on YouTube. I apologize. I will read it. So, unfortunately, YouTubers, your H-1B visa is not being renewed. You have a minute to get over. I am going to take a sip of water. Actually, let me move this QR code. I like to imagine that someone's desperately trying to get this with their phone, but I'm like, no, nah, you can't get it. Just admire the pile that's growing there real quick as I get a sip. Big thank you to everybody who makes the effort. I appreciate the YouTube people. Just a real cap on, and I appreciate the people who super chat on YouTube. They do take a cut. Neil Mahan always gets his pay, but better than nothing. By the way, if you're not subscribed on the YouTube channel, just so I'm not shitting on them completely, the editor is hard at work. The montages he's putting together are doing gangbusters. Extremely excited about. Look at that. Even the Monero 556 come in, and it's there's so many of them that it's lagging. It's lagging, chat. Isn't that beautiful? That's beautiful lag. We love our lag, don't we, folks? The editor's doing work. They're doing gangbusters. Everyone's really happy. The only feedback I'm getting that's not positive is about the censor mechanism. So I think that what we're going to do is I'm going to record some lines of me saying various safe for work words that he can swap them out with. Like stuff like neighbor, Rudy poo, stupid shit like that. Irish, that's a popular one, I think. And then we won't have to do the brant thing for censoring. I think people will be happier with that, chat. Yeah, I asked them to, as an experiment, to just mute the audio completely, as opposed to the buzz, and I think people are happier with that. And we'll test it out with the Rudy Poos instead, and see if that works. Shout out if you actually remember what Rudy Poo is. That's how you know you're OG. That's how you know you're cool. You're cool and on the online like I am. All of our Rudy Poo aficionados. Okay, cool. Thank you for watching, YouTubers. If the chains of Neil Mahan are too heavy for you to shake off, I'll see you next week. Thank you for watching. And bam. As for the rest of you, we get to talk about Ilhan Omar, one of my least favorite people. News hamster. I've been forgetting the news hamster because the Neil Mahan hamster is fucking with my brain, my process. So the news hamster is back in. I didn't forget him this time, surprisingly. So Ilhan Omar has gotten into a internet fight with Nancy Mace, who has a mixed reputation because she infiltrated the male-only naval space. Now, I've been incorrectly calling this the Naval Academy, and then Navy people start violently banging on their tables. They pull out their sidearm and start firing it at their computer monitor. And then they write me the most nasty, evil emails that you could possibly imagine about how Nancy Mace wouldn't be allowed to grace the fucking front door with her shadow of the Naval Academy. So I don't know where the fuck she went, but she went somewhere that was Navy related, that she was not meant to go because it's a boys' club, and therefore she's evil and terrible and deserves to be beheaded by Muslims. I disagree with such a take. Quite frankly, your fucking naval school doesn't mean shit to me. I I get a lot of shit for this saying I don't care about the military. I just don't. Look, you know why you joined it. You joined it for free tuition. Don't fucking tell me that you're a patriot or whatever the fuck. You joined that shit for free tuition. You all joined it for free tuition. You all joined it for free medicine. Okay. You all joined it so that you can get a 0% APR mortgage when you get out. All right. Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. Look, I'm not saying that it was a bad choice. I'm not saying that you're a baby killer. All right. I'm not saying that something bad should happen to you. But let's not pretend. Okay. Let's not play pretend here. We're all adults and we can say you joined for the tuition. Okay. 0%. It's a 0% APR on top of like the federal rate. So it's and you don't. It's like zero down. You get like a low rate on top of the regular interest rate, and then also you get you can get it 0% down. And you have like protect. You get a much better deal than everybody else. Basically, it's not like flat zero, but the 0% APR. You say? He said, "I'm 43. Can I still join the Navy?" As a matter of fact, you can. Here's what you do, right? Join whatever. Join the National Guard. Have an oopsie doodle and hit your head. You are now on full disability for the rest of your life, and you get full benefits. So you manage to hurt your head in basic training, and you get your advantaged mortgages, and you get TRICARE, and you get whatever the fuck, and you get disability. It's a good day, and you're a veteran. Take a little slip and fall there. All right. Next. All right, so Nancy Mace and Ilhan Omar had a tizzy. If you don't know, Ilhan Omar, there's been a long-standing speculation that Ilhan Omar committed immigration fraud. I'll give you the deets. I'll give you the hot goss on this. Ilhan Omar was married to a man, which she claims was a religious marriage. And if I remember correctly, they were all British. So all the Somalis came over to the UK. Somehow she got over to the US and had a green card or naturalized or whatever the fuck. And then her religious marriage, which with no children, ended. She then got into a actual legal marriage and religious marriage with another man who suspiciously appears to be her brother. This man then came over on a immigrant spousal visa for his marriage to Ilhan Omar and became a U.S. citizen. She then divorced this person, or got a green card. She then divorced, religiously and legally divorced her brother/husband and got another religious and legal civil marriage with her prior ex that she had a relationship with. And then they had 2 kids. So let's conceptualize this. Ilhan Omar got married, but only religiously, divorced, got married again to someone who may be her brother. This person gets a green card. They immediately divorce, and then she remarries her first husband in the United States, and then they have kids. There may also be speculation that this brother/husband has referred to their children as nieces or nephews, implying that they're his cousin and not the children of his ex-wife. And there's also speculation that she had apparently been hanging around the first husband throughout the entire duration of her marriage to her brother husband. Now, chat, if this is true, it is reasonable to speculate that this is what's called immigration fraud. And there is Supreme Court precedent that indicates that if you lie about anything material on your application to get a green card and thereby your application to naturalize, you can lose both. You can be denaturalized. It is incredibly hard to be denaturalized in the United States. It is considered cruel and unusual punishment to strip somebody of their citizenship for any reason besides immigration fraud and treason, high treason to the federal government. Those are the only 2 ways you can lose citizenship, at least right now. So, the cause to denaturalize Ilhan Omar is tantamount to accusing her of high treason against the United States of America and her people. Nancy Mace got into a fight with Ilhan on Twitter and said, In response to Ilhan saying, "Would love to see you get the help you need next. You belong in rehab, not Congress." Nancy replies saying, "Coming from someone who calls her brother husband, that's rich." Ilhan says, "It is ridiculous." Oh, sorry. Nancy says, "I'm leading the floor debate on Somalia, Ilhan Omar's censure at 6:15 p.m. tonight." Ilhan responds saying, "It is ridiculous censure about me being born in Somalia because that's just as crazy as you are." Nancy says, "Who knows? Maybe it'll be about your marrying your brother next. Tune in." Ilhan says, "I know you aren't well or smart, but I hope someone can explain to you that there isn't a correlation between my committee assignments and deportation. Regardless of what you do with these committees, my office will continue to be next to you, and I will continue to be in Congress." Brown woman tipping hand emoji. Nancy says, "We would love to see you deported back to Somalia next." And then the motion to censure Ilhan Omar failed. And it failed because 4 Republicans, citing freedom of speech, voted against censoring her. Now, I will give me 1 second. I'm going to give you some information here. Oh, wait, I got this lined up, actually. All right, so these 4 Republicans are Representative Mike Flood, Republican from Nebraska. Representative Tim McClintock from California. Representative Jeff Hurd from Colorado. Not to be confused with Jeff Hurd, not from Colorado, because apparently there's multiple ones. And Representative Corey Mills from Florida. They're the ones who did not censure Ilhan Omar. But does that mean that the fight is over? No, Chad. Now, obviously, I should go without saying, by the way, that if you are a constituent, especially if you are a constituent of these districts, you should take immediate action to write them. Call them faggots, call them traitors. They will see the message. So you can say whatever. You can call them cock-sucking faggots if you want to, and they will read it. Or someone in their office will read it and put it in a pile for people who hate him now. Threaten to vote against them. Do whatever. Especially if you're a constituent. If you're in fucking Nebraska under Mike Flood. Does Nebraska even have more than one congressman? Nebraska congressional districts. Is that at large? No, there's multiple ones. There's 3. Okay, is it fucking Omaha, Nebraska is its own, and then Eastern Nebraska, and then the rest of Nebraska is at large. Where's Mike Flood from? From First Congressional. If you're from Omaha, I'm speaking to a city nobody has ever heard of. I have never mentioned Omaha on this podcast before, but Omaha people, this is your moment. If you're from Omaha, you have the opportunity to tell your representative Mike Flood that he is a cocksucking faggot. You can write him a letter with the SpongeBob stamp even, and tell him he's a cocksucking faggot. You're his constituent, and you will vote against him for the rest of your life. This is the only time anyone in Omaha has ever mattered, except for, what's that guy's name? He's really, really rich, and he's from Omaha, Nebraska. There's only one person from Omaha anybody knows. What's his fucking name? Warren Buffett. And Destiny. Destiny, and Warren Buffett. Oh my God. What dire situation that Omaha finds itself in. The carpet cleaner. Dude, there's a timeline out there where Warren Buffett is getting his carpet cleaned by Destiny. And that's the only carpet that Destiny's cleaning in this timeline. It's a blessed timeline. And Mike Flood was never elected and had voted against Ilhan Omar. Okay. You can call your congressman a cocksucking faggot if you want to. Nobody can stop you. It's freedom of speech. Mike Flood seems to believe very strongly in freedom of speech. You can say whatever the fuck you want. Okay, so Trump had a very negative reaction to this, as you can imagine. He says, does Ilhan Omar know these people? Are they from her wonderfully managed home country of Somalia? And this is in response to an indictment against 8 people charged in a Medicare fraud scheme in Minnesota by the names of Mokhtar Has-Adin, Mustafa Dayib Ali, Khalid Amham Dayib, Adifta Mohammed, Christopher, which is a very weird Christian name in this list of people, Adizoji Falada, Emmanuel Olawademeladi Falada, Asada Haben Adao, and Envoy Ahmed Adao. To which Trump was like, oh, maybe these are more brothers of Ilhan Omar. He says, Ilhan's Omar's country of Somalia is plagued by a lack of central government control, persistent poverty, hungry, resurgent terrorism, piracy, decades of civil war, corruption, and pervasive violence. 70% of its population lives in extreme poverty and widespread food insecurity. Somalia is consistently ranked among the world's most corrupt countries, including bribery, embezzlement, and a dysfunctional government. All of this. And Ilhan Omar tells us how to run America. P.S. Wasn't she the one that married her brother in order to gain citizenship? What scum we have in our country telling us what to do and how to do it. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again, he concludes. And then he had this to say.
I think she should be impeached. I think she's terrible. Is she originally from Somalia? Yes, sir. So how are they doing this? How's their government? Do they have a president? Do they have a council? Do they have anything? Do they have police? I love these people that come from a place with nothing, no anything, and then they tell us how to run our country. No, I think if she got censured, that's great. If she got impeached, that's even better. They impeached me twice for nothing, and they impeached me knowing the Republicans are on my side, so they knew it was just. But they impeached me twice. She should be impeached, and. It should happen fast.
It should happen fastly, chat. Here is my take on this. I have adopted what is a kind of mimetic stance towards Indians. Nobody cared about Indians until very recently. And I have fully embraced this new contempt, chat. And my thing with the Indians is, because I'm one of the least affected by them until I had to live next to one. But I know from talking to people that they have had a serious, profound negative impact on software workers in particular. And just universal contempt. Everybody I've ever spoken to who's worked professional software in the U.S. has said that Indians are just terrible to work with. They're terrible to work under. They're terrible to work above. Why they keep bringing them in, nobody has a good explanation for. It all boils down to nepotism and corruption and bribery, basically. Indians have no claim to the United States. They were not here before the Europeans were. They were not here on the Mayflower. They were not brought over as slaves. They did not build the railroad. They were not integrated as a result of Operation Paperclip or the similar operation after the end of World War II in the Pacific. They did not come over for any reason other than to enrich themselves. They did not flee war. They did not flee civil unrest. They did not flee terrorism. They came over to this country with one goal in mind, and that is to take our fucking money, to take our fucking jobs, and to build giant monuments to a purple cow man. And I'm supposed to be okay with this. There is not a single argument that you can make to support their continued existence in the United States. They come over on fake degrees. They come over fraudulently. They come over nepotistically. They are antithetical to the United States and to American culture, American excelism, to meritocracy, to every single thing. And there is no claim they can make. Even the Mexicans have an argument to be made that the U.S. manifested destiny and took California from Spanish Mexican mandate. Even the Mexicans can claim that as people with a lot of indigenous blood, they have a claim to live in the United States. I can disagree with that and say, go fuck yourself. I don't believe that. But they have an argument to be made. There is no argument to be made for the existence of an Indian person in the United States. They are fleeing nothing. They have no mandate. They have no blood tie. They have no cultural tie whatsoever. And the only thing that they can argue about is that they threw off British imperialism, which guess what, motherfuckers? We did too. So if we can't, the bare minimum that we can do to prove that we are a sovereign country and we have the ability, oh God, I have to do something about the about the bullets when they get so big. If we are really going to claim that we have the ability to govern ourselves again, the bare minimum that we can do is get rid of every single Indian, and we can get rid of Ilhan Omar. If we can't denaturalize and deport Ilhan Omar and deport every single Indian in this country, then we have no ability to remove anybody else. Anything else that you hope to accomplish in the U.S., it starts with Indians and Ilhan Omar. That is my opinion. So, when Trump issued his big thing about the H-1B visas, I immediately sprung to action, and I will sort this out of order for you, for your benefit. I immediately sprung to action, and I again wrote my representatives. I not only wrote my representatives, the two Florida senators and Congressman Aaron Bean, I also wrote Stephen Miller. I also wrote the Department of Homeland Security. I specifically wrote the Executive Secretary of the USCIS. I wrote the Department of Labor as well. So in total, I think there were 7 letters that I wrote, and I've already mailed them out. So I broke out the SpongeBob stamps. I actually have to buy more SpongeBob stamps. I'm out now. And I wrote them. And, you know, people give me shit for this and say, like, you know, they don't give a fuck. They do. They want to win. They want votes. If you are politically active and you're writing letters and stuff, it's not like a profound impact, but it adds up, I'm sure. And you know what? If it doesn't add up, then it doesn't matter, right? We're fucked anyways. But if it does matter and you don't bother, then we're fucked because you didn't bother. So as always, the positive poly quadrants align perfectly. If this is all a masquerade and nothing matters, then it doesn't matter if you write or not. So you might as well write. And if it does matter and you didn't bother, well, you only harmed what you wanted to see in the world. So I wrote. And as you can see, I even wrote a little note in the corner that says support for ending immigration from India. Because after the H-1B ban is in effect, they're already scheming. They're already trying to figure out how to get around it. And I'll tell you how they're going to get around it. The L-1 visa. The L-1 visa is the next to be abused. It was not affected by the executive order. And the way that it works is even simpler than the H-1B when it comes to big companies. As you know, Microsoft, Oracle, Apple, every big tech company you can think of has a local department in India. Every big company, regardless of if it's in India or not, has internal tools that people new to the job have to be trained on. Like, it doesn't matter what job it is. If I worked at Whataburger, I have to be trained on how to use the cashier, right? And that's like a unique system to Whataburger. Is there a cashier system? The L1 visa allows anybody who has been trained on using an internal tool that is outside the country to come inside the country to continue to work and share and train people on their education on the tools. So if there's a Whataburger in India and you train Pajit on how to use the cashier terminal, he therefore is eligible for an L1 visa into the United States because he has specialized knowledge on an internal system that the company uses inside the United States and that they need people trained to use. So the L1 visa is the next logical step in mass importing Indians. And do you think that Neil Mahan and the CEOs of all these tech companies are just going to let their tribe not be imported? No. They're still going to import them. So the next things that we're going to have to get rid of is the L1 visa. And really, we just need to say no more Indians. But then who knows? Maybe we'll have 10 million H-1B visa requests, L1 visa requests from Nepal or Bangladesh. But just making them jump through hoops. And honestly, we're going to have to sit back and think at some point, how are we going to get rid of the ones that are CEOs? How are we going to get rid of the ones that run HR in these companies to begin with? How do we remember when ESG happened and suddenly a bunch of boomers made it Vanguard's problem that they wanted to take their money out of their 401k because it was going to ESG. Remember that and how effective that was at immediately ending stock market appreciation for social good causes? We need to make it somewhere where there's an anti-Indian sentiment where it's like, I don't want my money going into any company that has any name I can't fucking pronounce on their board of directors, who manage their HR, who are the CEO, who are the financial officer. If I can't pronounce their fucking name, they don't believe on the board. And the only exception is if they're the head of a department overseas. I was looking at Apple's board. Apple's board is surprisingly white, and they have some Chen who runs Apple China. Well, you know what? Chen sounds like the perfect person to run Apple China, so that's fine. But we need to find some way to do that too. The Indian Exclusion Act. That's funny. So that's the next step. You can do this right now. If you're one of those people who's in those, like in Omaha, you need to write your representative and say, like, fuck you, buddy. Don't vote. We're denaturalizing Ilhan Omar. It's happening. The freedom of speech shit all died. The people who were libertarian about cancellation and freedom of speech, all those people lost. Cuckolds like me, libertarian cucks like me, I lost. We don't have that anymore. We're now in the era of revenge and petty left versus right partisan violence. And I lost, and I admit that. I lost. All my hopes and dreams are dashed to the fucking rocks. And now it doesn't matter about having my libertarian cuckold utopia. All that matters is surviving. And surviving means that we got to get rid of all the Indians, and we got to get rid of Ilhan Omar. That's step one. So that's my food for thought right now. Next, I got some fun news, actually. In San Francisco, the local... I imagine the San Francisco people who are, like, sane and not retarded to be, like, scavengers in Fallout, where they're, like, wearing cobbled together armor out of trash cans and stuff, and they have to find some way to survive in their conditions. So they started dealing with fentanyl zombies in a very clever way. In 2023, the FDA approved over-the-counter nasal spray Narcan, Naxalone, as a way to stop... If you don't know, Narcan's a opiate inhibitor that is pretty safe to use. So if someone's having an opioid overdose, if you give them a little bit of Naxalone or Narcan, it will stop their brain from intaking opiates or opioids or whatever. And this is a shock because you go from a place of pure euphoria to not being able to take in any feel-good vibes at all. So it's extremely painful and uncomfortable to be woken up from a fent zombie stupor with Narcan. So what they're doing is they're taking this over-the-counter, cheap, affordable nasal spray Narcan, and they're loading it up into a Windex bottle. And if they see a fent zombie, they're like, "Oh no, are you having an overdose on Narcan, on fentanyl? I have Narcan right here in my Windex bottle," and you'll be surprised. You'll be shocked as the fent zombie wakes up from their stupor and runs the fuck away from you and your Windex bottle full of Narcan, because the last thing they would ever want to do is get those vapors in their nose. So this is how they're surviving and adapting in California. It's a dog-eat-dog world over there, but the white man's ingenuity continues to reign supreme over all other forms of life. Really just incredible stuff. There is a wonderful thread. I don't have it pulled up, but I figured I'd recommend it because I've seen it talked about off the site, where a guy, I think he's in LA, I'm not 100% certain, but he does something. And in the backyard of his something, in the parking lot area, alleyway of his something, he had an issue with the homeless, particularly homeless people of a certain complexion. And so he began to wonder what he could do to get rid of the homeless. They tried installing lights, and that didn't work because they just pulled a blanket over their head. So what he resolved to do, and he's talked about this for years. It's a wonderful thread. It's been going on for a long time. It's a real gem in the forum's history. What he did is he went to Goodwill and he bought a bunch of cheap, shitty computer monitor speakers. You remember like in the 2000s, how every big CRT like brick monitor would come with super cheap like HP speakers that you'd put right next to it. And it would just have like this shittiest audio quality imaginable. He went to Goodwill and he bought like dozens of these things and then put them high up on his thing where he works, and put them inside metal cages. So he just took like shopping baskets that are metal wires, put a bunch of cheap, shitty computer speakers there, and wired them all up to play classical music as loud as possible. And he says he has confirmed and tested that by simply adding wonderful classical music to the parking lot of his thing where he works, he has managed to completely drive out all of the homeless people. Now, he did not arrive to these steps all at once. Eventually, he put cameras up and caught them throwing bottles and stuff at his poor Logitech speakers, trying to bring culture to the area. So he had to augment it by welding shopping baskets to the wall over time. And eventually, he found a working solution that protected the speakers while allowing the music to pass through harmlessly. So it's a wonderful thread, but it really does show you how a problem. What's the expression? Is it problems are the mother of invention? Necessity is the mother of invention. Necessity drives innovation. We have a problem, such as fent zombies or homeless people loitering in your parking lot where you try to get off work without being stabbed. That's your necessity, getting rid of those people. And then you add in a little bit of white ingenuity and you have the mother of all solutions, okay? Very cool. Now, this was not a necessity, but it was a interesting thing that was done. 888 Flux has been working on this. This is another thread in the self-sufficiency board. Again, I would highly recommend it for those interested in self-sufficiency related topics. This person is interested in ham radios, and he has been working on creating an interface to the Kiwi Farms, which operates over the ham radio frequencies. So this guy has completed a proof of concept that it is possible to access the Kiwi Farms via ham radio. Very awesome, very cool. I love to see it. Happy that we have ways to communicate, stay in touch once the bombs drop. Truly great. Have I not given? I'm going to give this guy the most special sticker for his hard work. Cool. Good news out of Europe. The European Commission has audited the 1 million votes that came into the Stop Killing Games initiative in Europe. And it turns out that 97% of the votes are verified by the EC, which means that his fears that as much as half of them would be fake are completely unfounded. Almost all of them are real votes by real Europeans who really want to see big tech companies stop putting out live services that they don't intend to maintain for more than a month. So it looks like the European Council will have to hold a hearing on what to do in regards to this initiative. Good job. I'm sure the vile enemy, Moldavia's fig tree, is reeling at this. It is just such an incredible thing. The editor put out his montage recently which is just all my clips talking about him. And I feel like a tactical genius. It wasn't about ending the corporate control over video games. It was about upsetting someone viscerally disgusting to one's eye. And that's the thing. Do you want to accomplish anything? You need an enemy. You need somebody who really sucks that you can point to and say, this is the vile enemy. He stands opposed to this thing. Don't you want to support this thing to spite him? And if you can elicit that response, you will get 1.3 million signatures on your petition. Basically, that's how it works. Okay, now this is a funny thing. Let me get a drink here. So, in Nashville, Tennessee, Nashville 10, they noticed that a billboard went up in the style of the Cracker Barrel logo that said, "Fire the CEO." A billboard that took no advertisement towards anything in particular, but it had a very pointed and clear message. The Cracker Barrel CEO gotta go. Well, who took credit for this character assassination against the lady CEO who tried to modernize one of the few old-timey restaurants still left in the United States? Well, none other than Steak and Shake. Steak and Shake's corporate account says, yes, we are responsible for the billboard. Cracker Barrel's board has failed its shareholders. It has spent over a decade fighting with one of the largest shareholders rather than collaborating for the good of the company. Cracker Barrel has been at the forefront of the DEI movement. At the same time, it reduced food quality and burdened millions on failed acquisitions. The board apparently has more regard for DEI than return on investment. Now we are running a proxy contest at our own expense to fire the CEO. Bill Gari is doing the work left undone by the board. Fire the CEO and save Cracker Barrel. Well, who is this Bill Gari, Chad? Bill Gari is Sardar Bill Gari. Now, before you get too upset, Sardar is an Iranian. Bildari Capital Corporation is his investment company that he manages, and they have an investment in American fast casual business. And while it's unclear to me if he's actually a good guy or not, I saw a comment about how Steak and Shake put in those shitty fucking tablets where now you get like a Bildari Corporation menu instead of, I hate that shit. It's like I feel like why even have a lobby if I'm just gonna order from a computer? You might as well force me to use the app and then throw my food at me in a bag like I'm a fucking dog and just say eat up cattle. This is what you get. So I'm not necessarily endorsing him, but this is effectively internet drama in the form of fast casual dining. So I will read it because it's funny. Bulgari, after Cracker Barrel's design faux pas in October 8th, when they came out and they started talking about changing the design, Bulgari issued a strongly worded message saying that in the last 50 years of, or 5 years of them holding Cracker Barrel stock, their stock has depreciated by 70%, whereas the rest of the casual dining group has increased by 12%, which is not that great. But the S&P 500 had gone up by 100% and has doubled. So if poor Bulgari had simply invested his money in the S&P 500 index fund and not Cracker Barrel, he would have doubled his money. Instead, he's lost 70% of the money that he invested in Cracker Barrel. So now you can understand why he's using his controlling stake in Steak and Shake to take shots at the CEO. At the same time that Cracker Barrel's stock has collapsed by 70%, they have tried to reward the board with very generous bonuses. So this appears to be a case. And let's just pull this up real quick because I'm curious. I know that the CEO woman everybody hates is the main bad guy of this, but let's just see. CEO, Board of Directors, Cracker Barrel. Oh, they have a page for it on their website. That's very useful to me. Oh, with pictures. Nice. Okay, let's see. So, chair of the board, Carl Berquist. Jody Bilney, director. Steve Bromledge. Gilbert Davlia. John Garrett. You can't even blame Indians for this. Michael Goodwin. Cheryl Henry. Julie Massino, Gisela Ruiz, Chip Wade. Literally just... That's the woman everyone hates, Laura Daly. I think this is above the board of directors. This is actual management. Chris Edwards, Bruce Hoffmeister, Julie Massino, Sarah Moore. It's just white people. Craig Pommels. Dude, you can't even blame Indians for this. These people are just retards. And they're voting to give themselves money. They're liquidating the Cracker Barrel brand. You know what I got? I got fried chicken with fried okra, chat. Anybody else here a fan of fried chicken and fried okra? No more. No more once they liquidate Cracker Barrel. So here we have this Aryan king from Persia trying to save Whitey from themselves. Trying to save Cracker Barrel and his return on investments. And that's what it's just like he's taking shots. He's desperately trying to get them to fire the board. They refuse to fire the board. In particular, they're refusing to fire this lady that he holds in utter fucking contempt. And apparently, before she was running the show in Cracker Barrel, she bankrupted another fast casual restaurant, so she's just incompetent. Anyways, I just thought that was funny. I just thought it was funny that this guy was taking this is what I want to do. I want to make so much money that I can own a significant enough portion of every publicly traded ISP in Cloudflare. That's my long-term goal. I'm going to make millions of dollars. I'm going to buy a huge stake in Cloudflare and Cogent, all these fucking ISPs, and I'm gonna file snippy, pissy little things like this, calling everyone a retard. That's my dream, chat. You guys, everybody contributing to the 556 fund in the background there, all those names, they're contributing to my dream of one day owning enough of net to file an investor shareholder message to Cloudflare. They have to distribute to all their shareholders, calling calling what's his face? I forgot his name. His name is East Dakota. Matthew Prince, calling Matthew Prince a cuckold, a two-faced cuckold loser. That's what's going to happen, chat. I'm gonna be like Warren Buffett. Okay. Next. Raja Jackson, the black guy who almost murdered the white guy on the MMA ring. He has been arrested for a felony. What he was arrested for, I do not believe has been declared. He's already posted bond. It was a $50,000 bond. His family's rich because his father is a much more famous wrestler. So he's out, but they charged him with something. They charged him with a felony. I assume that the felony is something like felony battery with disregard for life or something like that. Some shit that probably has like a 15-year max sentence that he'll get a year of probation for. But he has been charged. It took him long enough, but they did it. All right. We are now kind of segueing into the more on-topic area. I have a little bit of a segue area into the locale section. I'll keep the news ham for just a second. In New York State, the New York judge has dismissed 2 terrorism-related charges on Luigi Mangione, the healthcare CEO shooter assassin. They have found that the terrorism charges were legally insufficient, so he will now only be facing murder as opposed to terrorism. Redux has posted a update that Prostasia Foundation has shut down due to, quote, climate shift. This is billed as a pro-pedophile charity. It's called a self-described child protection organization, which campaigned for normalizing pedophilia as a sexual identity, ceased operation, citing a shift in political climate. I would love to see their actual... Oh, here we go. Oh, it's even got the pedophile butterfly thing in it. Okay, so this is their presentation PDF. Oh, this is what they had posted that made them a pedophile thing. Okay, yeah, this is a pedophile thing for sure. So Timothy Fury posted Map Support Chat and Prostasia Foundation, a partnership in support and prevention. We have a brief history here. They were behind Virtuous Pedophiles, which I remember even Medicare talking about back in the day. Ender Wiggins joins the Virtuous Pedophiles. Virtuous Pedophiles, by the way, was a group of self-identified people attracted to children who claimed that they would never, ever... It's like that meme with like the bug-eyed soy jack going, I'm a pedophile, but I would never, ever, 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 ever look at child pornography or touch a child in real life. It was that meme, basically. Burped's chat platform. Oh, no harm possibly could come out of a pedophile chat platform, which moved to Discord. It moved to Discord. I really hate when people use the ahi, like Mexican guy laughing meme because it's so overused. But that's like a ahi. It moved to Discord. Okay. Medium censoring pedophiles. That's hard. Medium allows a lot of stuff you'd be surprised about. Ender's departure, finding new platforms. Pedophiles about pedophilia migrates to WordPress. Which I remember telling you guys about how when Jonathan Yaniv got a bunch of feminists banned off WordPress, how hard that was because they are very, very slow, if any, like they're very pro freedom of speech, I guess. So that's how pro freedom of speech WordPress is, and they still ban people because of Jonathan Yaniv. Then they moved to Rocket Chat, which is like a competitor to Matrix, I want to say. I want to say that Rocket is a Rust async web platform. Rocket Chat is probably something made with Rocket, if I had to guess. Okay, so this is why it was called a pedophile organization. Where is the safe words and red lines, age play and child protection in Prostasia in Oakland, California? Prostasia forced an academic journal to remove research critical of their push to destigmatize pedophilia. Dude, we have to do something about academics, okay? Like, we have to completely and totally destroy academics as a concept as we know it now. And then get to talk to this guy, Noah Berlatsky, about pedophilia. Where's their announcement? Oh, here's the statement. The vulnerability of children and the indifference and ineffectuality of adults remains the center of Netflix Stranger Things. So he was cited, this guy who's in a pedophile organization was cited by NBC News for his comment on Stranger Things. That's really awesome. Alan Walker, gay, defending minor attracted people, has been hired at an anti-child sex abuse research center. And he was a member of Prostasia. And then the leader, and recently, I remember this, one of the leading figures of the virtuous pedophile thing has been arrested in Norway and charged with the rape of 2 children under the age of 14. So surprise, there's no such thing. And I guess now they're afraid to operate. I don't know. I guess because we're in an era of political assassinations. All right. I'll call the news segment there. Thank you very much, News Hamster, for your attention to these matters, as President Trump would say. Let me get a drink of water. Now I have local stuff. Cool. It's a big pile of bullets. All right. Chantal. So here's what Chantal's been up to. She's having a little bit of a fun moment, okay? Chantal has announced that she has broken up with her Muslim husband, Salah, in Syria. On the last update I gave on Chantal, she had faked an injury to avoid preparing a meal for his family to the tune of 28 different people. And then they were having arguments. So it is suspected that Salah really expected, like, hey, you're fat, you'll never have kids, you're useless, you don't make any money anymore, you don't really do anything, you don't even try to do anything. The least you can do is impress my family with your cooking. So he asked her to cook for 28 people. She faked an injury to get out of cooking for his family. And now they're saying that they're getting a divorce. Chantal does not seem upset about this at all. And that has led people to suspect that she is deceiving her fans again for money and attention, which is very possible because she does that a lot. I remind you, I think one of the things I talked about with her last was that she found a Down syndrome child in her apartment complex where they live with Salah. And she trotted this Down syndrome child out on their camera and asked for money, for donations, to send her to a private school for special needs kids. And there was speculation that she simply abducted this child and then did a fundraiser with her. The family was like, oh, great, we don't have to take care of her for a few hours. That's signed by us. And then without their knowledge or consent, she did this fundraiser, which she then just pocketed the money for because she had been talking about how she needed money recently before she did that. I don't think that saga ever got sorted out. We never figured out what happened with that. Then money issues have been cropping up in her streams quite a bit. She's been complaining about how hater channels make more money than her. She's been complaining about how she doesn't have any money at all, how YouTube has dried up because her saga with Salah just sucks. If you've not listened to this podcast for a while, you might be wondering why I even talk about her. But back in the day, she was like one of the staples of the channel. Like I would talk about her every week, like twice a week even, because every week she was doing something, getting punched, like telling a gross story, like on YouTube. She was just vile and consistently putting out bangers. And then she got married to this guy, and a big part of his culture is like how the wife can never embarrass the man. So she's just been like this boring, fat Snorlax, doing nothing but eating, not going outside because she's too fat and it's too hot in Kuwait to go out. And it's just awful. It's been awful. The Muslim arc has sucked. And it's been going on for too long. So I welcome her leaving. I would encourage it. But the timing and the fact that she's asking for $10,000 is really suspicious. It's the thought of a lot of people that she's just asking for money and then she won't do it. But she's saying that she needs 10,000 Canadian to fly back to the U.S., to bring her pet with her, and to find a place to live while she gets resettled because she can't live with her family. Because her family is all known and their addresses are out there. So if she moves back with her mom, she'll just get swatted and she can't have that. But that's the Chantal arc. Apparently, they're getting a divorce. She has been hinting that she can't wait to shit talk Salah and to shit talk Islam, but she says that because she's in Syria right now and they could like fucking behead her if she says anything about the Prophet Muhammad and how he raped a 9-year-old. Like she's just been hinting like, yeah, I can't wait to shit talk Islam and Salah. So I can't wait for that. I really hope there's in case you're wondering, Anime Sucks Cope and Sneeze in chat. I might as well point him out again. While I was watching her talking about getting a divorce, halfway through, I was thinking like, oh shit, Anime Sucks Cope and Scene. I need to message him, let him know so he can swiggity swooty and jump in her DMs. And then as I was listening to this, thinking about him, she mentions like live as I'm thinking about that, like, oh yeah, Anime Sucks is already in my DMs. So like he was so far ahead of that shit that it made my head spin. I couldn't believe it. It was one of those like surreal moments where my mind and what I was watching on TV synced up in like a schizophrenic way that made me question reality. Like when Jim was doing his stream on Brian Dunn, and like my realization of Brian Dunn getting off by me making fun of him synced up with Jim like making fun of me for getting him off, like synced up at the exact point. I was like, it's surreal. Like, oh fuck, the internet's leaking through my television again. I can't handle this. So who knows? We may finally get the Anime Sucks Cope and Sneed arc. From what I understand, Anime Sucks is like buff. I think he takes roids, chat. I think he takes roids. I'm not gonna lie, but he's like Jack. So if she gets, I see no downside to this. Okay, he's like a disgusting pervert. Okay, but he's like young and he's jacked. He may be taking the roids. I don't know. I would never say that because it's like a defamatory statement if it's wrong. But it just makes her look good. Okay, if she's pulling the hot young thing, as they say in Canada. Okay, so I had not watched this clip before, but this is kind of another Kiwi Farms adjacent drama. Apparently, in the Synthetic Man extended universe, there are synth cells that they're called, and these guys are like dingleberries on synthetic chud, and they're just kind of spastic retards. Now, I have to explain that there's some background to this. One of the people I'm about to play you, the woman in this, her name is PaladinBoo. A while ago, during the height of the Gender Wars saga, for whatever reason, PaladinBoo became obsessed with a beloved user of the Kiwi Farms that now everybody loves, called Lidl Drip. And PaladinBoo really, 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 really despised Lidl Drip because Lidl Drip is like, I don't even know how to describe the politics of Lidl Drip. Okay, I just know that they hate men a lot. And PaladinBoo, as one of the good ones, hashtag I'm a dumb hole, but also I support men, so therefore I'm based. It's like a shoe on head thing. Oh, a pick me. That's the correct way to describe this. She's a pick me. PaladinBoo took issue and eventually spurged out so hard I had to ban her. PaladinBoo is Jewish, despite being a super chud, hashtag one of the good ones, hashtag pick me. And PaladinBoo lives with their parents. And there's a very embarrassing video where PaladinBoo is live streaming her face and says the N-word. And her father walks in, just like with fucking Christian, and says, don't say that, you're going to get in trouble. She's like 20 something. She's like almost, I think she's like 30. She's like a 30-year-old Jewish woman who lives at home and says the N-word online. So in this conversation that I've listened to a bit of, but have not heard in its entirety, is PaladinBoo very angry with Synthetic Man Synth Cell fan people, okay? And I don't know what happens in it, but it has been demanded by multiple people that I watch it. So we're going to watch this raw. It's 4 minutes, chat. I'll turn it off if I get bored of it. But this is like a Twitter space. So if you want to know what's going on inside a Twitter space, you're about to get a head first dive into it.
How fucking dare you?
Hey, what's up, Carl?
Hi.
Is it okay? I believe the video for this is just Charlie Kirk getting shot in the head. So I'm going to switch attention to the pile of bullets instead. The pile of self-defense bullets. I'm not inciting violence here. There's no correlation between those two things. And you'll just listen to the audio. Okay.
What the hell's going on in here?
I don't know. She just said it and started like saying a bunch of shit to me.
The fucking fake Christian grave dancing on Charlie Kirk's grave? Go fuck yourself. Oh, nice little VeggieTales rant right there.
Oh. Okay. I take it you were a big fan of Charlie Kirk, huh, Ranger?
No, grave dancing on someone. Holy shit. By the way, good job losing 2,000 subscribers, you piece of fucking shit. Wisp is so right about you, Samuel. You're a fucking piece of shit. An absolute fucking creep. Hey, let's bring up the simp tax he sent me, everybody.
I feel like I should probably say
tried
that
to creep onto me.
I'm live right now.
He tried to creep onto me, even though I have a boyfriend. And he knew it too for 3 years. You're a fucking narcissist, as Wisp said.
The Troon from what's his name, from Smug Boys Discord, right?
No, don't you ignore me. Kiwi farmers have been taking my side, unlike yours. They've been saying what a fucking disgusting creep you are. The same people that you're trying to suck up to.
Like the BP people, right?
Oh no, all of them, all the simp detractors.
Clarification. BP people refers to the beauty parlor people. That is the contingent of women, most of whom are TERFs, which PaladinBoo fucking despises. So that is, he is taking a shot at her and saying, "Oh, you got the femcel hags on your side, huh, PaladinBoo?" Just so I'm clarifying here for your benefit.
All of the Kiwi farmers, they're saying how disgusting you are. The same people you're trying to suck up to are talking about what a fucking piece of shit you are.
Yeah, I'll have to live with the disappointment because that's really who I want to please in my life. I need to please the Kiwi farmers.
I thought we were going to talk about Charlie Kirk tonight, but
well, so did I.
Trying to suck
I actually forgot she was part of your Discord.
Well, she left and she rejoined.
Oh, jeez. Sorry, I dead named X spaces. This is actually a Discord.
Oh, she did?
Trying to suck up to Null. Well, Null actually was upset about what happened today.
What happened? Who's sucking up to me? Who's sucking up to me, chat? What?
Well, Null actually was upset. Trying to suck up to Null.
She rejoined.
Oh, she did?
Trying to suck up to Null.
Is this the synthetic chat? I don't know who this guy is. I apologize if you've been sucking up to me and I haven't noticed you. Okay. Senpai has noticed you.
Well, Null actually was upset about what happened today. You're disgusting. You haven't. God, it makes me disgusted the fact that you had fucking feelings for me. You're such a disgusting, heinous human being.
Oh, please! I only knew you for like a year or two. Don't get parasocial with me.
Oh, parasocial! Everyone on RPG HQ and on the other server that we had, we're talking about what a fucking simp you were.
Yeah.
Absolute fucking simp, and I couldn't see it.
Mm-hmm.
So
people who I don't know, yeah, I really want to live up to their expectations. That's
is she just taking Charlie Kirk's assassination really hard, or like what's with the crash out?
No, hey, I'm gonna do it. No, this is a conversation I have to have with the guy who was stalking me.
Okay, no, I don't want anything happening to my family. Me or Joe and you. So
This is exactly what you think it is, by the way.
Okay.
Get off.
Okay.
You're not allowed to talk to him. I'm pulling the plug on the internet right now.
Is that it? No.
Okay. Who are you talking to, Rach? what was that?
She does live with her folks.
So that you said same with you living with your fucking brother?
Oh yeah, I love my brother.
Whatever. You're
I wasn't trying to look. I wasn't trying to do a dig. Well, she left. I wasn't trying to do a dig that she lives with her folks. I was just saying it's just I mean I don't like shun people living with their folks. It's a common thing.
Well, I think they pulled their internet. I think they pulled the cord on it.
Well, she does that a lot. This isn't the first time. Like she really needs to get some dude to. Like, if she has a boyfriend, like,
Do we have a picture of this? Oh, yeah. Ah, this is vintage. This is Kiwino right here. Get away from that internet. I'm cutting it down. A good old fashioned Bob the Lumberjack cutting it down moment. You know how many? It's been 70 years since I've had a good old fashioned cutting it down moment on this podcast chat. It's been far too long. Far too long. Okay, wait, hold up. So last time I'm bringing you up, so don't get too cocky after this. Anime sucks, cope and sneed. I saw some people. Now listen here. I'm not usually one to make a comment like this, but anime sucks, cope and sneed. This is your moment. This is your area of expertise. Okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, how fat was the voice? Anime sucks. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being a cutie, a certified cutie, 1 being an Ashley Isaac spooky skeleton. What are we thinking here, buddy? What are we thinking here? I saw many people speculating, but I think we need an expert to weigh in on this. A 7, says somebody. Where is it? I work in 3 hours. Wait, what the fuck does that mean? You don't have to super chat it. Just say in the fucking message. I'm literally looking at chat right now. Okay. Yeah, weigh in on this in quotes. Are you failing me? Is he like? Someone send subs to buy me a coffee. You don't have to super chat me to answer me. I'm asking you for your opinion. Surely you can figure this out, buddy. You don't have to pay me. This is for free. This is free attention. Super chat. I'm not motherfucker, I'm not donating to your buy me a coffee to get a voice read on this. Are you fucking nuts? This fucking lunatic. You truly lost it. Are you asking for money so that you can import Chantal? Are you trying to save up enough so you can buy your plane ticket and loft in Canada? You fucking ingrate. Motherfucker. Look at this shit. Look at this shit I get on my own podcast. I can't believe this. All right. Let's see how it is. Next, we have an update from, of all people, Mars Girl. Mars Girl was somebody who was involved in the Kick Vic saga. I want to say she was one of the fat women that tried to accuse Vic of sexually harassing her. Unfortunately, as we know, Vic is definitely gay, regardless of what anyone says about it. Mars Girl amplified a message by a troon in the voice acting industry. I say as I bring up the message, and it loads very quickly because I spent so much time fixing my site, and so it loads very quickly, and there's no issues. I guess I can just fucking shit into one hand and hope. Oh, there it is. Okay, so Mars Girl says, I don't know if anyone who follows me uses or has ever thought about using this agency, but fucking don't. Jazzy Oliver says, content warning, transphobia, dead naming, accusations of racism. Recently, a negative review I left for the Jackson Agency, a talent agency that formerly represented me, got a reply from the agency itself that included my dead name, a link to a Kiwi Farms page that doxed me, and accusations of racism. So let's see. Can I get a full copy of the thing? Okay, so this is Jacob Oliver, aka Jessica Elizabeth Oliver, who is the voice actor. I would love to see the review from the owner. Maybe if I go through the Blue Sky app, I'll be able to. It's a very short review. Okay, so Jazzy Oliver left a negative review intentionally trying to harm the business of the Jackson Agency. He says, was represented here a while back and it was a pretty damn miserable experience. We didn't get a whole lot of auditions. A lot of what I got didn't fit my voice print. I was in voiceover. And when I asked the voiceover agent for help in finding jobs when I moved to Dallas, she pretty much said in no uncertain terms that she couldn't do anything to help me there, which makes me very confused why I had an agent. Tijuana is an absolute tyrant. Every week I'd get a notification on Slick of her yelling, screaming, and swearing at us that we weren't doing enough. Threats of termination were a regular occurrence, despite the fact that we were all auditioning like hell. I thought that you weren't doing any auditions. We were all auditioning like hell, and we didn't get a whole lot of auditions. Chat, in my industry, that's what we call a contradiction. I can understand having a strict attitude in this occupation, but it very much crossed the line into straight up bullying. Sent one friend of mine who is also a client into a goddamn panic attack. She will often defend this attitude as telling it like it is, but like everyone else I've ever known who told it like it is, it's a thinly veiled excuse to just be mean to people. No joke, I almost retired from this profession due to my experience with this agency, and seeing how she's directly responded to one-star reviews here in the past, I fully expect to get a reply accusing me of trying to destroy her business. Whatever, I'm not going to change anything I said here. Any and all actors who are referred to this agency should look elsewhere. Jackson Agency, I assume Tijuana herself, the tyrant, replies and says, including the name that I just read, then a link to kiwifarms.st/weebwars to a specific post that I showed on screen. I didn't appreciate you calling my office and leaving a voicemail hurling racial slurs, but I get it. You aren't getting the gender-affirming care you need. So Tijuana appears to be a base Latinx turf, just taking a big diarrhea dookie dump all over this troon for sucking at their job, presumably. I don't know how many jobs you can get as a masculine-sounding quote-unquote woman, but apparently not that much. And for the first time ever, I have seen an agency use a Kiwi Farms thread to say, this is why you suck. So cool. I'm glad. Oh my God. Oh no. I might have to. Oh no. Oh, the humanity. The bullets have reached like a maximum like size, and now they're collapsing into a black hole of bullets. Uh-oh. If it causes issues, I might have to refresh it, but I guess this is just what's happening. Someone donated $100 in Moneros, and it's apparently too much. So that's the Weeb Wars update, the long-awaited Weeb Wars update. I mentioned last stream, I think, just in brief, that a kind of large, kind of small, mid-sized YouTuber was doing a expose video on Your Movie Sucks, somebody who I've talked to in the past, somebody who I've defended variously in the past, somebody who I have criticized pretty brutally in the past. I haven't watched a lot of his reviews. I've in a while. The last review I watched was the Kimba the Lion one, so I haven't been keeping up with him. We got into a argument after the Kiro the Wolf stuff, not because he was defending Kiro the Wolf, but because he was taking this extremely obtuse stance that not all sexual contact with an animal is necessarily animal abuse. And he was trying to compare things like artificial insemination of livestock to casual enjoyment of a dog, which I took offense with because it's a pretty stupid position. But the problem is that when you're libertarian like that, your philosophy that everything that does not harm somebody is therefore okay and justifiable is actually wrong. This is what my determination is, that you can't just say the NAP is your moral compass, because if you really think about it, not hurting people is not a moral code of ethics. It is bare minimum. The bare minimum that you can do is to try and reduce harm. You know what I mean? It's not, you're not really writing a rule book. You're just setting like the ground floor. Like, okay, let's agree that we're not going to hurt animals or people. Okay. Unless there's a reason for it. Morals kind of start there and build their way up. So when your moral guidebook is, let's not hurt people, it's not an extraordinary philosophy. It is it's like a bare minimum. So he published on his highlights channel a 1 hour and 43 minute long video, systematically going over point by point every single thing that the guy that did his little expose documentary on him had to say. And obviously, you'd have to be a complete fucking loser to go over an hour and 45 minute long video to hear what somebody defending sex with animals has to say. So I have a bunch of timestamps here. I listened to this and I have the video, and I have only a couple timestamps, so it's not going to take too much time. But I promise that I do have this. All right. So just to clarify one thing before I even begin doing this is that the guy that did the thing shit talking YMS specifically called me out by name and said that I wasted my time talking to him and that it's unacceptable to even talk to YMS or engage with him in any way, shape, or form because he's a dog fucker and therefore talking to him is bad. And to his credit, this guy has done exactly what he's preached. He has blocked YMS. He is hiding comments from him on his channel. And he seems to be going out of his way to engage him in any way, shape, or form, even though having somebody with multiple million subscribers on YouTube get into an argument with you on the internet could only help your channel, especially when it's a drama-based channel. That said, I disagree with that assessment profusely. And I will argue with him. So if that offends you, I apologize. All right, let's see. Your movie sucks. Let's start at 12:45.
Right? It's not the human standard of consent. I was only ever talking about the perspective of the animal, which people who get really fucking emotional about this just forget or don't have the ability to wrap their heads around, right? So, yeah, that's all my positions on animal welfare shit is the laws are contradictory. Doesn't mean I want it to happen and doesn't mean it should happen, right? Just, they appear to be based out of disgust for what's happening in someone's brain rather than actual concern for the animal. And I would like it if people were honest with themselves, right? And then consent. I think, like, sure, it's possible, right? It's not informed consent. It's not my standard for consent. But it seems possible, right? It seems like they have their own version.
No. Okay. So this is his core argument, and this is what's gotten him into trouble. And I will once again extend an olive branch to this guy who I have no reason to be nice to, but because I like his reviews, I will be courteous to him once again and explain something that is obvious to my entire audience, okay? The reason why we tolerate certain forms of what I would call animal abuse, and I would say that chickens that are in cages that cannot move, that lay eggs, and they basically exist as a way to convert scraps to eggs for egg production, I would consider that animal abuse. In certain ways, there are definitely certain forms of animal breeding, which is animal abuse. And certainly, artificial insemination is human sexual contact with an animal in some way. If you artificially inseminated a human, especially against their will, or in a person who cannot consent, I don't think anyone would argue that that is not sexual contact with a person. So I will yield all those points to you. The problem is that all of those things have human value. We farm animals for food and meat and milk and so on and so forth for the multitude of things that animals provide as a service. And animals get hurt in the process, but we tolerate it because they provide a value to human beings that is not sexual. We artificially inseminate animals because we breed them so that they have a purpose to human beings, which is not sexual. Nobody is breeding the sexiest cow. We are breeding animals that cannot naturally conceive. The average dairy animal, the average beef livestock, cannot conceive. They don't have the ability to naturally procreate. And so in order to stay alive, we must artificially inseminate them in order to continue that particular animal and its value to humans. When you have sex with an animal, Adam, you are only enriching yourself sexually. And if you make the argument that that is a value to a human, that is the core fucking issue. Because the value to that human is purely sexual. And he then goes on, I don't know, do I have things for this? Yeah, okay, we have more. I'll leave it there. Sexual, we get iffy, we get really fucking upset, as you say, about sexual fulfillment because sexually motivated people who do things for sexual fulfillment often do things that are horrifically unethical because they are horny. Every serial killer to ever exist has had a sexual motivation to it. So the reason why we get scared of people who are sexual deviants is because there is a direct correlation between absolutely inexplicable tragedy and bizarre sexual dysfunction. It is a one-to-one cause and effect. The sexually depraved act out sexual urges that are so horrible they defy belief. That is why we're afraid of them. That is why normal people get really fucking weirded out by this. Okay, 2034.
Are you still attracted to Scarlett Johansson? If you remove features of intelligence, hygiene, right? Communication, right? So she can't communicate with you. She literally has the brain of a child or animal, right? Walking around with a fucking helmet going, blah, 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 blah. She's shitting herself.
That's very problematic, by the way, Adam. That's disability shaming.
Doesn't know how to, like, shower. Are you still attracted to that person? The correct answer is no, right? And if that's the case, if you are not attracted to that person, then you should understand what it's like to be someone who is attracted to a fictional halfway point that doesn't exist in real life. All you have to do is swap, the Scarlett Johansson in real life with the fake Scarlett Johansson that's like baby brain. Hi, thank you so much, Krell. Right? Like, it's a thought experiment that I was hoping people would be able to look at and be like, oh, you're right. If you do remove those features, it makes it unattractive. There might be, like, I don't know, a small percentage of guys where they're like, yeah, I would still bang. And then they might think everybody else thinks that way. Like, that might just be them telling on themselves, right? Like, if people seriously believe that, like, attraction is not a combination of features together, where some features existing can make you unattracted and some features existing can make you more attracted. Like, if people don't believe that and they just go, no, base only silhouette species is the extent of attraction. If they believe that, then they're telling on themselves. What they're admitting is they would fuck Scarlett Johansson with a child brain, right?
Okay. Let me translate that into English, because I think the way he explains it is actually multitudes dumber than what he's trying to say. He's trying to draw a distinction between his sexual lust for Scar from the movie Lion King, and no, I'm not joking, that's real, with drawing a distinction between that and a sexual attraction to a real physical lion that exists in our world that is not Scar from the Lion King. And he is trying to delineate between those two things because people, especially the guy that was in the video that he's criticizing, made the association that because he's attracted to Scar from the Lion King, he would also want to butt fuck a lion in real life. And he's trying to say Scar is sexy to him because Scar has a way of, like in the show, the way they animate him, he has a swagger to him. He has a movement style distinct from the other lions. They have the voice. He has the deep British voice that has an eloquence to him. A swanky, sexy bad boy lion, basically. And a real lion does not have those features. A real lion shits and stinks like shit and has flies on him. He doesn't speak in a British accent. He's not a sexy bad boy lion, so he's not sexually attracted to it. That's what he's trying to say. But again, there's a problem even with this. Okay. Yes, there are many, 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 many men who would rape a retarded version of Scarlett Johansson. The number one place that sexual abuse happens in the world is in special needs facilities. You're talking about the elderly. You're talking about people with severe handicaps, people who cannot communicate their abuse. And in real life, outside of these facilities, The most likely person to be abused is somebody who is disabled, and especially relevant to somebody who people are quite mad at me for criticizing yet again, especially people who are mentally ill. Somebody would write off as being bipolar or BPD or crazy. It's really easy to rape somebody who people think is crazy, because when they come out and start saying that they were raped, you just think, oh, that bitch is fucking crazy. Get away from me, you crazy bitch. I don't want to hear what you have to say about getting raped. So those are the most likely people to be victimized, because those are the less likely people to successfully testify against you in a court of law. So, yes, is what I'm trying to say. And that applies to animals as well. There's a reason why there is a significant overlap between furries and zoophiles, and it's because they are sexually attracted to animals. I think that is pretty obvious. So when you go out on a limb and you defend in any way, shape, or form zoophilia as somebody in a community, that is known, and there is an actual association between sexual abuse and participation in this fandom, it makes you look really bad. The issue with Adam is that he's autistic, and with the maximum amount of goodwill possible, he fails to understand how in a normal person's brain these things look very suspicious. And there's a clip that he likes to play in his movie reviews. It was in the Kimba one, where a black woman was like, Simba, Kimba, suspicious. Adam, suspicious. That is what everyone thinks. When people hear about you talking a brain-dead Scarlett Johansson, they go, suspicious, suspicious. It sets off alarm bells. It makes people go, that's fucking weird. Why are you talking about this? 2738.
It's that, along with the fact that he did no fucking research. He did no fucking research. He takes Kiwi Farms at face value. A third of the video is literally just like incorrect. It's literally just factually incorrect information, because he either made a
Here is the greatest offense possible to me. Are you ready?
Assumptions, or just read a post on Kiwi Farms. The reason why I know that he's literally just copying and pasting from the thread is because they're the exact same screenshots, the exact same images of Reddit comments that I made, right? That are found there. It's not just... I would expect, from the standard of quality that like I try to put out to the world for things that are edited videos, especially things like serious, where like the ramifications are people in your audience are going to, go on their Facebook page and call them a pedophile. People are going to try and cancel this person. Like you should understand that there's a seriousness associated with the content you produce, right? You should look up primary sources. You shouldn't just take at face value and copy and paste from one fucking drama thread, right? That's irresponsible. That is irresponsible content making. So I know that not everybody in the content, commentary community is like this. I know that, like, regardless of what you think of Turkey Tom, like, the dude actually tries to, like, make sure
Turkey Tom
that there's a level of quality that is met for his videos. He has, multiple different people working on them and editing, and, different writers, and he's not like micromanaging everything. But there, like he takes it seriously, and he understands that there's like a level of seriousness that should be taken with that.
Here's what I don't get from this part in particular.
You think of his
is
political
that he
beliefs,
never explains what is factually incorrect. I guess that's not the point, is to not go by point and debunk absolutely everything. But the thing is, he complained that I know for a fact that this is taken directly from Kiwi Farms, and therefore it's false and wrong all the time, because he used screenshots of shit that I said on Reddit. Well, if there's screenshots of shit that you admit is stuff that you said on Reddit, where is the factual error there? Where is the, like, it's your words, it's your context. How can you possibly that's like the most fair thing that you could possibly show somebody, is the word for word thing that you said. So what's the fucking issue? By the way, I've been not saying much because I've been digging through my phone trying to figure out a way to access my email. I asked him for confirmation on something. He hasn't gotten back to me. So just so you know, I did ask him, and it's only been a day, but I couldn't find out any information about this. Let me see if I can pull this up on the stream and find out some more, because I asked for people's clarification on this, and I couldn't get a response. One of his big things is that he was accused at some point in the past, I think after the Kiro the Wolf stuff, of buying a fursuit from someone who had been accused of being like a Kiro adjacent zoo sadist. And he did get a fursuit. He did get a fursuit from this person. That is a fact. But he explicitly complains that this person has fully debunked any accusation that this person was a zoo sadist, and I have no idea why. I asked him just like, what are you talking about with this fucking fursuit guy? And I have no idea. Does anyone... Anime, you're a furry. Do you know what he's talking about with the fursuit guy being a zoo sadist? Because I fucking don't. Okay. He bought a used fursuit from a zoo sadist? That's weird. What the... As if he's not rich enough to... He's gonna big dog me? He might. Nope, he has no idea. Nobody knows. See, that's the other thing. He brought this up because it's mentioned in the video. He even lamented while doing it. He said, like, I don't want to bring this up even because it's going to bring this drama back up that's already been fully debunked. I was like, motherfucker, now I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And you brought this shit up about a zoo sadist. You said that's debunked, and I have no idea what you're saying. So I don't know. So I don't know what's going on with that. I can't talk about that. I just want to say that he mentioned it. Apparently they both mentioned it, and I don't know. I'm obviously more clued into this shit than I should be. I have any right to be. And I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. This is a segment that I've titled BBC. Enjoy.
In that comment, and also, yeah, first I responded in the comment. I pointed out... Oh yeah, this was the thing that I almost lost my train of thought for. This was my other really big issue. I pointed out that in the fucking video, this guy insisted on sharing a page with username unblurred, right? Showing exactly where to go of pornographic images of myself and consenting adults, right? And it's not just saying, hey, this exists, right? It's not even just saying the name of the website where this exists. It was describing pornographic images of me and describing the race of the person I was having sex with, as if it's relevant for it to be a black guy. I don't know why these people think that that's like... If you're curious about what his channel is like, that's a good idea, I guess. Yeah, no, it's not basically kink shaming. It's absolutely kink shaming, because when I pointed this out in the comments section, being like, hey, this is against YouTube TOS. Also, why is this video not set to 18 plus?
His epic libertarian comeback to this. By the way, yes, his nails is did up. He's got Patrick Star nails. He got his acrylics on. He got some purple acrylics with some glitter and shit. Look good for the bull, I guess. This is a perfect freeze frame. So, what was I gonna say? Sorry, I got distracted by the fucking nails. His big gotcha against this guy was that the person making the video criticized him for making generally family-friendly content, but then also being sexual. And this is a genuine complaint that I have, is that I was like a legit fan of his channel. I watched the videos of him and his gay furry friends, like live watching movies. I would just listen to this shit. And over time, as is natural for the internet, they just became like insanely sexual to the point where they would just like, he goes over a specific instance where they pull up like porn to review porn. And it's just like, you can only hear it, but like, I don't want to hear your fetishes. I don't. This is the Jim Sterling thing. I don't want to hear about your sex life. You're disgusting to me. What you do in your bedroom is literally revolting to me. And I know that it might be hard for somebody who's in a bubble to understand, but when normal people hear that you have a polyamorous relationship and take black cock in the ass and you're sexually attracted to Scar from the Lion King, their reaction is visceral, primal disgust. The kind of a physiological response that you would get from stepping in shit in your bare foot. Worse than that. Imagine looking down at your foot and seeing that you've stepped in nasty dog shit and smear all over your foot. And there's like a spider. There's a spider sitting atop the pile of shit. And now that spider's crawling up your leg. That is the kind of like fear, disgust response that a human being gets to that. And I'm not even being facetious. I'm not exaggerating in any way. That is the normal human response to this. So when you just casual la-di-da, under libertarian philosophy, this harms no one, so therefore it's perfectly okay. I'm going to joke about this on my podcast and stuff. I'm going to put this thing about how sexy I think Scar is in my Kimmel review. You have to remember that there are a not insignificant number of people who are going to think that they just stepped in dog shit and there's a creepy spider crawling up their leg when they hear that. And I understand that you're pro whatever the fuck, right? I get it. I don't care. I honestly don't. I'm still libertarian at heart, right? I just like, I don't give a shit. Anything that I don't have to hear about or see about. And they call this, they're trying to push us back in the closet. I am pro closet. If you're in the closet and you're not hurting anybody, I don't give a fuck. But when you're putting videos out about it, and by the way, as somebody who's clued in on this, I didn't know about that. I didn't know that you took black dick in the ass. I had no idea. I had no idea that you made porn videos. I had no idea that you made adult spicy content. It's like this. I had no idea you made spicy content with BBC Bold on the side. I didn't know. I didn't want to know. Congratulations for doing well enough that I didn't fucking know about that. But now I do, because you made this video for some reason and are defending it. Okay? It's just bizarre. Was there more to this?
If you're not going to set it to 18 plus,
just
blur the username.
I didn't even get to my main point, is that his whole thing was that because him joking about sex and shit in his podcast and him having an adult profile to the side is less harm and less potential harm to children than this guy's expose video, which told people about the fact that such a thing exists, which is a nonsense complaint. It's truly nonsense, and it misses the fucking point again. It's like, this is like more either like deliberate ignorance or autistic face blindness, where it's like his complaint is that you make a family-friendly content and then you also are on the side doing porn. It's like the Skylar Grey thing where the porn actress came in and read books to kids, and it's like parents got upset. Like, of course they did. And it's like, but she came to the school and read the books while dressed conservatively. Nobody gives a shit. If you can do one or the other, you can either be Mr. Beast or you can be the guy that takes black cock up the ass. You can either be the movie review guy, or you can be the guy that takes black cock up the ass. You can either be the children's book reader, or you can take black cock up the ass. Once you take black cock up the ass, you are forever the person that takes black cock up the ass. You cannot be anything else. You will never be anything else. You cannot juggle these two states of being at the exact same time. You either do something that modern society tolerates, or you take black cock up the ass. There is no in between. There is no parallel life here. It's one or the other. And he just doesn't get that. And he sees that as like, well, society's in the wrong for thinking that way. I'm completely within my right as a consenting adult, a responsible consenting adult, to both take black cock up the ass and also do movie reviews where I talk about how sexy Scar from The Lion King is. And it's like, no, you can't. And you can complain about it and you can say that's not how it should be, but it is. And there is only one reality, and it's our reality. It's the reality where I'm right about everything. And you have no choice in this matter. You will conform to my reality.
Blur the username. Why is it important for you to have the video set to all ages where minors could access it, and you know at least some are, because you make fucking YouTube drama videos? Come on. Hello. Like, that's a way lower age demographic than fucking talking about Synecdoche, New York and Nuri Bilge Ceylan films, right? Like, you know that you have minors in your audience. Why not just blur the username? If it's important for you to say, oh, let's shame him for having sex with a black guy and doing it in a weird way and not hiding it and like not being afraid of like that being accessible to adults, like, yeah, I have adult accounts on websites that allow adult content, and adult accounts. And I pointed out in the comments section, the settings that I have enabled on these websites ensure that if there are minors on the website, right, they don't have the ability to access it.
Okay.
And I tested.
I'll cut it there. He goes on to explain about how responsible his black cock content creation is. I would love to know actually if the channel the video that he's complaining about got age restricted. Originally, it was completely taken down for a privacy violation. Rob, the guy who uploaded the video, fought and won, and then it was age restricted. And the whole reason why Adam's fans brigaded it was over this alleged not safe for work child exposure risk that having information about his pornographic career would lead minors to discovering it, that he had protected them from, and so on and so forth. I'm curious if this middle ground is actually satisfactory to him, or if he's pushing for more. But as somebody who allegedly is a pro art and creativity person, as he describes himself, I'm wondering if he still wants more action taken. This is the last clip that I'll play. This is funny. It's funny to me. I hope you find it funny too. It's less disgusting.
I'm just fucking open about myself. I understand the absurdity of it. I grew up with that. Like, come on. Like, I grew up in fucking Alberta. Do you know how, like, tough it was to, like, exist? You know? Do you know how tough it was to, like, find out this thing about myself that even though I knew is, like, harmless and fantasy, right? I still fucking hated myself into my early 30s. Like, I stopped hating myself at like age 31 for this shit. It sucked. It's a long road. And that's why, you know, that's part of what
I'm asking PPP, but anybody from Canada, please chime in. How mean were the mean streets of Alberta in the 1990s? Could a young queer youth walk down the streets of Alberta and keep their life? Could you expect to be killed simply being your true and authentic self in Alberta in the 1990s?
Decisions on how to treat other people and like why I don't kink shame for consensual adult activities, right? As long as you don't involve anyone that's not a consensual adult, I don't kink shame for that shit. That's part of what informs that, is like, I know how fucking tough it is. I tried to repress it. For 2 years of my life, I tried to oppress it. It wound up with me getting addicted to fucking cocaine and crystal meth.
I did not know that. And this is another issue with putting out like a video like this, is I had no idea that YMS was addicted to cocaine and crystal meth at any point in his life. That's a really fucking wild thing for me to figure out like 10 years after watching his first Walking Dead review.
Like, that was not fun, but I'm a strong person. And that part's behind me, right? I have gone through a whole lot of shit in my life, right? And now this guy is like, this is a controversy that he should have to answer for, being attracted to a Lion King character, right? And being open about it. By the way, Nick, in his stream, repeatedly says that I should be ashamed. That I should be ashamed for being a furry. Repeatedly.
Should he be ashamed for being a furry, chat?
And so, yeah, there's going to be some weird gaslighting. There's going to be people coming out saying, oh, it has nothing to do with you being a furry. You're crazy. It has nothing to do with any of the queer shit you did. That's half the fucking video. If it has nothing to do with that, why is that in the video? Why did you create propaganda by packaging all of this together, right? You look at the guy's channel.
Okay, that's it. That's the final clip. I want to give you guys a little factoid here. If you are gay, your chances of dying early are on par with a pack-a-day smoker. If you are gay, your chances of dying from heart-related health conditions is on par with being about 35 plus BMI points above normal. being gay is a high risk lifestyle in and of itself. It is innately damaging to your body. There's just something about it. It is a actual harm. You want to talk about harm reduction, harm risk. Gay people die as young as pack-a-day smokers. It's just one of those things. It's like people have a natural revulsion to it. There's something deep in our psyche. It's not the logical part of our brain. It's not the libertarian part of the brain that sits down and debate bros. And it's not Destiny jacking and jawing with his fucking meth head jaw going crazy saying, wait a second. Jesus Christ, just let me talk. Just wait a second. Hold on there. It's not that. You can't do that. You can't gish galop this shit. You can't sit down and think about it. There's something deep, innate, intrinsic in the human psyche that sees two niggas kissing and is disgusted by it. And for some reason, despite there not being a obvious logical reason for that, two niggas kissing are more likely to die than pack-a-day smokers. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy how it'd be like that. Damn, nature's scary. I don't know. This is one of those things where it's like art and artist. I like a lot of his reviews. I like his autistic introspect and his abstraction of like media. It's very useful. It's the same with Jim Sterling. Jim Sterling's consumer advocacy is useful. And these people had places in society back in the day too. Critics were allowed to be autistic, and then they just had the smarts to shut the fuck up about, like, if who was that guy that was like a really famous movie reviewer that allegedly took money from Disney to give a 4.5-star review to the last episode of Star Wars 3. He's just like the most famous movie review critic. Roger Ebert. Listen, if Roger Ebert thought that The Lion King was the best movie ever created and was sexually attracted to the character Scar, he was an older gentleman, and he had the wherewithal and the frame of reference and the mind, the consciousness, and the good sense to shut the fuck up about it. And that's the real tragedy of the modern era, is that we have all these people who are wannabe celebrities, and they don't understand that the downside of celebrity status is that everything you say and everything you do is publicly scrutinized. Because once you start making money off the public, your entire life becomes a public affair, and you have no say or control over this. And so the real celebrities, the smartest ones, like Tom Hanks, who has never been in any scandal ever, and nobody can ever say otherwise. And if you do, I will cover my eyes and ears, and I'll go la la la, and I'll ignore you and shut you out. Tom Hanks never went out and defended fucking animals, okay? Because Tom Hanks understood his role in the universe as a celebrity. His role was to make the content that the dumb idiot masses wanted, and to never ever say anything about fucking dogs, okay? That's how it is. So good luck with this shit, and I don't know what's up with the furries who say this shit. And that's it. That's the dog fucker segment. Brief update on people I really hate and the bad things that are happening to them. Let's see. Path, notoriously the ISP DDoS mitigation service provided by Path, obviously, but who famously kicked us off way before Drop Kiwi Farms, and is ran by Corey Barnhill, aka Zoom, aka a professed child sexual sadist. They have been involved in lawsuits, I think, in like every continent in the entire world. They're defaulting and they're losing their points of presence globally. One at a time. It's glorious to see. It's awesome to see that such a terrible group of people are suffering. They have filed a countersuit. So this is them trying to delay their eviction. A company has alleged that they basically rented equipment and then stole it, which is called Replevin, I think. And Path is suing for specific fulfillment of contractual obligations. And they're saying that they lied and that they don't owe them anything and that their billing is confusing, so they owe them money. And I think that this is just a maneuver to try and delay proceedings so that they're not evicted from this data center as much as possible, or as quickly as they would otherwise. Very fun to see bad things happening to bad people, chat. Let me get a sip of water because this is going to be painful. So, I may or may not know an attorney who was an elected representative in Charlottesville. And sometimes I just forget what a small world it is. And when this topic came up, I was surprised, though I shouldn't have been. This person actually had quite a bit to say. Because as it turns out, Matthew Hardin was running for office in Charlottesville at the exact same time that a certain high-profile protest was taking place, and the fallout of that was setting over Charlottesville. You may know this as the Unite the Right rally. And indeed, it is a small world that the big city next to our boy Christian Weston Chandler. At the exact same time, actually, I think Hardin was, no, it was after Hardin's time that Chris fucked his mom. But in that same city, in Virginia, because for some reason everything happens in Virginia, a guy called Christopher Cantwell helped lead a Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, specifically at the University of Virginia, which I did not know, which is one of the most blue areas of the entire state of Virginia and one of the most blue districts of the entire state of Virginia, which is the city of Charlottesville itself. So very interesting place to pick this rally point, and it happened, and it was a big fucking ordeal. And the fallout of it basically haunted Charlottesville for years after the fact. It was like a folk legend at that point. Christopher Cantwell was the leader of this. People died. There were lots of arrests. People got terrorism charges. I think the guy that drove the Dodge Charger that killed the woman, I want to say he got 50 plus years on terrorism, and a bunch of other people got like intimidation charges and stuff. And it basically made Chris Cantwell a pariah and ruined his hopes. Now, if I remember correctly, Chris was one of the first people to come up with the term alt-right. Correct me if I'm wrong. It doesn't matter now. But if I remember correctly, he was one of the pioneers of the term. And it's so weird that he was somebody who was one of the first to say a lot of things that are now popular to say these days, but he benefited nothing from it because he was a loser. He was so much of a loser that he lost to Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes, of all people, came through, and all the people that could have possibly become what's now known as the alt-right instead became groypers because Chris was such a charisma vacuum and so incompetent and led such a horrific rally that ruined people's lives and killed people that it terminated any chances that he had of success. And much like with other people on the far right, he's a faggot. There's been rumors of him being a faggot, but he has decided to confirm this himself. I assume because he's been blackmailed by either journalists, somebody in the know, or one of the people that he's had gay sex with. So this is what he decided to post apropos of nothing on nothing that we know of on Telegram in his Friends of Chris Cantwell group, which as you can see is extremely successful, especially when compared to Nick Fuentes with 181 subscribers. He says, I put this off for quite long enough. In October of 2023, I started using Grindr to meet men for sex on a regular basis. I don't want to promote or normalize this behavior. I don't recommend that everyone try it. Or anyone try it. I'm only telling you this because it interacts with the story I've been struggling to tell you. I decided years ago that I was not going to talk about my sex life in public because it had negative effects on my relationships with women. I certainly had no desire to announce this publicly, but it turns out my enemies have known about this for a long time. Yeah, I imagine that Grindr in Charlottesville is a really great place to meet people who do not like heckin' fascists, but okay. Prior to Charlottesville, okay, so this was even before Charlottesville, he was doing this. He says, this detail will shed light on a number of events over the last 8 years. I specify on a regular basis because 2023 was not the first time nor the sixth time I had done this. I first had sexual contact with a man when I was between the ages of 14 and 16. I don't recall. It was probably a crime at the time, but I wasn't about to report it as one because I literally asked for it. Sparing the details for now, I was disgusted by the experience back then and concluded it was not for me. I was not attracted to men. I didn't have sexual fantasies about men. I did pretty well with girls, for that matter, but I wanted to get off now, and unless you're paying for it, women don't show up whenever you want them to. They do if you're in a relationship, buddy. There's a lot of investment involved. Since I was grossed out by this, I didn't do it again for a long time. I guess sometime in my 20s, I started hearing about Grindr from gay friends. I decided to try it. Always drunk late at night, after all female options had been exhausted, and I just wanted to get off now. From then until October of 2023, maybe did this 6 or 10 times. I'd signed into the app many more times than that, but I'd actually pull it off that many times. In all these instances, it was just me receiving oral sex. I had no sexual contact with men in jail or prison. Everyone always asks when this... everybody... Okay, there's a lot of jokes about how he became prison gay, but he's clarifying that he had no sexual contact with men in jail or prison because he went to jail after Charlottesville. But he's clarifying that he's not prison gay. Each time I did this, it was still awkward as fuck, and that's a totally separate matter from my dread of anyone finding out, but it was a little less awkward each time. The first time I did it, the guy was way older than me and unattractive even by those standards. I didn't give a fuck what he looked like because I wanted to look at somebody. I'd look at a woman. I thought of this not so differently than someone might think about a massage. I just wanted somebody to do a good job. But some men are better looking than others, even if you're not attracted to men, and I came to figure out what should be obvious enough, that younger, better looking guys were a decidedly less awkward situation. Some of you have heard me tell the story of the woman that I reconnected with when I got out of prison. I had asked her to marry me in 2014, but she didn't want kids, and I was pretty well devastated by this at the time. It was when I quit drinking and started working out. I wanted better dating options after what felt to me like rejection. She changed her mind. God, this was on September 11th, so this is truly a 9/11. But by this time, 9 years had passed. She was older than me, and there was no certainty she could have one child safely, much less 3. So although I was in love with her, I explained that I figured I'd have better options for family in a couple years, and I didn't want to leave her for a better deal or spend the rest of my life resenting her for holding me back. I ended the relationship, and neither of us fared well in the wake of this. I didn't want to go through that again. I didn't want to marry the type of woman who would marry a broke guy fresh out of prison. I didn't want to abandon my media career, make more money faster, but I knew if I was dating peer-age women for sex with no intention of marrying them, that I would both endure and inflict a great deal of pain. I did not want to do that. So for 8 months or so, I avoided women and did not have sex. In October of 2023, I registered my first post-prison Grindr account. Now, this is a 3-second clip of him.
No, these are not coming from a hacked phone. I actually made the post.
Okay, so people immediately thought that these were hacked messages. So he recorded a video of himself to clarify that, no, this is for real. 23, met a 23-year-old guy. It was the first time he did more than stand there. The encounter caused him to think what he was willing to do. He exchanged phone numbers to plan to meet again. We texted for weeks. I told him who I was, what I did for a living. I played the racial agenda segment Booty Judge to give him an idea of how much I talked about gay people in the show. We met again some weeks later during the meeting. I thought I saw him trying to take a picture of me surreptitiously, but he insisted I was just paranoid. We planned to meet again. During all this, I met other guys. After the first time I topped another guy, I told him the story in great detail via text message, deploying all my talent for writing in the process. We mused that if I got put out of the Nazi propaganda business on account of being outed, I could always become a smut peddler and start writing gay erotica. He liked that idea, so I told him I'd write a story of our first encounter as a gift to him. Okay, I'm not reading this in case you're wondering. I was very proud of that writing. I knew that whatever one might think of the subject matter, the quality of the text was among one of the best works I had ever produced. To have this fucking thing remain a secret drove me out of my mind. Thus was born Rick Griner, my nom de plume. Okay, where's the part where he gets fucked, where he fucks the guy? I'm not reading all this. There's no way. Okay, so he posted a video. He posted an audio recording of him having sex with men. Okay. He explains that he does not consider himself gay, that this is heterosexual because he's on top. Read it. I'm not reading this. No, bro. I'm not reading all this shit. So Chris Cantwell, the crying Nazi who went to jail for the Charlottesville. No, I'm not reading this. I will torture you with this, though. The president of Nintendo took the 18-minute long recording session of Chris Cantwell having Nazi gay sex and role-playing about the white race and Jews while having gay sex, turned it into a 3-minute long video. Now, this is a little bit too gay even for me, so I am going to skip ahead. I think the role-play stuff is like halfway through. He also put a nice video of a hamster on it, so you can look at the hamster and mute. And when the hamster is gone, you know that I'm done with this, okay? Hopefully this is... I think he tried to edit out the sex noises too. We'll see when I play this, assuming that it loads, actually. It may be saved if my shitty website is broken. It's trying, chat. It's doing its best. Turn that shit up, Crispy Leg says.
Take it out of your mouth. I'm going to start putting it in women. I'm going to put babies in them. And they're going to save this country from the fucking goddamn genetic disaster that these fucking Jews have made of us, you know? We're going to save this fucking country, you and me, all right? Suck my cock. Can't get enough of that fucking boy pussy in your ears, you know? Oh, I keep whimpering like that. I might not be able to go.
This is incredibly gay, chat. This is demoralization propaganda, I think, by gays. It's trying to load, chat. I'll give it a second. How did this get released? I believe in the story he explains that the guy he's having sex with has been recording him. And so he released it himself because he was like, well, I'm not going to let this gay guy epically own me, so I'm going to epically own myself. Okay.
I'm going to go.
It's a nice hamster.
We put it in girls, but you feel so good, you know? I really like it.
It sounds like a snuff video. Gay sex sounds like he's getting murdered. You know what I mean? Like if you told me that this was Chris Cantwell, like strangling someone to death in his basement, I'd believe it.
Did you ever have fantasies about getting fucked in the ass by a Nazi? You did?
Ew.
That's pretty cool. It's too bad that, the bad guys won World War II, you know?
This sounds like a...
Defeat those motherfuckers with this...
This sounds like something that you would make with AI to, humiliate people. And it is real. It's actually real life.
Yes, take this in your ass. Straight the fucking goddamn shit out.
Ew, he's talking about the poo-poo. Do gays do that? Do they, talk about the shit and the poo-poo? Oh my god, bro. That's fucking gnarly. That's fucking gross.
You know what I really liked yesterday? When you told me that even when you're sleeping, I could just turn around and fuck you whenever I want. It was really nice of you. You know, having just met me and all, it's a lot of trust placing somebody, for a fucking Nazi terrorist who just got out of prison. He's just like, let's take my asshole.
Okay, this is too much. Okay, too much. Even with the hamster's help. Okay. I've come to the conclusion that you can't trust anybody on the internet. That's why I encourage everybody when on my show, I try to encourage people. You have to realize what your personal capacity is. What are you capable of doing? What are you capable of doing by yourself? You have to recognize your limits for self-sufficiency, and you have to prepare accordingly. Because if you're trying to rely on somebody like Nick Fuentes or Chris Cantwell to save you for you, you're just going to get fucked in the ass by a gay Nazi. Okay. You're going to get... What's that show that Nick Rekieta really, really loves? Oh, dude, my prediction for 2025 can actually happen with Nick Rekieta. He can get shot in the back of the head by a gay Nazi. He's hooking up with Chris Cantwell on Grindr while he's on a trip to Charlottesville, and then he realizes that it's Chris Cantwell, and he has to just shoot him in the back of the head. Nick Rekieta could get shot in the back of the head by a gay Nazi. My prediction's on track of happening. Okay, American Beauty, exactly. So, listen, nobody's coming to save you. Don't expect internet people to come and save you. Everybody on the internet is a retard. The only reason why anyone gets involved in internet celebrity status is that there's something really wrong with them. They're crazy. They're mentally ill. They're and more importantly, more than anything else, they're self-aggrandizers. They have some kind of narcissistic defect that makes them want attention. Okay. I mean, I have it. I when I was a kid, you know what I wanted to do? I wanted to start a community. I wanted to be what was his name? Tom. I wanted to do an internet thing like Tom, make a website that millions of people use. That's what I wanted to do. Everyone's got like a defect, okay? If you realize what you can do by yourself and stay away from grifters because you can't trust them. And then Matthew Moulton, speaking of gay Nazis, Matthew Moulton is a diaper fetishist. He was arrested by the sheriff, what's his fucking name? Shitwood, Mike Shitwood in Florida. He was arrested for making threats against Shitwood, and he was extradited to Florida, and he is representing himself in court, and he has passed a competency exam, so he will be allowed to continue representing himself in the case in Florida, and he's also been appointed backup counsel, so he has a court-appointed attorney ready to go if he ever decides that he wants to stop representing himself. So, Encyclopedia Dramatica, Bean Boy, diaper fetishist, he's still in Florida, still being prosecuted and representing himself. All right, speaking of grifters, we now have Destiny. Destiny is in the shit again. First off, let's just start with this clip. This is apparently not Anita Sarkeesian. Oh my God. Anna Kasparian, epically owning, what's his face, Destiny. So let's see how that works out.
Not the meanies on Twitter.
I know. How many more lawsuits are you going to face from women that you allegedly secretly recorded during intimate moments, Destiny? I can't believe anyone takes you seriously.
Are you really?
You're disgusting. You're embarrassing, and you should be shunned from public life with your disgusting treatment of all sorts of people, including young left-wing girls, women.
You're turning
that you
more
victimize
blonde right
allegedly.
now in the window. You're
that's who you are.
2 shades away from being
You're
a Fox News host,
embarrassing.
Anna.
You
Keep
embarrass the
going.
left. You're the type of person who pushes people away from the left. Make sure you understand that. You're embarrassing. There's no morality with you. There's no grounding values. There's no principles. All you want is attention, 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 attention. That's all you want.
Yeah, of course.
All you want. Endless attention.
9/11 was
Say
caused by the
disgusting,
Jews, and you have
provocative garbage.
Another friendly conversation with another mainstream conservative commentator about how you're such a leftist, but those people on Twitter are so mean.
So that's what Steven's up to. That's his professional career. He had an announcement to make while sitting on a stage at a college campus. You ready?
I feel like my YouTube is going to get permabanned soon because I got like broad demonetized yesterday for that I didn't even cite a video. So I don't know. I'll appeal it. We'll see what happens. But I mean, if Kimmel is getting canceled from ABC, I don't know.
So now you can interject Neil Mahan saying, "Sorry that I took away I just took away your primary source of income, Destiny. Stop making Charlie Kirk for content." Something like that. This is the second time that he's had his primary source of income stripped away from him. It's really hard to feel bad for Destiny because he's just such a gigantic piece of shit. It's just really just terrible. So demonetize on YouTube is the current thing. Then I think that this is after the fact. So he's already been demonetized, I think. Oh, that's hard to tell. The 18th. Okay, so this was before he got demonetized. This was on YouTube, I guess, because that's where he streams, right? So this is the genius. He's on YouTube streaming this before he got demonetized, and this is what he says.
Out the crime statistics? Not exactly like.
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. The issue is right now, they don't feel like there's any fear. Like, I don't know. It's like memes. It's just memes to everybody, I guess. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't care. I'm playing video games. Okay, I'm done today. I don't give a fuck.
You realize?
God, it's gonna be so fucking gay if I get killed in the next fucking 2 months of shit I'm doing. Well, the cuck shit out here. Please don't anybody make any actual fucking the most cucked, weak ass, fucking bullshit ass speeches on my side. God, if it happens, holy shit, I'm gonna make a death note before I go out to go live and not. God, it's so cucked. It's so optics cucked.
You mean his fucking retard brain? He realized that what he's saying was extremely retarded. By the way, Destiny, your overlay looks like complete and utter shit. There's like an extraordinary amount of wasted space on your screen, and you have 4 different chats, like in like little cubes. If you need my help, I'm willing to accept compensation for making your overlay less complete and fucking dog shit. So. He realized halfway through that sentiment that what he was saying was incredibly stupid and would have negative repercussions for him, which is probably why he's not even surprised that he got demonetized from YouTube. I think at this point, let me see if there's another clip for Destiny that I have. There is, actually. The Congressman Brandon Gill forwarded this video of Destiny saying that conservatives should live in fear to the FBI, so he probably will get a door knock for that, but I don't think there's any crime that he's broken, so he's just going to have to deal with being demonetized on YouTube. So his point is that conservatives should live in fear because apparently when they live in fear, they ask their leaders to tone down the rhetoric. However, I'm pretty sure that the rhetoric that I've been seeing, at least, maybe I live in my own little bubble and it's different elsewhere, but the rhetoric I've been seeing has gone from let's debate bro Ilhan Omar back to Somalia to we are going to fucking kill you. That seems to be the most common sentiment that I see these days. I'm not endorsing that. I'm just saying that that's what I'm saying. You're saying it, right? So here's my theory. Here's my personal theory about Destiny, is that he wants to die. And I'm not saying that in a threatening way. Please ignore the bullets. He wants to die. I think that Destiny has come to the conclusion that his life sucks, that everything he tries to do ends in failure. He's a terrible father. He's a terrible boyfriend. He's a terrible boyfriend to men. His sexual escapades have led to nothing but misery and failure. His money is going down. He'll never become a serious politician. He might lose his lawsuits because they're not developing in his favor. And he's just come to the conclusion that the best and most honorable thing that could possibly happen to him right now is that he dies. If someone, he was already thinking about what would happen if he got shot. He's gonna make a list. He's gonna make a manifesto. He's gonna prepare for getting shot. And I guess he's just gonna say more and more dumb shit until someone shoots him. And then he doesn't have to worry about being alive anymore. He doesn't have to worry about his career anymore. And he'll have a legacy of being the leftist Charlie Kirk. And I know that he wants to be leftist Charlie Kirk because guess what he's doing? For someone who's in fear for his life, right, who's afraid of the dangerous, violent rhetoric that's happening on the right, he's showing up in Turning Point USA events right outside where Charlie Kirk's organization is doing their events to do the debate me bro shit, surrounded by crowds. So let's see how that's working out for him.
Not half as many as you, sir.
So now, Destiny, in his effort to become right-wing or left-wing Charlie Kirk, doing the Turning Point USA come debate me on campus thing, he's just getting yelled at, called a pedophile, sex pest, and a faggot. So this is the issue with his plan, by the way, to die heroically, is that number one, conservatives generally have more to live for. Number two, Destiny is not a person that you would assassinate. He's not useful. Charlie Kirk was extraordinarily persuasive. He was going around the country changing hearts and minds. He was convincing people that no, actually there is alternatives to the way that we live right now, and you can action that through political processes, that they exist. Let me just show you how they work. Let me show you how we can make this country better. And that made him a threat to people like the Troon, the boyfriend of the shooter, because he saw the real consequences of Charlie Kirk telling people about the dangers of sexual reassignment. He saw that had a negative impact on the life of his lovely girlfriend to be. And so he took action. Nobody sees Destiny and thinks this guy is a threat. He's not a threat to anything except perhaps children in the immediate vicinity to him. And you know, he's in California, so they're probably Mexicans. I don't have to give a fuck. Who would be inclined to shoot Destiny? Nobody, because he is a nobody. He's a good thing to have, actually. Do you want to be this guy? Do you want to be a leftist cuckold who sucks black dick? This sheepish 5'5", crack addicted moppet of a man, the carpet cleaner who dances around and makes monkey noises for people. Are you afraid of him? No. Then he's not going to get shot. So he's just going to have to deal with it. He's just going to have to deal with being Destiny. You know, every time, this is a funny thing, but every time I hear Destiny's name, I just can't help but think, that's a girl's name. That's a girl's name, chat. That's funny. Oh, is it Destiny? He is in Florida. That motherfucker. You touch any kids, Destiny. We got problems, hermano. We got problems, hombre. We're going to have to sort that shit out Cuban style. And you don't want to sort that shit out Cuban style, brother. Beta. So, there was a decomposing body found in the trunk of a Twitch streamer. He's a Twitch streamer and like a Twitch musician called D4VD. I believe you pronounce his name David, but it's spelled weird. Yeah, his name is David. David Anthony Burke. Born 2006. Oh, he's a youngin'. He has a Tesla. He's black. And he has a decomposing body in his car. Now, from my understanding, he's not been arrested yet, but his Tesla was impounded, leading to the discovery of a body that has been decomposing, apparently for about a year. The person who was in the trunk has been identified as a missing person, who is a 15-year-old girl. So for some reason, David's Tesla has a decomposing body of a 15-year-old girl in it. And the question is how and why, and perhaps also where is David? So here's the summary of this guy, written by this guy, Neil. And I'll just read Neil's post, okay? David is a Twitch streamer and alternative R&B musician from Queens. As mentioned before, he got his start in music trying to evade Twitch's copyright system and has been making his way up the ladder in the music world since 2021. I imagine that he just did covers of popular songs or something to that effect so that you could play his music without... play popular music that he made without having to pay any dividends that made him popular. I'm not sure what that is, though. On September 8th, mid-tour, it was revealed that a decomposing body was found in the front trunk of David's impounded Tesla. The body was heavily decomposing, dismembered into several pieces and wrapped inside a plastic bag in the car's front trunk, after which the body was abandoned in the Hollywood Hills for at least a full month in peak Los Angeles heat, ranging from, I can't see what that says, 85 to 110 degrees. Despite this, David kept touring, and his best friends Jason the Ween and Ludwig, who is a name I've heard before. This guy's going to get into trouble, I think. Jason the Ween and Ludwig came out in his defense, making jokes that anyone worried that he actually killed someone. Oh, wow, that's an amazing thing to say. This is one of those things, like, if you are friends with somebody and they find a decomposing body in the trunk of his fucking car, you are hands off that shit until they figure out what the fuck. And you guys say, like, sorry, like, I know you're saying you're innocent and you had nothing to do with this, but I value my neck being attached to my head or attached to my body and my head at the same time even. And I'm not sticking that shit out for you because there's a fucking rotten corpse of a 15-year-old in your trunk. That's something that you have to have the confidence in yourself to say, chat. There's no amount of clout worth it.
Situation with David? Yeah. Yeah, he didn't do it. He's not a murderer? No. Thank God, bro, because I was still going to listen to his music. I was just worried that I'd be an asshole if I did.
No, listen. LA clout brain is like the most retarded form of like parasite possible. Like you have to be a bona fide fucking dipshit retard, mentally handicapped like faggot to say shit like this when there's a dead little girl in somebody's trunk and nobody knows what the fuck's happened yet.
He didn't do it.
He literally performed the next day. If he was a suspect, the police would have been after him. He's not a suspect.
He's not just escaping the police clutches?
No. And I'm going to perform. We're going to perform on the 20th. Me and David.
Sus in the ween.
Let me do it. I'll make it. So.
Period.
Do you think David did it?
Do I think he's a murderer?
Yeah.
Can't rule him out.
Can't rule him out?
Can't rule him out.
Damn. No way.
Smarter.
No, I did think was in.
Smart white boy. White boy. That guy has a father. You know that song by Pink Guy where he says the N-word a lot and talks about killing gays? And he has to he unlisted that song, and there's a part where he like tries to make fun of white boys, like, please don't touch me. My dad is a lawyer, and I'll have you know I will not settle in court. That's that kid right there. And Pink Guy can make fun of that stereotype all he fucking wants. If I have a son, don't you fucking worry. We're gonna have a lawyer. Anyone touches you, we will not settle in court. I don't give a fuck if that's cool to your black friends in LA. I'm a monster. I'm a psychopath. If you touch my brood, my spawn, it's over for you. I'm going to tie you up in litigation around your fucking neck, and I'm going to hang you by it. Please don't touch me, okay?
Incredibly soft. I don't know if it's
how
true.
do you steal a Tesla, though?
Huh? Wait, so you think it is him?
No, I don't think it's him.
A Tesla?
I don't think it's him because he's been on tour.
No,
but also,
I don't think it's him either. I think it's like almost obviously not him. But what's weird is that Crocs dropped him.
Yeah, why would they do that?
That's weird.
Yeah, and Hollister. Like, what? Why would they do that? Guilty till proven innocent? No. Innocent till proven guilty.
If you're black in the United States of America, okay, the police have said that they have not arrested David because shortly after the body was found, information began to surface that linked the 15-year-old to the singer. The same day the victim was identified, Riva's mother spoke to TMZ, where she explained that her daughter had been missing for over a year, and she grew suspicious about the body found in Tesla since she knew her daughter's boyfriend was named David. So her 15-year-old daughter had a boyfriend with this guy who was born 2006. Okay, let's check that up before I say anything else. 2000. How old is D4DVD? 20 years old. Okay, so he was with a girl that was at least 5 years younger than him. Let's do the math here. 20 divided by 2 plus 7. Not looking good. Not looking good. I'm going to have to put a Detective Stabler face on that. I'm going to have to disavow that chat. It's not, the math ain't fucking working out. She was only 15 years old. You sick fuck. Okay. Fucking nonce. David had a tattoo that says shh on their right index finger. So they had matching tattoos. Her boyfriend's name was David. He has not been arrested. The question is simple. Law enforcement does not have enough evidence. I mean, that's understandable because when they arrest somebody, they have like 48 hours to like drop a charge. So, or they have to let him go. So I guess he's the performer, so they're going to know where he's at, right? This is him, by the way. Let me just show you his face. They don't have a picture of him. Yeah, he looks like someone that would kill a 15-year-old. Just going to say it. I'm going to go there, chat. I believe it. What was I talking about before? I was making... Oh, wait, hold up. I'm going to play this clip, and then I'm going to go find something real quick.
Hey, I'm going to say this right now. He didn't kill anybody, bro. He didn't kill anybody. There's no way. There's no way he's been on tour. He didn't kill anybody. He's been on tour. He literally performed yesterday. Bro, do you see the videos that he makes? There's no way he's killing somebody. He was framed. Either he was framed or my theory is somebody killed someone and stole David's car and left it in the trunk. But I'm also not a detective, so innocent till
proven guilty and shit, man. Oh, it's called White is Right, of course. How could I forget this? White is Right. Oh yeah, there we go. Wait, hold up.
It's crime. If I rape a
Here we go.
police will let me, and I'll have you know I will. If you don't get off, Jesus Christ, everybody seems equal in our Savior's eyes, except for faggots and except for niggers. niggers. If you don't get off my lawn, I'ma pull that trigger. Please don't touch me, my dad is a lawyer. And I'll have you know I will not settle in court. I got a nice job at my father's firm. If I cry hard enough, the police will let me go. Anytime, anytime. I'm a white teenage boy in his prime. If I rape a girl, it won't be a crime, because my father has my back. And Lord Jesus Christ, I fuck my sister, then I fuck my...
You can look, pink eye. Look, Joji. You can try to dab on Whitey all you want. It's time for white nepotism, okay? And you see this kid here? This guy has a father in his life, and he's been coached, and he doesn't say dumb shit. That the fucking ugly-ass Ian Miles Chong-looking retard on the left. Is that Ludwig? Is Ludwig the fucking frumpy-ass retard? I believe so. What's this guy? Jason? That looks like a Jason, and that looks like a frumpy-ass retard that goes by the name Ludwig, okay? Am I right? Am I right on this? I believe I'm right on this, okay? I just get that feeling. His name... Oh, Ludwig is the white guy? Oh, no. What have I done? I got egg on my face now. What's he done? Maybe he's learned his lesson. What has he done? Okay, correct me, chat. Wig's father is dead? When did he die? Ludwig says retarded shit all the time. Okay. I guess he's not retarded enough to fall for this one then. He just knows. He just knows. There's some people you don't offend. He just knows in that head of his, chat. Okay, that's the missing persons report. That's the tattoo of that he and the body had a matching tattoo of. It was identified as Celeste. She posted about him openly on their TikTok, and now they're just trying to find forensic evidence that the decaying corpse in his car was actually killed by him and not planted there by somebody. And in case you're wondering, no, you don't have to care, chat. And yes, that's how it works now. Now that Charlie's dead, we look at this and we acknowledge it's a 15-year-old decomposing in someone's trunk, and we condemn it as a horrific act of violence, but then we also acknowledge, I don't have to give a fuck. That's how it is. All right. Next. FBI Director Poutel has something to say. Let's hear him out.
Terrorism work, cyber attacks, and foreign adversaries are something the FBI must never sleep on, and we are not sleeping. In the counterintelligence space alone, this year, year to date, 30% increase in counterintelligence arrests from the DPRK, Russia, Iran, and China. And I want the American people to know, in this setting, there's a lot of work that the brave men and women in the FBI are doing we just can't get into, but they don't stop. Our cyber threats, ransomware attacks, those harming our children online. We have nearly a 20% increase in indictments and arrests in 7 months alone this year. We're going after those that harm our malware, infrastructure systems, telecom systems, and energy structure. Combating SALT and Vault typhoons are just a little bit of the examples we're doing. Maybe most importantly, under the counterterrorism and domestic terrorism umbrella, are nihilist, violent extremists, and those that label themselves 7-6.
Oh my God, this fucking Jeet. Oh, wow, that went right over my head. Like, what the fuck did he say? This fucking Jeet can't pronounce the word nihilist. Nihilistic violent extremists, NVE. That's what they classify, like, all those, like, Discord groomies, the Discord kittens that are killing, like, their moms and shit and beheading people and doing weird stuff that doesn't make sense, like the school shooters and stuff, like the Pooner shooter is an NVE, a nihilistic violent extremist. So he can't even pronounce nihilistic violent extremist.
Or who wish to go online and convince children to maim and mutilate themselves and commit suicide. And we are producing...
That's just like... If he doesn't know how to pronounce nihilistic, that means that nobody who can speak English, at least, in the FBI has had a conversation with Kash Patel where they explain to him what this means. They've given him this piece of paper, and he is seeing a word that he's never seen in English before and is reading it without any practice. He's never had a conversation with somebody in the office of the FBI, of the J. Edgar Hoover building, discussing what he is now calling in front of Congress to be an extraordinary threat to the American people and their children. He's never heard the word. He's never had a conversation with somebody about this. He's just got the piece of paper. Unfucking real.
record numbers of arrests under that umbrella organization. We even stopped an individual in the 764 network who wanted to conspire to kill an adolescent girl.
764 is like the prototype, like the big, like nihilistic violent extremist organization. This is the first time that they've mentioned this. They've arrested a lot of people involved in 764 recently, which the FBI is doing right. This is actually something that he should be crowing about and talking to Congress about very proudly, that he's been working to, that the FBI has been working to arrest these people, but he can't even pronounce the fucking name.
Transparency remains one of my main priorities at the FBI, and this is what I've done in my 7 months at the helm. We've produced more than 33,000 pages of documents to Congress to a variety of committees, including, I believe, 7,500 to this committee alone, if memory serves me correct. To put the 33,000 in perspective, my predecessor in 7 years produced 13,000 pages in total to the United States Congress. His predecessor in 4 years produced 3,000 pages in total. I repeat, I have produced 33,000 pages in 7 years to this Congress and will continue to do so. I'm dedicated to restoring the trust in the mission and the integrity of the FBI, and we cannot do so without congressional oversight, and I promise you I will continue to do so.
So his whole point is that I'm an effective director, and one of the things that I've really been focused on is protecting children from online threats from nihilistic, violent extremists such as 764, which is a real threat to kids. So, on its face, besides the little whoopsie doodle about him never having heard the word nihilistic before in his life, which I guess you just have to excuse because he's Indian and he's the extraordinary human capital that we need these days. Here's the funny outcry from this. Bronze Age Pervert retweeted this. Olshrek says, you should have zero tolerance for any right-winger pushing this shit. If they ever type 09A, 764, irony poisoning, gamers, young white men, note, which the last three are like whatever, but then the first two are like actual legitimate groups that do exist. I know people in them who are fucking terrorists, and the fact that they're not in jail is shocking to me. He says, note them down as somebody who should be actively attacked at any opportunity. Their career as a commentator should end there. Well, let me go ahead and say it. 09A and 764 and everyone involved in them not just should be arrested, they should be killed. If Donald Trump said, Josh Moon, you're my guy, you're my top guy, I can't find anybody to do this because it's like extrajudicial, but you know, I'm pretty sure like I just need somebody to pull the trigger. I'm like, Mr. Trump, I'm right here. The 09A 764 nihilistic violent extremist that you've got, Mr. Trump, I'm your fucking guy. So I don't know if my commentary career should end. I promise you, being in the bowels of the internet and running the Kiwi farms, I promise you they're fucking real. They're atomized is what they are. It is a loose collection of sociopaths who exchange information on how to sexually extort children. That is the gist of it. That's it. You don't need a grand conspiracy. There's no council of 764 members. They just share information, and then they share the nudes of children that they've sexually extorted, and then they get them to cut themselves because they find it funny to have that kind of control over somebody, especially a child. That's it. Bronze Age Pervert, for whatever reason, actually fucking retweeted this shit out. If you don't... which is just shocking to me. And then he's trying to say that this is the satanic panic of the right. It's really, number one, the satanic panic was true. It existed. Number two, no, really, it's Discord. And this fucking faggot, this guy definitely sucks cock. The next person is going to have a video of him like, oh yeah, you want that Nazi dick, don't you, twink boy? That's Bronze Age Pervert. That shit's coming out. He's a fucking gay fucking loser. He's one of those people that needs to be culled off from having any kind of fandom. It's like all he does is one of those people that all he fucking does is he just tweets out pictures of young men. Like, just say you're gay, bro. What the fuck is this? Next, we have part of my music review. We got Dave Bluntz here. Dave Bluntz has had a little bit of a public breakup with Kanye West. He put out this song. Let's just cut a little bit into it and then see what he has to say.
To be that type of dude. Never meant to be that type of dude. Never meant to be that type of dude. Never meant to be that type of. Never meant meant to be that type of dude. Kanye West, he made me diss the Jews. Bitch, I'm speaking out, this shit's my truth. I'm so sick and tired of being groomed. I'm so sick and tired of being groomed. He gave me millions of dollars. It made me switch up on Connor. It made me think he's a scholar. He tried to act like my father. I ain't even try to ask the bitch nigga for a handout. 47-year-old billionaire, but from me he's fanned out. Bitch niggas wanna switch up and treat me like I'm nothing. The same nigga that made graduation try to fuck his cousin. This is real shit, bitch nigga, no, I am not bluffing. Told me that you love me, but you was never even my friend. Remember when you told me that you kissed a bitch that was trans? Remember when you told me that you had to kiss the bitch again? They don't wanna see me win. Thought this nigga was my twin. You ain't never have to spend. You ain't never have to draw down on a nigga just to get the rent paid. Nigga made me write HH, but I shoulda did it, was a mistake. Codeine when I intake. Why the fuck are my friends fake? Rolling on me so heavy, if I bust it down, it's gonna make my wrist break. I'm just trying to be a winner. No, I don't support Hitler. Hating Jews, that is not me. So I'm sorry I became a Nazi. Yeah. I'm sorry I became a Nazi. I lost myself, that is not me.
I'm so sorry I became a Nazi. Play it on the radio.
I can't let Kanye stop me. I'm not your cousin, you can't stop me. I'm not your cousin, you can't stop me. I'm not your cousin, you can't stop me. Yeah, I'm putting this shit to rest. Hell no, I don't support incest. Two cousins should not have sex. Two cousins should not 69. Kanye, get the fuck off my line. Kanye need to go and find Jesus. 7 years old, used to have problems breathing. 7 years old, you was sucking on penis. 7 years old, you was swallowing semen. Go and fight God so you can kill those demons. Go and fight God so you can solve those issues. You got nut on your face, nigga, here's a tissue. You got nut on your face, nigga, wipe it off. You and your cousin was in love. How could you do that to your cuz? How could you do that to your blood? Never meant to be that type of dude. Never meant to be that type of dude. Never meant to be that type of. Never meant to be that type of dude. Kanye West, he made me diss the Jews. Bitch, I'm speaking out, this shit's my truth. I'm so sick and tired of being groomed. I'm so sick and tired of being groomed.
I gotta admit, it was better than I expected. The lyrics go hard, man. That shit's fire, y'all. Shit. It's like an anti-America First anthem. Incredible. Never forget the Nick Fuentes endorsed a black man who sucked baby dick for president. How that does not disqualify him from his current status is beyond me. I'm starting to wonder really if his audience is just bots. Are these people really fucking out there that see these monumental fuck ups, that see the good that Trump is actually doing, and realize that no, actually Nick Fuentes is just a fucking retard and he doesn't actually know anything besides how to get himself more attention. Really crazy. His audience is brown. We can only hope so. I would hate to imagine that white people listen to him. All right, we're rounding out the cow zone, getting towards the end. I have a little bit on H3. Do I want to play this?
Not go.
I don't know. That doesn't sound funny. That doesn't sound funny. Just want to play this part, I think. I'm going to skip through all this. Kino Casino will cover all this, I'm sure. I'll watch every second of this. I don't really care. I just want to see this part, okay? If you follow the Anisa iDub stuff, it has been mentioned many times that there exists a man out there in the universe known as Gorgeous Gabe. And it was alleged by the boxing coach that Gorgeous Gabe was so gorgeous that Anisa Jamha, the married woman, would only actively participate in her husband's sparring matches if her husband was sparring against Gorgeous Gabe, because apparently he was such a sight to behold that Aniza could not help herself, and she would get a little bit spry and frisky at his visage. So here we have H3 and the return of the boxing guys. Apparently, by the way, the boxing coach and his wife will be doing an interview with Kino Casino. Apparently, Kino Casino has pulled Jeremy Hambley, the quartering, and also the boxing coaches for iDubbbz. Thanks in part to iDubbbz giving them a huge boost. They're getting big interviews now. So good for them. I guess this can be explained in detail, but H3 had him back on, and the boxing coach is going to be watching them fight. And apparently the emphasis here is on Aniza's attention to gorgeous Gabe. Let's take a look.
Let me just stay zoomed in on her.
Yeah, she's in love.
Incoming. I'm trying to manually track her face.
Yeah.
It's not pretty, but
The first time Gabe actually punches Ian in the sparring, Anissa actually smiles. That was in the first round.
And also in the video is one of my other pro fighters at the time, Ryan Ishmael, and he was trying to train for a pro fight during Ian's camp. So like 2 weeks I missed in Florida helping Ryan train for his professional fight that he won. But it's like I missed 2 weeks of one of my actual fighters' camps because of working with you. And he would get so frustrated with Ian because he would hear shit online when she'd be like, oh yeah, oh, this is actually what it is.
This is the Godzilla part.
Yeah,
she compares Gabe to Godzilla.
So here's what she said in response to that. Okay.
Look at how awkward she is. Why is she... she's just standing upright, but there's something about how frigid she is that makes me think of like an NPC in a video game. She's basically T-posing. Why is she like it's like her animation cycle's broken. Now she's just T-posing. Somebody has to like reset her animation cycle. She forgot how to move. She's no longer respirating. She's about to die frozen solid on the floor.
Actually, I want to show the
No, rigid and frigid. Come here. I'm not making a mistake here.
It feels good. I was hoping it'd be like yeah, that felt good. Some more of that. Good, but it was immediately like...
You know what it looks like? It looks like she really, really has to take a shit, and those cheeks are just ironclad, locked together. If she moves, there's a chance of her shitting her pants. That's what... I hate to be disgusting here, chat, on this podcast that's usually family-friendly, but she's just so awkward. Why is she standing like that?
Oh, shit.
It's like shooting a big Godzilla and the Godzilla doing nothing. Yeah. Just knowing, like, all right.
What a dumb idiot weirdo. What is his contribution?
Yeah.
Exactly.
So in this analogy, gorgeous Gabe is Godzilla. The great Godzilla, and Ian is probably like a side monster. He's not even like a main monster.
Okay. I think iDubbbz has been thoroughly humiliated at this point. Is there anything really left to say about him? Like, his existence is just so sad and tortured. What a terrible life. What a terrible existence. And all he does is just goes on stream and he copes about how no, everything's fine and everyone's just overreacting. It's like, okay, bro, whatever you say, man. The numbers are inflated because I have X open and X lies about their statistics, basically. I don't know how many you can subtract, but I see 1.7 on Rumble and 2.1. So it's about 3. That's actually pretty fucking good. 3.8 is pretty fucking good, actually. The YouTube shit's really working out. And then probably like 100 plus on X. That's how it usually goes. Cool. So honorable user of the Kiwi Farms, Capway Ranch Dressing, requested this last second that I have never heard of before until 5 minutes ago. Okay, wait, is this a different Ludwig? Ludwig World Order, the streamer from Darkside Phil World, is not Ludwig, the guy from the David Musical World in LA, right? These are just two different Ludwigs, right? Bossman got unbanned on Twitch? Wait, no, I thought it was, you meant Kick. Come on now. I don't care about Twitch. Twitch sucks. I hate him streaming on Twitch. I try to watch his VODs and they're all muted because Dan Clancy's such a fucking faggot. I hate it, man. I even sent a letter to Evil Eddie in Australia. I paid for international postage to send that motherfucker a letter to say, you got to unban Bossman Jack. Okay. Okay. Had an appearance on some Rudy Poo's podcast where he was spurging out about defending his lolly VTuber avatar. Sounds like a lispy homosexual and gets very, very mad. The dude sells merchandise of AI art of his avatar beating up DSP. Well, that's chibi. That's not lolly. I'm an expert on my moral fagging. Is this AI generated? It's pretty good for AI generated. Yeah, I'm going to say that's chibi, bro. Why is he talking to this black man? What is this black man doing? Why is this black man related to Darkside Phil?
So
I will give this a chance. Okay.
it's an adult.
They're hugging.
That little thing's an adult.
Yep, they both are.
So this is a shirt, right?
Both of them.
Okay, hold on.
That's you're projecting like you believe you are looking this and you're seeing children. You're weird.
At
dude.
face value, it looks like a fucking kid.
Dude,
what are you talking
no,
about?
That's the lollipop. That's a bad line. Like, he immediately pulled out, like, that thing. I have literally been told this by May, Pantsu Party, and Digibro, that if you look at a cartoon of a child getting fucked and you think, that's a picture of a child getting fucked, then you're the pedophile because you're looking at this picture of a child getting fucked and you think that it looks like a child. And when it's just an innocent cartoon character. And it's like, that's his immediate go-to defense. Like, bro, that's just straight out the fucking playbook. You might want to find a different one to go through.
Nope, they're both adults, actually.
I can believe the back one's an adult, but the one in the front, are you serious? I don't think
She's
Sliding
really
says
tall.
it's an adult.
She's really tall. She's like 7 feet tall.
That's a 7 foot. Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, that exists.
The one in the front, 7 feet tall?
No, the one in the back, idiot.
I'm talking about the one in the front.
She's an adult because the one in the back is 7 feet tall.
Well, it just looks bad. Look, let's step away from the moral panic here. It just looks like shit. Who the fuck would wear this? I'm so glad that I really, really care about how good my merchandise looks. And I have never sold somebody a product that I'm ashamed of. Everything that I've ever sold looks quality. I've worn it myself. I've put the stickers up places to epically own Antifa. I've literally pasted Kiwi stickers over Antifa stickers in Serbia. And I'm just so happy that my shit does not look like fucking lazy garbage.
You stupid fuck. Do you know how math works?
Okay, so the one in the front, how tall is she?
Like 6 feet tall, idiot.
6 feet tall, okay. So,
Yeah, look, she's standing on her tiptoes, you dumb fuck.
I'm not supposed
Moron.
to know from this fucking t-shirt and the proportions. Looks
No,
like an adult.
I should email you a birth certificate, you stupid fuck, because this is your number.
Oh my god. Okay. Look, I understand what he's saying about the lispy voice, but I have to. I am now literally legally compelled to show you this video, in case you're too young to remember this. This guy, the Ludwig guy, he sounds identical to this.
Watch it run in slow motion. It's pretty badass. Look, it runs all over the place. Whoa, watch out, says that bird. Ew, it's got a snake. Oh, it's chasing a jackal. Oh my gosh. Oh, the honey badgers are just crazy. The honey badger has been referred to by the Guinness Book of World Records as the most fearless animal in all of the animal kingdom. It really doesn't give a shit. If it's hungry, it's hungry. Ew, what's that in its mouth? Oh, it's got a...
You mean to tell me that you think that's a child? Ew.
Number 1 point. You're calling me a pedophile? You're an idiot. You're fucking stupid. It's the one you came up with first.
Lolicon
it's
don't
the
give a
one you
shit.
came out the gate with.
Lolicon badass.
That's what I come out the gate with, you fucking idiot. Why do you think I started with it? And here's the funny thing. That's the first thing I saw. And then what's funny, someone sent me this, which is much fucking worse.
Go ahead, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're really winning them over.
Hold on,
Let me...
The black guy's hosting this.
Hold on. Let me pull it up.
He's trying to do OBS. Black Andy Orski's trying to figure this out.
Besides not being the boomer allegations.
I'm not upset. I'm just laughing. Like, this guy's fucking
I got the
hilarious.
Thing. I was pulling it up.
Pooey
it's so easy to dunk on him.
What's a pooey? Okay, let me look this up. Pooey anime. Okuran's got a poop. Don da don. That does not sound right. Count Poo from Beelzebub Wiki. Shutterstock anime pooping images. What is this? What's a pooey? Chat. Chat, help me. What is a pooey, chat? I'm not clicking any of this.
Oh yeah, it's so
Yeah.
easy. What about that, right? Like, okay,
It's called
you
a
want to make
swimsuit. How many times have you been
Swimsuit?
kicked out of a beach for like you show up at a beach, you see women in swimsuits, and you just start furiously masturbating, going like, "Oh my god, this is so sexual." Ugh.
My argument's
They're wearing
not even the fact
swimsuits,
that-
you fucking moron! Like what the
It's not
fuck?
even the fact that they're wearing swimsuits making it sexual. It's just the fact that like they're
Oh, is
like
this his
being
O-
hugging.
Is this his OC anime? Okay, that would explain why I can't find it.
Be with each other. They're wearing swimsuits. Okay, well, it's a very romantic style.
No,
I'm just
it's
saying.
not. They're friends and they're adults.
That's
So
the
is this
one in
what
the
I got?
front. Does anyone really think that the one in the front looks like a fucking adult?
Look,
I
mean,
really genuinely am wondering if
go
you
ahead.
genuinely
Look at
think.
Dude, maybe I'm like jaded, but like it has boobs and its proportions are not lolly coded. I feel so weird saying that, but I don't think that like it's a note when you see it type of thing. That doesn't look like a lolicon to me. That's like a little bit sus, but like I give it like a 2 out of 10 on the sus meter. You know what I mean?
hips. Look
I
at
know
the
I know
bust.
the one in the front. I know the one in the front is you. It's your VTuber model, your female VTuber model, right? The one in the front.
Yeah, a lot of people on Twitter use female VTuber models.
Oh yeah, a
Like,
lot of
they
people
use
like.
Oh, his defense is atrocious. His defense is right out the fucking lolicon playbook. Like just say like it has like hips and breasts. What the fuck else do you want? She's short, so therefore it's a child. That doesn't work. That's not a good argument.
Like the guy that you love,
And, like
Resident
anime
Destiny, right?
avatars and shit. You're gonna go after them too.
No, I only go after the ones that are freaks like you and Refs as Desu. That's it.
A freak? Oh.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
definitely
Rev says
sexualized
because
because
I-
they're showing the groin lines. That's not the argument.
Watch like videos on my
Hold on,
stream.
wait. Wait, let's talk about this picture. So this picture.
Okay, thanks for catching up, Jamal. Jamal just realized that we're talking about this picture on screen. It's like his brain can only like single channel process what's happening. So he just now got the screen organized, and like all that conversation that was happening is just completely gone. Okay.
Explain your.
Yeah, how many times has he reported this to Fourth Wall to get this taken down for
You
being?
keep
like,
saying I'm
pedophilic
reporting.
and
I'm not
false?
going out of my way to do anything.
Then you
Like,
don't
literally.
care. Then you don't care.
Wait,
You're
is
just, like,
is,
being-
is Ludwig a Troon? Is that what's happening? I know my okay, so Ludwig used to this guy, the guy that sells this shirt, he used to be a forum user. He was in the DSP group and he quit after I banned a bunch of DSP people for basically saying that they would break the law if they felt like it and I can suck shit out of their ass. And I'm like, okay, well I have to ban you now because you said that you were gonna break the law to troll DSP. And my take on this was being ignored. So a bunch of them like left in solidarity, and Ludwig was one of them, I'm pretty sure. But he made one of the best, I'm not exaggerating here, the best, this is how you don't play. And it was the one where he does have to fight the Dark Souls boss Ludwig. And it's this is how you don't play about that Dark Souls expansion pack or something. And it's an excellent, this is how you don't play. It's one of my favorite DSP things ever made. And my only complaint about it was that he has this anime persona. It's like a red-haired anime girl that he's like OC edited into the game. And he uses it to demonstrate how you can complete areas in the game correctly, which is very useful. And it's one of the reasons why it's one of the best This Is How You Don't Play is because if you don't play Dark Souls and you have no interest in the game, you've never seen it, you can watch him play the game in very short bursts and understand what's supposed to be happening and how DSP is fucking it up, and that adds to it. The only detriment to that is that he uses his anime character as like the hero, but it serves a purpose, so it gets a pass. But now I see he's really big into the OC, and that's what's like the issue here.
No, I could report it. I don't like
You're just
looking
crying.
at
You're
your
just
gay
whining.
shit.
You're just being a dumb fucking loser.
Okay, so Reap, did you look into this and see if the ages or whatever or
Where the fuck am I supposed to find the lore on ages? All I know is that the one in the front is
don't
his
know.
fucking VTuber avatar. I don't know what the one in the fucking back is.
Yeah, you
Oh,
don't know the lore.
Wait, so he's got like okay, so if I search Ludwig World Order on YouTube right now and pull this guy's channel up, the Pui is his character? Let's see, live. Oh no, what is this? He's got like 2 anime characters. What the fuck is happening? What is on my screen? He's got like a horrific horse monster and then also an anime girl. Is he both at the same time? What the fuck am I looking at?
Cook something would be perfect. So
That's a beautiful cake, by the way. That must be AI generated. There's no fucking way. That's an awesome cake.
cook something would be perfect. So let's try for that pacing. Let's try to hit 5.
Why is that separate? That's a good question. Why is it separate?
Okay, does that sound good? I hope that sounds good to everyone.
Nah, it doesn't, because people are asking you why you do it that way.
Okay, all right.
So the mouth is moving on the horse monster. So what's the anime?
So
Who's the anime
all
chat?
the topics I wanted to cover. I'm very frustrated with this whole technology situation. I absolutely hate that there's an Insta360 link control you have to download separately. It allows you to use different effects in the Insta-Link software. All right, that's what I have.
It's May.
I'm telling you, Insta-Link controller is the standalone software you use with the camera JDTV. Okay, that's how you enable 60 frame per second mode. That's how you turn on and off.
That's his girlfriend?
There's no other software. That's the software for the camera.
Is that Pooey? Is that supposed to be that the first one with the dumb hair? It's hard to tell because it's like an AI thing, or no, like a 3D thing, like a Second Life model. Oh, now it's a witch with even more cleavage. Now it's completely different. Okay.
10, 15 years ago.
I need to hear this thing talk. Does he just hold this woman at gunpoint to be on stream with him and then she doesn't say anything?
Yo, hold up. Look at that.
Go. What the fuck is that?
Racial
Why is there
raises eyebrow?
Why is there more anime on my screen?
Wait a minute. Look at that eyebrow raise the moment he
It's only one person and he controls both characters. So is this like the horse's girlfriend? Like his VTuber horse monster has a girlfriend and that's he changes the avatar so much I have no idea if this is supposed to be one of these characters. This is extremely confusing, chat. See, this is why me and the DSP people do not get along, because I'm looking at this in utter like shock and disbelief. And I'm trying to think, like, you're like a DSP commentary channel. Why are there like 4 different anime characters on my screen at the same time? Is one of them like a blank, empty, vacuous robot that doesn't do anything, or is it like a girlfriend in real life being held at gunpoint? Like I cannot figure out what the fuck is happening here. Am I hallucinating? I feel like I'm having a stroke. I'm gonna be real with you. Wait, so the character has changed costume yet again. So if this is not controlled by a separate person who's like doing a thing with him, then I'm to believe that for the duration of this 11-hour-long Dark Side Phil watch-along, Ludwig is playing dress up with an anime character that is being puppeted by nobody, especially not a real-life girlfriend. That is my obligatory conclusion to what is happening on the stream if there are no other acceptable answers to it. Do you understand? This is very strange behavior. This is an 11-hour-long video where he's playing dress up with a doll. Okay? That is the conclusion that I'm coming to with this, because it's not talking or doing anything. Okay. I'm invested in this now. I want to hear how this ends. I'll wait 2 minutes. Okay, I can do that. 2 minutes of my time.
To know the lore of a fucking weird looking artwork to say, hey, this looks weird.
Yeah, you're coming through this from a perspective of ignorance, like literally.
I'm just asking if you knew or not. I don't know.
No, I don't know.
I'm
I'm
not
sorry.
gonna know this shit.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, that explains a lot.
This black man, is Terry Davis's parrot. This is black man. He's staring at the screen. He has no idea what this is. He can never figure this out. There's no hope he'll ever figure this out. But maybe he thinks he understands. Maybe he has some bird ideas. Maybe it's the best he can do.
Explains a lot. What the fuck are you talking about? Again,
you're an ignorant
let's not fucking get too hard. Let's not fucking get too down on this point.
Whenever you say you like an anime other than Dragon Ball Z on Twitter, this is the dude who's calling you a pedophile. This guy who's talking to me.
You're really gonna go to that fucking argument that I don't like anime? You can ask Sly. I love anime.
No,
I fucking love anime.
Like,
you son of a
anyone
bitch.
likes anything remotely,
I fucking watch all the Gokus. You
like
motherfucker.
girls in it, like you call them a pedophile.
No,
gatekeep them, push them out. This is what you're doing.
No, it's not. I know people that like my dress.
So why are you bitching about this, dumb fuck? This is everywhere. This is a swimsuit episode. This is a fucking swimsuit arc, dipshit.
Swimsuit with a girl that looks like a fucking child being groped on by an adult.
A child? Look at her, idiot.
It looks like a child.
Sly, poll.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm gonna say it. I give this a 2 out of 10 on the lowly scale. Okay, this is certified not fucking lowly. Okay, like I hate to take this guy's defense, but like I know it when I see it. Okay, I'm a fucking expert on internet shit, and this doesn't even register on like my offense scale. Okay, I am personally unoffended by this.
whatever.
Now,
One in the chat if you okay, do a poll. If you agree to it, I'll do a poll. Is this a child?
What's your opinion, Sly?
Let's see.
What's your opinion, Sly?
Hold on. Is this a child?
It's definitely Gooner shit,
What's
but
your
it's
opinion?
not.
Poll.
It's not like
Start a poll.
pedophile coded at all.
I can say that, you know, as a non-animator, that all of this stuff is very taboo. I don't.
Black man's chat is taking my side on this. Okay,
Yeah, I mean,
think
there's
it's
feel
kinda
vindicated in my
over the line
opinion.
for sure. Like,
yeah,
I'm not a
this.
fan of hentai. I don't like lolicon.
You don't like lolicon, but you make lolicon defenses.
What? Like what?
That's true. He
You
does.
just did.
Like what? Huh?
That's an adult, but it looks like a fucking kid. What are you talking about?
It is an adult and looks like an adult. You're
I
an
also
idiot.
look like an adult. I'm
Yes, it
an
does.
idiot.
Look, there is a safety fuse in my brain, and when it fizzles out, it means I've seen too much anime shit, and it just blew. Okay, there's parts of my brain which are no longer lit up, so I have to avert my gaze. All right, that is my official take on this matter. I hope that has brought some clarity to the situation. I want to step into a realm that I'm much more familiar with and much more comfortable talking about, and that is my dear friend Ethan Ralph, who once said the most romantic thing I've ever heard in my entire life, that we go together like ham and cheese. To this end, I'm afraid to reluctantly announce that I have absolutely nothing to talk about with Ethan Ralph. He's still in Mexico. I was surprised to see that he was streaming during the Charlie Kirk thing. I haven't heard anything about him, any developments, and I think it's because Ethan Ralph is still in Mexico, by his lonesome, trying to do the best that he can in Mexico. And he should know, upon my return to the promised land, upon my return home, everything in America just started going upwards, up and away, better than they've ever been. And this is no mistake. This is no accident. This was my providence. I have returned, and I'm bringing with us a golden age of Americanism. In that regard, I humbly invite Ethan Ralph to return home to the United States and to reclaim the land that his papa gave him. Now, to help aid myself in this request, by the way, I guess I should play this as a mandatory introduction. Assuming that wants to load, which it could not because, of course, I'm a fucking retard and I can't run a website to save my fucking life. Play the fucking clip, you piece of shit. See, I didn't think about playing this before, but now I want to. And now that I want to, I'll never get to play it.
Ethan, happy birthday, Ethan. Love your dad, Jim, and best friends Josh, Flam, and Gator.
Gator.
Good luck on the upcoming corn harvest and enjoy that cake.
Enjoy that cake. Hell yeah. Happy birthday, Ethan. Now, to sell my point that Ralph should return home, I asked for some creative endeavors, some creative artistic depictions of Ethan Ralph. Now, this is the timeline that we could have lived in if Ethan Ralph were in the United States still and hadn't gone to Mexico to flee the child bride. Here we have Ethan Ralph saving Charlie Kirk. He saw that gunman up there with his eagle eyes. Actually, Eagle Eyes Gator was still his hench, his mensch. And Eagle Eyes Gator saw the gunman and signaled to Ethan Ralph, "Mr. President, get down," to which Ethan Ralph heroically saved Charlie Kirk's life. This is Ethan Ralph with Kanye West, helping him compose his great new song. And Ralph, of course, being the politically savvy, smart guy, he saw how hard Kanye was going. He's like, "Look, bro, you don't want to go that hard. I can't necessarily co-sign this." So he helped him out a little. He took the Dave Blunt's lyrics and he just kind of switched it up a little bit with some of that prose, because he's such a talented writer, and helped Kanye develop lyrics that were hard-hitting and subversive against you-know-who, but without saying it outright to cause him the problems, thus helping him win the presidency, perhaps. After Kanye West became president, he then annexed Canada. This is the flag raising over Canada as the cuckold Canadian Mounties can only sit there and cry as they become the 51st state. This, of course, Ethan Ralph, since he is back home able to protect May, he has his land, which he's developed. He's got a barn, and he has walked in on Your Movie Sucks conspicuously close to his horse wife, chat. But thankfully, he was in the United States, able to protect her and able to prevent any sort of heinous activity that he could definitely not co-sign. Let's see, there's some more. Okay, here's Ethan Ralph He just so happened to be in Minneapolis on his way to see Nick Rekieta, and as a God-fearing Catholic groiper that he is, because he's still in good terms with Nick Fuentes on this timeline, he just so happened to pull over at a Catholic church for Sunday Mass and saw a trans-looking person outside looking very suspicious, which allowed him to prevent the church massacre that was going to happen that day, chat, if Ethan Ralph was in the United States of America. Here's another one. Here's another. I like that this is in the darkest dungeon style. This is Ralph. He's prevented a unspeakable tragedy as Christ looks on. Is there any more? I don't think there's any more. I think that's what I got from my audience last second for asking for this. So that's the timeline we could have lived in. That's the timeline that we should have lived in. But unfortunately, Ethan Ralph is in Mexico. Maybe there's still a lot of good left to be done, chat, but only if Ethan Ralph can return to his father's country, chat, and be the Ethan Ralph we all need him to be once again. Okay. And with that said, I then have some Reddit segment, my favorite segment, of course. Then the Superberry segment. So I have some stuff. Let's see how I can align this. All right, let's start with this, actually. So last stream, I blindly fumbled my way through ChudLogic getting banned from our drama. And I would like to actually cap this off because I had been contacted by people in the know, and the situation was explained to me. ChudLogic is apparently a tranny or is a very strange person who has like 100 different alt accounts on our drama. And when he gets punished in any way, shape, or form on all drama, he switches over to a different account and posts tranny porn throughout our drama, which is why the mod owner of our drama was so pissed off. Now, the our drama guy, apparently, and truly an act of brilliance. See, this was his gambit. Because I had commented on this, and because I had said vaguely that ChudLogic should not be banned, I don't know what he did, but he's fine on the forum. The owner of our drama said, okay, fine. I will clarify this issue once and for all. ChudLogic, I will unban you, but you must confess to being the starry eyes tranny poster that keeps spamming our drama with tranny porn. And ChudLogic has confirmed that that is indeed him. So now we have a clearer picture. ChudLogic spams the tranny porn and now is unbanned. So this is what I consider a diplomatic resolution to this conflict, handled very successfully by the our drama administrator. Good job. I applaud democratic approaches and cooperations that exist within the confines of international law, of diplomacy and such. Okay. So, that said, Sneeds, who has become very reliable for last second Reddit segment. I actually have a lot to say for this Reddit segment, but he has some Troon stuff to start us out with. Lumpy Marsupial says, anyone being followed by Christian nationalists, just curious, I seem to have attracted the ones of the Neighborhood Community Watch program in my area. It's pretty transparent they are churchgoers, but they follow me everywhere. I know this sounds like paranoid schizophrenia, but it's not. I'm actually working on my PhD, 3/4 done, and doing some investigative journalism, and found a niche surveillance and harassment industry that contracts police and federal law enforcement. Here's an example, and then it's SIS.US, which is Security Industry Specialist Inc., a private security company. My group seems to source a lot of allied universal people. Apparently, there are marching orders to follow trans people around. One of my local chapter groups mentioned they had confrontation with a group in a supermarket after being followed, and they kept trying to violently escalate things. It seems to match the type of behavior I have been experiencing over the past 4 years. Interesting. So he's in for his doctorate, which gives us a vague approximation of his age. A doctorate takes how long, Chad? Is it like 7 years after high school? So you graduate high school at 7. Or at 18, you add 7 years, thereabouts, and then you take away 4 years for when this starts happening. And what's that? 21. This young male at 21 started to see people following him, specifically an organized harassment group trying to stalk him for his identity. Interesting. Interesting timing there with that. Let's see. Liberal gun owners. Do what you can to arm every trans person you know. Hey guys, this is a PSA. Do everything in your power to push any trans people you know to arm themselves. Use personal discretion here. Do everything you can to any trans person, but use discretion. America has been defined by people who have picked their hill and defended it with their life. I plan to be holding workshops in the Midwest for those who are looking to build their own weapons, either through 3D printing or through purchasing part kits online. Straw purchases are illegal and you cannot directly purchase a firearm for another person, but I will use my First Amendment to help people figure out the best way to arm themselves. That sounds like fucking a crime. I'm going to be real with you. If you're like advocating that people illegally buy firearms and you're giving them instructions on how to, that sounds like a good way to end up in jail for forever. I'm going to say, especially if one of them kills somebody. The other side has been adamant on their come and take them ideology. I believe a large number of conservatives who are also in support of guns for all and don't like that the DOJ are looking to see if they could remove guns from trans people. Taking guns away from trans people is essentially the equivalent of taking guns away from anyone that's named Matthew, but prefers to go by Matt. Entirely arbitrary and capricious. Defend your life and your rights and your property. Find your hill. So chat, did any of you do your homework? Did any of you go out and arm yourself? Because I let you know, the trannies are. The trannies are illegally acquiring firearms to prepare for a mass assault on normal people. Seasoning Vigilante says he did his homework. Anybody else? Anybody else brave enough to do their homework, chat? Working on it. Good job. Good job. Oh my God. People actually do what I say. I can't believe it. I'm so proud. A tranny bought a gun today. Did you? Exactly right. Great. Awesome. This was a post made 4 days to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. This is the meme on Reddit. For up-close transphobes, then there's a revolver and handgun. For big transphobes with a shotgun. For far-away transphobes with a hunting rifle that could possibly be chambered in .30-06. And then for lots of transphobes, then there's an assault weapon. Dun, dun, dun. H1B. Okay, so before I read that. That is it. I am killing myself. I can't return to India. I can't imagine living in India again. To which Dyoko Kanadal says, so you're killing yourself is better than building in India your home country? To which Frost Pearl replies, different person, saying, yes. And the Necessary Chicken 786 says, as someone from India, yes. So the H-1B visa subreddit is taking this very hard. And we have a couple posts in addition to this. It's official. Executive order just signed about the H-1B. And then Pushin3222, who's a different person than that guy, says, I am going to commit suicide. He has deleted their account, so I guess he's dead. Thitha0001 says, so it's truly over now. About to reapply for a master's program in next fall. Dish Original says, not over if you can find a wife. Now listen here. Listen here. The Indians are masters of deception and fraud, and they are capable of swindling any system. None of them are capable of swindling their ways into Bob's and Vagine. It is just not fucking happening. I believe that the K visas can stay. I don't think that that's an actual risk to anybody. Maybe for money, but you know, how many people are going to, once you say you've been cheated, there's no going back. Okay, there's no going back from that. How will any big tech company accept it, though? No company can afford it. If it's not blocked, the whole program will be dead. And then over here, Cognizant Technology Solutions Corp., which is a publicly traded trader company that directly imports foreign labor into the United States en masse, has lost 3 points of value immediately after the announcement was made. Livid Alga says, I'm an American, but I'll be honest, the 4 years out of college, no job CS people are terrible. No skills, no experience. Couldn't tell you how to get an HTTP request, get you to your website if their life depended on it. Your degree is just a ticket to Fight Club, meaning you still need to fight to prove yourself. You just think the ticket should get you a stable life with a house and 2 kids. Oh, woe are those CS graduates. They don't understand that when you're told your entire life that if you do well in school and graduate from college, that you'll be given a job and an opportunity to build a life for yourself, that's no guarantee. It doesn't actually mean that you'll get those opportunities. In fact, it means you'll be competing with the entire third world for basic entry-level jobs for the rest of your life, and you'll have no hope of ever progressing because you're white and they only promote Indians. Idiots. Gosh, you're so entitled, you people that went to college and got degrees. Duh. Infinite Offer says, worried about H-1Bs when they should be more worried about AI. Here's a fun fact. AI is not taking any jobs. AI is simply increasing productivity from people who already have jobs. The AI is a cover. The people who are getting fired are being fired because of quote unquote AI, while they're rehiring twice as many people from India. Because guess what? They only want fucking Indians because their companies are owned by fucking Indians and their HR departments are owned by fucking Indians. Anytime you hear a company saying that we're laying off people from AI, they are outright fucking lying, to the point where if I was in the Department of Justice, I would start going through with the SEC. I would start looking at every corporate filing that says they're laying people off because AI is reducing the number of employees they need. I would be going over that with a fine-tooth comb, because I bet you can find asses to fucking cook in there. I bet you there's like hundreds of asses ripe for frying. A nice little curry flambe. Their asses are there. It's in the filings. Just look it up. It's all bullshit. Not a single job has been lost because of AI. Not a single fucking job is lost because of AI. I'm guessing they're freaking out about the new grad unemployment rate data that's slowly trickling. And yeah, maybe they're not as good as Indians with masters, but you could take a new undergrad CS, pay them 80K, and train them up. As if these freshers can maintain complex existing systems in different sectors, all this red hat experts have never done a tech job and talk like master of all skills. They really just despise Americans. They just fucking hate Americans. And here, I have it on Reddit, but Trump to add new 100,000 fee to H-1B visa. No company will be paying 100K to hire immigrants, as if things already weren't difficult enough. And by the way, they will. They'll totally, because they don't give a shit about those companies. They're just bankrupting them. If that means they have to pay extra money to hire more, do you think Elon's going to let his elite human capital go because of the $100,000 fee? The $100,000 number that you're seeing is specifically set so that Elon can keep his. It's a fuck you got mine type of thing. Like, sure, they may be importing less people for CDLs or whatever now, but in the tech shops, they can afford that, and they will afford that. Let's see. And then this guy says that's the idea, to reduce Indians. This is only a fee for new applications, and it will mostly affect consultancies and F1 students. If this is for renewals, it'll affect everyone. That is not how it works. He can't proclaim his way into making these changes. This will get lobbied down by big tech. This will get struck down in court, Chan. He'll just make specific companies beg him for exemptions, and then he'll extort large campaign contributions from them. There's not going to be a united front from tech companies. It's going to be every man for themselves, and massive companies like Apple and Google, etc. will easily be able to afford the bribes, and smaller companies will get squeezed out. Agreed. Maybe there's adjustments to the fee, but even 10K annual fee will make it very difficult for most non-tech companies to sponsor in the future. So they're basically saying, look, guys, don't worry about it. Our masters, our corporate masters, the Jeets and the CEO positions, they'll figure this out. They'll smooth this shit over. Don't you worry. The millions of Indians, we're building an empire here. We'll build. You know what? I don't think I showed this on stream. Let me just show this real quick. This is the Swaminarayan Akadashram. This is a Hindu temple. It is made from all marble. It is a huge, enormous castle made of marble dedicated to Hindu gods like the Purple Elephant Man. Do you know where this is? Jakarta? No. Delhi? No. Nepal? Mm-mm. New Jersey. This that you're seeing, this enormous white temple dedicated to Purple Elephant Man, is in New Jersey. Someone said Canada. No. Not Canada. America. They're already fucking here. They're already taking hundreds of millions of dollars to build monuments of conquest about how they're going to rape, murder, and enslave you fucking Dalits like pigs. That's what they're doing. And they're bragging about it. They're like, don't you worry, my good son. Once we bribe this corrupt politician, Donald Trump, our companies will be allowing us into the country even faster and faster, sir. Don't you worry, sir. We have Vishnu's conquest to take us. I become the mini-armed god of death, sir. It's disgusting. I despise it. All right. I imagine it's in New Jersey because I think a lot of them are in New York City. And New Jersey is obviously, if you're going to build a giant fuck-ass temple, it's much cheaper to build in New Jersey than New York City. That's my thought, at least. All right. So, now that we have the rundown, everyone's got in there. Hound of Blood. I have a lot of bullets on my screen, and I have to read them, chat. So, let us set the thing to the green mode, and let's start getting through them, chat. Big turnout today. I appreciate everybody coming over and super chatting if they did, subscribing and such. Okay. WillyBot 2004 subscribe, thank you. Ballistic Characteristic for 20 says your YouTube videos have been excellent. You did a good job quickly capitalizing on getting the channel back. It was a collaborative effort, and we already had a bunch of stuff the editor had thrown together that he was wanting to publish. And the response from it has been amazing. The channel is really doing well. I'm very pleased. So good job for him for that. Thank you. Good Luck 7 for 1 says, Slava Israel. Good Luck 7 for 5 says, I meant to send $5. My phone is such a Semite. It's true. He's trying to save you money. Bunker Housing for 5 says, time to consume content. That's right. Get excited for next week's content, too. The False Copy of Thunder for 1 says, Robot Wars, George Droid versus Charlie Clank. Who wins? Charlie Clank, obviously. Come on now. Amir Quesadilla for 5 says, thanks for the stream, Josh. Have a happy health day. In case you don't cover it, I wanted to shout out Disney Paddleboat Scuba Heist. A Floridian swam with scuba gear onto a boat to rob it safe. There was a steamboat. I don't think it was it in Florida? It was a Disney steamboat, and some guy literally took scuba gear, swam onto the steamboat, and then took $10,000 to $20,000 cash and disappeared. And they haven't caught him. Pretty based. Tech Controller for 20 says, hey Josh, have you seen how well Destiny's college tour is starting? Yes, I did play that on stream. Very nice. I'm glad that he's suffering. The wee little midge. Thank you. Sneedonomics for 10 says, hey Josh, I think attributing CK to the tribe is absolving Troons of accountability. Can you give me your best talking points against this being Israel? I mean, he is pro-Israel. I don't understand. I mean, he wasn't like he had softened on Israel a little bit, but like, I think I hold the same position at least that he did, where it's like I don't care about Gaza, and if Mexico came over and did to Americans at a concert in Mexico what happened in Gaza and Israel, I would expect every cartel safe space to be completely flattened. I would expect them to be occupied. I would expect the border area of America and Mexico to be like an occupied zone that we control exclusively. And I'll expect every Mexican in the country to be deported. Like, I don't understand where the outrage is in regards to Gaza. I just don't give a shit. As far as Israel, it's like, if you're meeting people who are blaming Israel, they're groypers and they don't matter. They're retarded. Melon Salt for 2 says, here, grab a beer and cheers for the new H1B price tag. Thank you very much. Bunker Housing for 3 says, test. Remove Antler Menace for 5 says, have one shot of BMG Stalker Child. Extremely base. Thank you. One of the things I want to do, in part because the bullets as they're set up is extremely extremely difficult, is I'm going to like change it based on the amount. So if you donate like $500, it's just going to drop like an enormous crate that's going to like slam all the bullets and they're going to fly around the screen. That's my eventual goal. Johnny Space Boots for 5 says, like the other donator, I also made Staff Sergeant in the cycle. Inshallah, they'll put me in Eglin Air Force Base in charge of the elite Reddit task force. Thanks for the stream. Well, if you end up in Eglin Air Force Base, you'll be my childhood home. I lived in near Valpy, which is right outside of Eglin, and I got to hear all your fucking jets all the time landing. Dark Western for 2 says, for 1 says nothing. Great super chat. About Tree Fitty for 5 says, Josh, you are a blue collar hero. Every week you put the Maddie in the bag and go on with your day. Also, you should appear on other shows if it's not too much of a burden. I did mention Jay Burden. I talked to him last. I'm kind of a difficult guy to have on stream, I guess. I have a lot of negative stuff following after me. But yeah, I would like to, I guess, talk to more people. I feel like my concerns about payment processors are in the back seat now. Everyone just wants revenge. Joshton Shipfic subscribed. Thank you. Drewby82 for 10 says, morning, Josh. I figured I would do a good deed this week and play $10 fee for someone else for a video watch on your stream. Okay, if I hit one, I'll play it. Thank you. Baldo Pagans for 5 says, of course, the Charlie Kirk Shooter is an agroiper. He's white. He's dating a tranny, though. That's the point against you. 11th Circuit for 1 says, does Sneed's Feed and Seed cover the $100,000 application cost for Indian H-1B applicants? Sneed's Feed and Seed has never employed a non-American. Don't get it twisted. Awaken 34 for 10 says, this video shows a clinical way true fear as recounts of Japanese World War II soldiers were taken as PODs. Okay. Can I play this? I don't get it. How the first American meal changed Japanese POWs forever. I guess because we gave them food.
June
I know
20th,
the Japanese would like torture Americans they had captured, but as always, we just feed people, and they're like, hamburger. Okay, fine, we will do whatever you ask. Thank you. Sorry, I have no idea how you want me to play a 20-minute long video. Barilla Furman for 1 says nothing. Thank you. About Tree Fitty for 10 says, since you're going mainstream, you got to get a coffee grift, bruh. Now hear me out. Maddie brand coffee. Mad at the immigrant. 8% of profits can go to deport Browns to Colombia, where they will pick your beans. There's a guy I know who's Argentinian, and he desperately wants to do like a coffee thing. So I don't know. I might, just for fun. He's like a big like coffee spurg. He knows about the cups rating. He knows how to like roast coffee. I'm actually tasting a bunch of different coffees to get an idea of like what kind of roast I want. So I will actually do that. It will just be a once-off thing though for funsies. Thank you. Asian tech support for 10 says ChudLogic needs a Sanchu medallion. Maybe. Chris made a bunch of tweets about how it's not cursed and it's a misconception actually. So I guess it doesn't matter. Unkind Naysayer for 2 says Trump could do something amazing and airdrop firearms into the UK like they planned in France in World War II. They actually did drop some guns, I think, but nobody did anything. France was just happy to be occupied. I can't blame them. They see what happens to France now. Peen Wienerstein for 5 says more self-defense bullets for the bullet pile. Please note these bullets are for self-defense only. I read that wrong, but whatever. Thank you. Grim Reeker for 5 says T&D for Charlie. Thank you. Pseudosides for 5 says enjoy your weekend, Josh, in chat. Thank you. Oh, happy Saturday, by the way. Ballistic Characteristic for 10 says put this towards the stream gun fund. Thank you very much. I will. Peen Wienerson for 5 says if you don't ND at least once a year, you aren't handling your guns enough. I don't believe that's true. I think that is a lie. George Zen Mean Bean Machine for 150 says, Dear Josh, I regret to inform you that CharlieMurders.com and Charlie Kirk Data, the 2 most popular websites for phone booking celebrators of Charlie Kirk's death, have been down for 5 days. Could you host something similar? No, I could help, but I'm not touching that. I don't need more shit. Okay, I'm trying to like rebuild still. The Uncredited for 5 says the RS Wiki has a log of all these gay changes that have hit RuneScape over the years. I feel like I could share it in case you haven't seen just how retarded this shit got. Peace and love to you. And then the Uncredited for 5 says old school RuneScape, diversity and inclusion updates. I've seen them. I know that the ones that really pissed me off was that there was a meme that had been around since 2001 where in Al-Kharid, all the NPCs, including the camel, including the king, were named Ali. And at some point, they went through and they renamed all the NPCs from Ali, which they had been for 20 plus fucking years, to random Muslim names so that they wouldn't be racist or whatever. That was one. And the other one was that you can there's a quest where you have to marry somebody to inherit an island. And traditionally, it was that you would have to marry the opposite sex. In the new version, you get to pick, or you can marry nobody at all, which defeats the entire fucking story of the mission. So, yeah, that's another one that's like stupid. Unshat shit for 5 says, take your advice and bought a CZ75 SPO1 the past weekend. Best live streams as always. Be safe, love you, Josh. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed. I have heard good things about that. Thank you. Seek a Loather for 10 says, I'm so glad you have come around to the Pajit problem. My prescription to the problem is to tax remittances, or if you want Pajidistan's economy to collapse, ban remittances. I am for taxing remittances. I think it's a good idea. I think they're trying to, but they're not doing it like enough. Awaken, thank you, by the way. Awaken34 for 2 says, I think the reason Gabe ended up on the list is because they want Steam accounts for the shooter was found and mentioned. By the way, he played furry gay porn games. Yeah, Steam is becoming very Coomer oriented. I'm not a fan of that. Real Adonai for 10 says, hey Josh, here's something to brighten up your day. And then there's a short. I cannot imagine there's anything on YouTube Shorts that would ever brighten up my day. Okay. Oh, it's Uncle Ruckus again. Okay. Uncle Ruckus meets a big-ass Nigerian.
Hey, about this head, Uncle Ruckus, and this head.
The Nigerian giant Omar.
Omar, the Nigerian giant. Let me tell you something. 3 letters come into mind. TMN. Too much Negro. There's no reason for you to be so you Negro in every single part of you. You're like a giant Negro ladder. Somebody need to climb up to Negro heaven and ask white Jesus, why the heck did they make a Nigerian giant? Only white folks are supposed to be giants. Y'all Nigerians need to stay in Nigeria where y'all at, arm wrestling with alligators or eating on giraffes by the neck foot. I do not trust no tall Negro. None, Omar. None. I say no mas to Omar. This big damn Negro. Yeah. You. Omar. This is Uncle Ruckus. No racing, ain't.
That's pretty good. He's really, really good at ad-libbing. He's pretty funny. It's really surprising. It's hard to come up with shit like that on the spot. Thank you. Alfred Huginberg for 50 says XOXO. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Logistical Nightmare for 10 says make it rain bullets. And it did. And it was good. Thank you. Bleep Bloop for 20 says the Kiwis need ordnance. That's right. I showed off the American Ordnance logo last stream. And it was a good logo, chat. It was a good logo. Thank you very much. Awaken34 for 1 says on the topic for edits for censoring, I'd suggest avoid cutting out or jumping past them because it makes it sound like the vids was a glitch. Common issue on YouTube as mobile users will know. I specifically asked him not to cut the video, just to drop or duck. Somebody said duck the sound. He was hard clipping the clips before to just remove it, but it's like if you just drop the audio for a third of a second, nobody's going to be confused what's being done. So I think that's the way he's doing it now. We'll try with the replacements, the Rudy Poos, for the video and see if that's even better. And if not, then we'll just stick with ducking. Stino for 1 says use the word silly Billy for fag. That's a good one. The issue is that it has to be about the same length. It has to be like as many syllables. So I don't know. I might just have him like speed it up or something. I'll look into it. Zooch for 1 says the Jolly Biscuit is at Edmonton Comic Con if any Leafs want to go get an autograph. The Jolly Biscuit? You guys can get me an autograph of Jolly Biscuit. That'd be awesome. I will show it on screen. Tech Controller for 5 says since I didn't see you mention it, Josh, looks like the Stop Killing Games had reached 97% a week ago with plenty of hundreds of thousands of signers left. Yes, I did comment on that. Very happy for him. Foxes for 5 says the benefits of being on the government's whore. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Maybe it means he has $5. Pete Wienerston for 10 says support Will Philly in his mission to unite America, one city council meeting at a time. Oh boy. Can't wait to see comedy. Dance protest too hot for TV. Okay, I'll play a second of this.
Hello, thank you, everybody.
Oh god, this is cringe.
Hey, residents.
It's just so awkward. I know he's going to dance or whatever.
Comments, but you can involve 10 other people in your comment.
So I thought for fun, as a community building kindly, in
Oh, they're dancing. So he's like loaded the audience to dance.
It's a little
Okay.
awkward.
Dude, this is so awkward. I can't watch this. You know I don't like that. Okay. It's not even that's awkward, bro. Come on. That's awkward. David Luxor 5 says, Happy birthday, Ethan Ralph. Can't believe he's 40. Our boy doesn't look a day under 65. What are you getting him for his birthday, Josh? I'm writing him a vivid tapestry of how his life could have been if he had stayed in the U.S. Chloe Dante for 20 says, Can Ilhan Omar defend her charge of immigration fraud by asserting that she genuinely loved her brother in a romantic and sexual sense, thus making the marriage legitimate? Yes, she could. As long as there was not a law in the state that they got married against consanguineous marriages, which in some states there are not. In some states there are qualifications. If you marry your cousin, you have to take a class on incest. That's a real requirement in some states. But and I mean, it's a free country, man. If you want to fuck your brother and marry him, you can do it. Depends on the state, though. It's possible that she didn't. Thank you. Valksur for one says, glad to see Troons and furries getting the contempt they deserve. TTD TFD. Base and true. David S877 for $25 says, why didn't they get the guy from the most hated fruit form to testify in Congress? I don't know, man. I'm an expert on radicalization. They should have gotten me. Thank you. All else fails for $50 says, Corey Mills is the worst of the votes against Ilhan. You need to go yell at him. Okay, let's see what this is. Congressman Corey Hills is under fire over allegations that his wedding was officiated by Islamic terrorists. Now an FBI agent is poking around the story that Jill Savage was working on. But was the FBI agent authorized by the Bureau to be reaching out on the agency's behalf? I mean, look, keep it simple. Ilhan Omar is ugly. She's stupid. She's obnoxious. And to be quite frank, she's a woman. So therefore, a lot of people will be more willing to hate her. Let's start with her. Let's get her out. And then we can look at other people but immigration fraud, like if we denaturalize and deport a sitting congresswoman like that, that is a morale blow. That means it doesn't matter how high you get up in government. It doesn't matter what you accomplish in this country. There is always the risk that you will be denaturalized and deported if we don't like you. So that is the message I want to send. And I think that Ilhan Omar is the obvious choice for doing that. Sneeden, thank you, by the way. Sneeden for one says, I have a dream. One day we'll have a cleaver large enough to carve Indian subcontinent out of Asia, so they may never call themselves Asia again. I mean, technically the Middle East is Asian, and we don't call them Asian. We call them Middle Easterns. Indians are Indians. There's a giant fucking Himalayan mountain range separating the Chinese from the Indians. There is no confusion. They're just lying. David Lammy for one says, come to England. No. Sneeda Stanny for 5 says, literally nothing made me loathe Jeets more than having to work for them. President Trump, please deport a gazillion Jeets back to the shit streets. I cannot only imagine how humiliating it must be to take orders from somebody who can't wipe their own ass properly. It's like working for Gator. Bleep, boop, beep, bloop for 10 says, we need GPU accelerated bullets with physics support. Damn straight we fucking do. I wonder if I can do that, actually. I'll look into that. Thank you. Spicy Quesadilla for 5 says, subscribe. Thank you. All else fails for 20 says, for stamps. Bro, okay. Since you mentioned it, bro. Okay. Yes, stamps. I was looking at some stamps. I was going to buy some SpongeBob's, right? Okay. Let me see if I can find it. No, hold on. Just show me the fucking stamp. God damn it. Aha. Okay, look. Check this out. Okay. Check out this classical Americana engraved stamps they have. I fucking love it. I'm legit going to buy a sheet just to like hold on to it. That is how American stamps should look, motherfucker. Why do we not make all of our stamps look like that? Why do we not have a beautiful classic Americana engraved version of the SpongeBob one? The only thing that pisses me off with the SpongeBob one is I want all of them to just be SpongeBob face. I don't want them to be I'm not a big fan of like the character model. I just want like a giant sheet of just the face, like a million SpongeBob smiley face stickers. Okay, that's what I want. Thank you. Pancake Luchador for 5 says, have a good one, Noel. Thank you very much. Osmium for 5 says, curry powder should be banned by the FDA and marked as a weapon that violates the Geneva Convention. That is one way to get rid of them, I suppose. Logistical Nightmare for 10 says, the anti-loitering music project thread is such a wild read. I dream of the day when the public transit plays nothing but classical music. You know what's really nice? And you'll never get this if you are American. Silence. You can get silence if you're on like a dead train, but have you ever been on a crowded people standing tier crowded sub or train or long train or whatever the fuck, or a bus, and there's no noise, just the like just that. Nobody fucking talking. No fucking like listen to King Kong, King. Just quiet. Just 50 people on a bus looking at their phones, reading newspapers, drinking coffee and staring out the window. Not a single fucking word being said. You experience it every day in Europe. In some places, at least. Sneeze Danny, for one, says, the last time I was in Nashville, I saw a billboard for Tim fucking Pool right in the middle of downtown. This was a major improvement. Bean Wienerson, for 5, says, Cracker Barrel needs to make Brad's wife their new CEO. Brad's wife? Dude, that's like a cut to something that is like... I don't know what the fuck that means. I want to be real with you. I don't know what the fuck that means. I apologize. You hit me late at the stream, and I'm out of it, man. Osmium for 5 says, remind me again how the fuck people still follow a pedo-laced, Gunnar-baned, Adderall field limp like Tiny Steven. Are you still considered supporting any ongoing lawsuits against them? I mean, if they need me to testify, I'm there, man. I lost the weight. I can wear a suit. I'm close to making my phase 2 announcement about the weight situation. And yeah, if they need me to. As far as why, I think it's a matter of like, well, he's got the right message, which is bullshit. Like, if Nick Fuentes has a lot of good points about Israel, but he's still a fucking retard. He's still a fucking retard who is fucked up so bad that he's an active detriment to any cause that he's a part of. It's like, but people still like, but he's so right about the Jews, man. He's right about the Jews. A lot of people are right about the Jews. Kanye West is right about the Jews, but he sucked baby dick. Kanye West sucked baby dick. He can't talk. He cannot be an anti-Zionist leader. Okay, he sucked baby dick. That is disqualifying. All right. Nick Fuentes has fucked up so bad, so consistently over so many years with no signs of improving that he cannot be trusted to lead a movement of thousands of people. It just can't, because it's going to end in fucking tears. And it's the same thing with Destiny. It's like when the Gunnar stuff was just happening, and it was coming out that he was sucking dick, all these people listening to Destiny were like, but the message is on point. So what if he's a silly little Gunnar? So what? If he's sexually dysfunctional like that, he's going to be caught up in a scandal. And then within the year, he was caught up in multiple scandals regarding non-consensual pornography. It's like, it was not, you don't have to be a genius to foresee this. It's obvious. If someone's that dysfunctional, they're going to be caught up in scandal. Chris Cantwell was destined to be caught up in a scandal. Nick Fuentes is destined to fuck up everything. And it's going to be really embarrassing. And the fewer people supporting him and the less legitimate he is when that scandal drops, the better it will be for everybody. Phimosis Jones for 10 says, hey Josh, big fan. I heard you like fat people. I'm sure this is going to be hysterical. Let's see it. This is just a fat person eating. James Bola Noodles Marchand Food Mukbang Ramen Cooking. Foodie Mukbanger, bro. This is what he sent me. I'm just showing it on screen. It's a fat guy eating noodles. No, thank you. Thank you. George Floyd for one says more lag for the lag god. Base lag. Look, you can't even see Matt at the end anymore. It's just behind the bullet. JP Trigger Pull for 10 says the pedo chat moving to Discord was very Kino LL. Dude, it was an ahi. It was so funny you can't script it. Thank you. Unkind Naysayer for 2 says make butter chicken at home tonight. We'll be laughing at how I need 0 Indians to do it, and it turned out way better than the restaurant slop. Is butter chicken that thing that they get really mad at and said, no, that's not real Indian food, sir. That is British Indian food, sir. That is not real Indian food, sir. Sneak Cricket for 2 says, by the way, the food you make at home is way better. You just have to realize that you need to add a lot of salt and sometimes MSG. Then your food tastes fine. Sneak Cricket for 2 says, it's funny hearing people I know about that are boycotting Disney due to the Kimmel thing or firing. I started hating Disney back in the day when they were catering to the gays and the troons. Base, suffer. Should go bankrupt. It sucks. It's a shitty ass fucking company. Fuck them. Gormless Wonder for 5 says maybe 1 in 20,000 dono bullets be bright red and drop with the user's name and give them a prize. I don't like that. That sounds like a bad thing. It sounds like a reference to something I don't support, chat. Osmium for 2 says there is no need to discuss the blobulous monster that is Foodie Beauty. She is halal for this stream, and yes, she has become boring as fuck. The perma-seething though will never not be funny. Let her squeal. I mean, there's not much reason to just. I've actually met people who have told me they will listen to the stream until the news hamster goes away, and then they quit because they have no interest in anything else I have to say because it's about retards on the internet. I've actually been told that there are people who only listen to the news segment for my stream. Can you believe that? Hamburger for 2 says soon Chantal in a 6XL dragon suit and a Toyota Corolla backseat eating pizza and farting. Please post it to 4chan's automotive board ASAP. I mean, it is related to cars. I don't see the problem. Indomitable for 5 says Twitter link. And then it says yeet the Jeets. In the ultimate humiliation, Trump signs proclamation imposing $100,000 a year H-1B for Prime Minister Modi of India on speaker. I think Modi has upset him personally, which is just fantastic. If there's anything that gets this man off his fucking ass and doing shit that actually has an impact, it's somebody disrespecting him. And I hope that fucking retard Modi just keeps pissing Trump off because it's really just achieving everything that I hope and dream of. No, sir, you will regret it, sir, when India joins with Russia and China, sir, and makes the third axis, sir. You really think that India is going to join China? The only way that India would join China is as a fucking vassal state. Like in Hearts of Iron 4, it's going to be colored yellow on the map called Chinese India. And the Indian, like poo in the Lou flag is going to be quartered on a red background. That's India's future, joining the Chinese axis, okay? They're going to be making fucking bullets for their war machine. Mulligan 2 for 5 says, here's some Kid Bandit match where he was fighting for a gay pride title. Is this the guy that keeps wanting me to talk about Kid Bandit? Okay, you are the guy that gave me a video for less than $10 that I would just skip this fucking video of Kid Bandit. It's 19 fucking minutes long, but somebody paid for you. So I'll watch like a minute of this, okay? I don't know why you insist that I watch this shit.
Let me tell you, Kid Bandit is in an incredibly positive position here, challenging Adam Bolt merely minutes after his victory over Tony Wright at the last show, playing mind games from the off.
Yeah, Kid Bandit getting a big victory over Commander Sterling at that show, then coming out to challenge Adam Bolt, like you said, after his grueling ladder match just minutes after he defended that championship. Bandit got the best of Adam Bolt in that exchange as well, ducked his belt shot.
Bite the hand that sneeds. That's a good message. That's my reply to this. Stop stupid face for 5 says, we hate Josh because Josh sucks. We hate Josh so much. Josh smells bad. Josh sucks. Josh, we hate you. You're an idiot and we hope you turn blue because you can't breathe. Thank you. Bunker Housing for 5 says, I know what you mean. I once opened the KF community thread and there was a screenshot of a post I made on another place. I was questioning reality for a short while. It do be like that sometimes, don't it? Romulunk for 12 says, it was a 12. I did say that. I got that right. Thank you. Lucifero 210 for 10 says, Zitter link. And then I opened the Zitter link. Okay, it's a 4chan post. I'm sure this is worth my time. Operation Clog the Toilet. Indians are just waking up after the H-1B news. Want to keep them in India? Clog the flight reservation system. The setup. Jeets have 24 hours to re-enter the U.S., otherwise they must pay a $100K H-1B fee. Tens of thousands of Jeets abroad are now scrambling to get last-second flights back to the U.S. The solution, clog the toilet. Go to Google Flights, search Common India U.S. flights, i.e. Mumbai to San Francisco. Initiate the checkout process. Most airlines will hold your tickets for 15 minutes during the checkout, thus locking out other Jeets. Don't check out. Leave the window open for a full 15 minutes. Repeat. TLDR, open Common India U.S. flights, initiate checkout holds, repeat. If enough Altists do this, the whole flight reservation system will get clogged and H-1B Jeets will be stuck in India. Pro tips, focus on high-traffic U.S.-India flights. Open multiple tabs at once for different flights, combinations, and ticket levels. Multitask, there's no limit to the number of checkout tabs open at once. Before alt-tabbing, go far enough through the checkout process to ensure the ticket seats are actually reserved, different for each airline. If programming-oriented, write a script to automate the process, share with fellow friends, spread the word. There you go. That's what they're up to on 4chan. I'm always dubious of these things, but that's a funny idea. Monero Monkey for $100 says, let the bullets rain. And that would be 200 bullets, which is why the frame rate for the background is approximately 1 per second right now. Thank you very much. Crispy Legs Forever for 5 says, happy Fry or Saturday, party emoji, and party horn blower emoji thingy. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Happy Saturday. Pastel Starlight for 5 says, do we think detoxing people like YMS from the lowercase I internet will make a difference or not? I think it will. I think that there's just a profound negative cognitive impact that happens on somebody who is stuck at a computer, and when they are bored or frustrated or mad or sad or horny, they don't have the ability to get up. There's a quote from Donald Trump's book, The Art of the Deal. Well, the only thing I remember from this, but in it he says, if there's ever a deal you can't walk away from, you're not in a position to negotiate. So you should always be ready to walk away from the table. And it's like, it is like that with your internet. If you are so heavily addicted to the internet that you actually cannot walk away from your computer because you have nothing else to do, you are like a battered housewife. You're gonna fuck yourself up. If you can't get up and like go garden or something, or go for a bike ride. I like to drive. I put a lot of miles on my car just because I drive a lot. If I remember like I'm stuck in my thoughts, I'll just go for a drive and listen to music really loud. I'll feel a lot better after an hour. If you can't do shit like that, then you're just like fucked in the head. Hawaiian Zen for 5 subscribes. Thank you. Arundel for 2 says, be me, go to the gym, listen to Maddie through headphones. Jersh goes total India death, surrounded by Indians at the gym. Oh, Jesus Christ, how horrifying. Look around, making sure nobody heard that. I love to live life dangerous. What are they going to do? They're Indian, bro. If you're at a gym, maybe you're a woman, because you have like a, that anime thing as an avatar. Women generally women and Pete's like that. But, I don't know, what are they going to do? Beat you up? You're white. Just punch them. Arundel for 1 says, any chance you get your editor upload your movie show reviews on the YouTube channel? I enjoyed watching your Squid Games review and I found it YouTube friendly. It's a good way to spread Maddie on YouTube. I might. That's a good idea. I can just upload the Gumroad content and advertise the Gumroad that way. I'll think about it. Tech Controller for 20 says, very hard to have any hope for European countries outside of the gigachads of Poland, of course, but this is engaging. Hopefully there's enough of them. Let's see. Oh, you actually fixed it. Okay. You cut it off. Labor MP Tristram Hunt wants to score points and ask a boy about the party he'd like to vote. Our boy wants the right-wing UKIP party to stop immigration. Okay, let's hear the lad. Let's
There's
hear the
Tristram
mad
Hunt
lad.
meeting a young future voter. Do you know who you'd vote for?
UKIP.
You'd vote UKIP. Very good. Why's that?
Like get all the foreigners out of the country.
Labour's Tristram Hunt meeting a young future voter.
Dude, it's gotta suck. If you're like a little white boy in like an English school, that shit's gotta be like a fucking never-ending nightmare. I feel so bad for little kids. It's so hard to be a kid. It's so hard to be a boy. It's so hard to be a teenage boy. And if you're growing up in like an environment where you just have all these black kids who fucking hate you because you're a little white boy, it's gotta be hell on earth. Citrus Act for one says, I get here late and my house is suddenly spammed with repeated ramble about black cock up the ass. If it were any other voice than yours, my husband would have serious questions. You're welcome. Anime Sucks, Cope and Sneed for 5 says, he wants to bang Scar from The Lion King. I want to bang Dragon from Shrek. We're not the same. I mean, I gotta be fair, and in your defense, Dragon from Shrek is a fully fictional character, okay? It's not even there. You cannot fuck a dragon. It's not possible. But that does raise a concerning point. If you're attracted to something that is completely fictitious, what does that say about your psyche? Is it more dangerous to be attracted to something that is a caricature of reality, like Scar from The Lion King, or like e-thoughts that are going through 10 million filters and are just completely fake, or hentai for that matter, because that is like human-like, but it's just not reality in any way, shape, or form? Is it more dangerous to be sexually attracted to a caricature or towards something that is utterly and completely and totally fictitious, like dragons and vor? By the way, one thing he mentioned I didn't even bother to clip. YMS made an argument about how nobody talks about Guro when they talk, because he was accused of being a lolicon defender, and he had made libertarian arguments about lolicon when like 10 years ago. And I didn't clip that because I didn't want to get into it, but he mentioned that nobody brings up Guro as a thing to talk about with attraction to fiction, and that's like murder. And I should have included that because my response to that is quite simple. People can't even fucking comprehend Guro. If you told people that there are entire websites dedicated to drawings of little anime girls getting eviscerated and disemboweled, and that people masturbate to that, cooked alive in ovens and like served as food on a table, and that's like sexually attractive to them, they would not be able to mentally process that as a reality. That's why people can understand what a pedophile is and can see a drawing of a child and be like, that's fucked up. They cannot comprehend that there is a huge online community for sexual attraction to death, murder, disembowelment, and cooking people alive and torturing them. Like, it's just beyond, people don't even want to think about that. That's why it doesn't get brought up. Coli Dante for 20 says, Adam is such a strong person, he can get piped up the ass by black men while fantasizing about lions or smoke meth. He can't do neither. Listen, he could quit at any time, okay? Thank you. Sneak Cricket for 10 says, I hope Tesla drives this Jeet, driver of the car here, outside the USA. MAGA at large needs to disavow all Jeets. Dude, I'm telling you, they gotta fucking elect somebody that's not Vivek for...
I'm buying one more today. I'm buying one more today. Losers!
Very base, but you still have to go back, Sar. Thank you. Valkster for one says, YMS should KHS. That's mean. Real Donai for instance says, here's another video you might like, and then there is a YouTube link. Okay. This is also Uncle Ruckus. It is. You have to save these, bro.
This hand, Uncle Ruckus, no relation. That's Negro hand, Chris. Now, I know Chris looked like a regular Negro to you, but Chris is not just a regular Negro. He done made Employee of the Year. Employee of the Year, that tells me one thing. Ain't no white folks working there. Because ain't no way in the hell you can compete with a good white man working. Oh, yeah, you packing bottles, all right. I'm sure you just packing malt liquor in them bottles. Packing 40 ounces and then drinking every damn one. Drinking them damn 40 ounces and then doing drive-bys and riding around Kentucky Fried Chicken windows and picking them white folks in there. Chris, you're not no damn Employee of the Year. You might be Employee of the Minute, but only if there were no white folks around. That's here your Uncle Ruckus and this Negro, Chris.
He looks like embarrassed. What a pussy. He has to get roasted by Uncle Ruckus and then he acts all fucking shy about it. That guy's a bitch. Thank you. Unkind Nice Air for Two says, hey Josh, since you've been debanked for so long, it's a good idea to ask you about money saving tips, moving out of my own sin to get out of a shithole country. Paying cash is the number one thing. Don't pay with credit cards anymore. Forestem for 5 says, yo Josh, big fan. Last week you said we'll talk about Charlie Kirk, that fundamentalist Christians like have to love Israel, but historically we have always distrusted them. I mean, it depends on who you talk to. There's lots of fundamentalists who support Israel. Unkind Naysayer for 2 says, it's the evangelist, actually. I don't know if you're being really technical with the term fundamentalist, but I think it's the evangelist Christians that are super pro-Israel because they want to usher in the Eucharist. Unkind Naysayer for 2 says, I think most liberals like Destiny are looking for an opportunity to martyr themselves and each other to the point of shoving each other in harm's way. I mean, that's what I said. I agree. Citrus Act for 1 says, centrists were getting their lives casually ruined over nothing for a decade. Literal terrorist killing, threatening murder, and promoting killing demonetize the platform, and the sky is falling. What the fuck? The fact that, don't even get me started. I could rant and rave about that all fucking day. They really think that this is even tit for tat. It's not. Pastel Starlight for 2 says, Tiny 2 Timothy 3:25. Okay, I'll search that real quick. We're not doing this again, though. Please don't do this every stream. Thou therefore endure hardness as a good soldier of Jesus Christ. No man that warreth entangle himself with the affairs of this life, that he may please him who hath chosen him to be a soldier. And if a man also strives for masteries, yet he is not crowned, except he will strive lawfully. So basically, do good works and don't be a gooner like Destiny. Red Eyes Black Dragon for 5 says, this episode is really fucking gay like Goldman. Sorry, buddy. I can roll with what I have. Sneak Cricket for 1 says, if Destiny wants to die, he could go to the UK and interact with a follower of Muhammad, peace be upon him, or an English neighbor. I think he'd rather get shot than stabbed to death. And he has to be stabbed to death by American Christians or whatever. Tech Controller for 20 says, in relation to your comments on the name of Destiny, and I know what this is already, but that's what I was referencing.
Listen, I'm here to talk to Hank about Destiny. Worried about him. I mean, he's in over his head.
Hank's an adult. He's ready to enter Destiny. I'm gonna show him how. I've done it already.
That is perverse. I insist on meeting this Destiny character.
All right, fine. Destiny, front and center.
Sweet Christmas, she is a lively one. I can see the attraction.
Whoa, since when did we get strength suits and ninja guy outfits?
I need to rewatch this show at some point. The Mac user 751 for 1 says, friendly reminder that you can opt out of union dues at your company without retaliation or loss of most benefits. Fun fact, I guess. Sneedo for 1 says, Ludwig is a Hassan lover. Really? That's cringe. Onawall for 1 says, talk about the generative AI one day. Okay. Snake Cricket for 1 says, nihilistic, mystics, apostolistic, alcoholics, messianic, manics, cataclysmic, and prolific in the... Bro, I have to charge more for this shit. Menace to society. Thank you. Monero Monkey for 5 says, Ludwig is the guy who let his Smash player friend Mango get wasted and ruin his marriage by sexually harassing that Asian woman on live stream. He's a certified LA braintard. Well, it sucks to be him. Bunker Housing for 4 says, was just looking for some Kino content from Kino Casino, and now they are just hedonisming out. Felted. I don't know what that means. They're hedonisming out? They went to like dinner or something. Is that what you're talking about? Apparently there's some controversy regarding PPP and Andy Worski, but like the people that are posting about it are retards who are like Gahul Zoom associated like cow people that are just trying to cause problems for me. And it's like, if you want me to care about your bullshit, you have to like not be obnoxious as fuck. The president of Nintendo for 5 says, in the world of gay Nazis, you're either a top or a white power bottom. About Tree Fitty for 20 says, I've been listening long enough to know that you might have a high bar for music, but I feel like you would enjoy this earworm within 20 seconds. Okay, let's see. I guess I'm never finishing this stream today. Monster Music by Yules Santana. I think my computer is like crashing now. I cannot get this button. And it's like hip hop shit, man. It's not my thing, really. Pastel Starlight for 2 says patiently awaiting the iDubbbz Troon arc. That might happen. Alright, it's the only way to get away from what's her face and needs at this point. Our Inspector for one says Bronze Age pervert is literally a Jeep bro. He's been weird for years, but he proved to be a Jeep just a few months ago. Well, make sure to block him then. Docs Found for 5 says fell asleep while watching Maddie and dreamed you were exposing my cousin for having bought a secondhand fur suit from Kira the Wolf. We'll have to rewatch the show. Suffa. Sino for one says there's a funny clip of iDubbbz a stranger telling the story of Anissa trying to put out her music for the gem speakers. They told her no, and she started getting mad. And the coach said her music was continued. The coach had her raise his voice and said her music was a 12-year-old emo music. She cried and stormed out the gym, then came back to in the gym because she forgot her keys, Lamau. Yeah, I should have watched that. I don't know. It was all like jumbled together, so I looked for the one thing of her checking out the guy. The false copy Sunder for one says BAP is 51% Romanian and 49% Ashkenazi Jewish as per his own 23 and that he posted, not a Jeet. Romanian is actually Gypsy, and that is actually Indian. Citrus Egg for one says the smaller girl looks 15. What the fuck ever. Either way, I'm so fucking past done with anime faggots and their infantilized design of sexualized characters. You don't see all the male characters with child faces like this. All the titty characters have child faces and most have child voices. This is normalization. Is part of how real porn of obvious kids is all over the sites like Pornhub, and none of them think it's weird. I mean, it's true. It's completely true. Ace of Sneeds for 5 says, Josh, earlier you said that the most common place sexual assault happens is mental health facilities. That is wrong. Actually, the place is with the most sexual assault is India, in fact. Imagine being in a mental health facility in India. Just fucking put a bullet in me, brother. Pastel Starlight for one says H1B subreddit being rated based. Breadwash for 5 says post in the third minute the internet. Hey Josh, made another image of Ralph. Took me way too long to get ChatGPT to obey. Okay, let's see. Oh, I see. Okay, here we have Ethan Ralph heroically washing down an Indian, sparing everybody in the vicinity his obnoxious stank. But really, honestly, that's got to be a power washer, I think. That's got to be a power washer. Aaron Dill, for one, says, the temple in New Jersey is the largest active Hindu temple in the world, even larger than the temples in India. The largest inactive Hindu temple is Angkor Wat in Cambodia, which is also a Buddhist temple. Is that the one that they fight over on that border? Yeah, we got to do something, man. We got to get rid of them. Banana Plugs for one says, Happy G Expulsion Day, Josh. You're my favorite non-Slav always. I just got back from a get-together with friends. We'll watch the VOD once you're done. Base, thank you. Awaken34 for one says, on that vid, I was expecting like a minute of the 20-hour second so watching it's a great listening material. I'm sure the Americans just gave them burgers and they were very happy. I can predict what happens. Not Locked for 20 says, SS13 Riviera today at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Also fun Easter egg hunt. Kurt Metzger voiced the guy in the show, but not the character displayed. I really have to charge more for videos. I don't think I can ever get through.
Let it begin!
Okay, it's not that guy, but it's somebody else in that show. If you remember that show. Thank you. Banana Plugs for 5 says, bullets, I'm doing my part. Thank you. Hamburger for 2 says, come on, England. Thank you. Not even numerals for 10 says, nice show. Please support Kick so I don't have to use Rumble as it is gay. Rip Odyssey. I have written a way to intercept Kicks, but can you like send a message with Kicks? If you can, I have to like play around with that because I don't know how that works. Yeah, I do have captures for those events though. But I can't get the gifted subs to work. Like a bunch of people like gifted subs, like Crispy Legs, Shorgan, Hawaiian Zen, Baba Booey. I think they all gifted subs, and it's like it doesn't show up, and I don't know why. I have the events there. It just doesn't. It's just being fucking obnoxious. Thank you. Remove Antler Menace for one says, what's your preferred handgun caliber? I've only fired 9mm. I fired 45, but I mean, like my aim was better with that, but it's just really big. I don't think I can carry that. Citrus Act for one says, imagine taking orders from someone who can't wipe their own ass properly. Ha, I guess that's one way to come out as a misandrist. The meme here is that all men have dirty assholes. This is a common turf talking point against men. Debugs for one says, "Hey Josh, I was wondering if you saw that clip from Idaho where some fag in the scooter went up to Kirk Vigil and said, 'Fuck Charlie Kirk,' and the scooter fag ended up getting his ass beat." I did see that. Sneedo for one says, "Since you have SpongeBob stamps, what are some of your favorite SpongeBob episodes?" Oh my god, bro. What the fuck? I don't know. I like the one where they where that meme is based off of, where they go down to, actually I think that's from the movie, even when they go down to like the 3 different salty spittoons and shit. I like that part. I like that sequence. Non-practicing parent for one says, "This is a friendly reminder that Cobra JFS fans that his celebration of life will be happening tomorrow on Sunday at 9 p.m. live stream from his YouTube channel. See you cool Cobras there." I will be featuring that. Citrus Act for one says, "Troon Skinwalk is who they want to fuck. Ken Bennett wants to fuck 12 to 15-year-old emo girls, I guess, probably, allegedly." Yeah, that's true. A lot of them are like try to be seen because their first crush or whatever was a scene girl. Generic username and password for one says, "Late August and September have sucked for me, but here's hoping Monday brings better tidings." Good luck to everyone. This year's been pretty fucking awesome, bro. You just have to be a positive poly. Just trust me on this. Tech Controller for 10 says, "Looks like your favorite Aussie Jeep crashing out yet again." This is a 2-minute long video. I cannot, bro, it's been 5 hours. I cannot do a 2-minute long video. I'm sorry to disappoint. Bunker Housing for 4 says, "Good to hear that Kino is on then. It's going to be lit. The thread had a zillion posts, so it's impossible to read." I'm not sure what that's a reference to. I apologize. I'm burned out now. Bunker Housing for 2 says, "Reattached my VR headset to my new computer yesterday. You should try VR. Is a good exercise excuse while playing computer games at Bunker Housing." I have no interest in a VR headset. It sounds like a demonic portal to another world where it's like you play Second Life or whatever the fuck and then you become a tranny. Sounds like a bad time to me. All right, I gotta go. I'm about to pass out. Take it easy. Bye-bye. Song is Dead Media by Dury.